I got everything set up. So if you guys would like to come up, come up. Come to the panel, and I would really need someone to call off this live. So but important on starting that. Importance of a mile. Left turn on. Hey, Miss H, come up, Mama. Come to the panel. And okay, so guys, today I wanted to talk about Auston. Miss H, could you hear me, my dear? Miss H, could you hear me, my dear? Okay, could you guys hear me? I am parked waiting for someone to tell me if they could hear me. Can you hear me? Okay, so Keissa is going to join us in a few minutes. To be honest, I was not planning to bring Keissa to the live, but Auston was on Floyd's live saying that Floyd should not date women like Keissa because they have voices. If they could go to accounts like mine, go to lives like mine, and tell their side of the story. So basically, what he's saying is that he only wants to date women who are voiceless, who are helpless, who cannot speak up for themselves. And that should tell you how much of an exploitative movement this passport fraud thing is. It is exploitative. I have said that they like men in poor countries. It's not because women in poor countries are friendly, feminine, or it's because they're poor, they cannot stand up for themselves. But thank God, Keissa could speak up for herself, and she will join us today and tell her side of the story. But I want you guys to chime in about his Austin saying that he wants to have, babies in every continent, and that by definition means, most of those babies are going to grow up without him in their life. And uh, when I made a video, criticizing him, people are like, well, Austin is um,
Source
Austin
of goodness,
is
they said
young,
like really
he
great
doesn't know. Hi, Keissa, thank you for
products,
joining us.
great product.
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Like one, if I find
When he
like it's
grows
like
up, he will lose
K
his weight.
two thousand three
But here is
hundred,
the thing:
especially
there
those small
were
ones
men like Joe.
cheap. I don't know what they're called, but I
Joe
think that's
is
right anyway. I'm not sure.
a guy who was on
Different like
my
texture,
live once, so I know he's a
which one is
middle-aged
good for
black
you because they
man.
don't look good.
He was cheating
What
him.
does
He
look
was
good?
praising him.
It
Austin
looks
was
like
saying that
these.
he was going to make
Yeah,
a
it's
big
because I'm using
single
like
mother all
cream.
over the world.
Cleaner is
So
better.
do
So
not
usually it's
blame
just
it
like the
on
ones
Austin's,
different.
young
I need
age. It
that's for
is
to
the
remove
whole
the dark
passport bro
spots. Yeah,
movement
I use
is
this too. It
different.
helps.
And
Like
I don't know
it
how
used to
it,
be a
I mean,
long
I
version
grew up
this,
in Ethiopia, and as you guys know that, Ethiopia
and
has been like, at
and
least
using
the
it to
part
use
of
like
Ethiopia I
face
grew up in
mask, something
was
like that.
Christian
Yeah,
for like
yeah.
more than
It's getting
1,000 years.
better.
I mean, we
Ah,
are one of the
they
first
don't
Christian
look good.
nations in the world, and
Are you
polygamy is
judging
not part
me?
of
Yeah.
my African culture. So
Wow. You're such a
of course, I'm not going to support a man, having babies all over the world. It's not, you cannot say it's part of African culture. It's it's not part of my African culture. And why? How did How would you support a guy having babies in different continents, which means he's not gonna be physically present? I mean, if even if you support polygamy, polygamy means the man lives with his kids and the mothers of his children under the same house. So you cannot support this unless you are a depraved human being like Austin. And apparently, there are a lot of depraved black men. And so, yeah. Okay. Hi, Keissa. So, go ahead, Mama. I am so sorry because did you hear me talking about what he Austin said about you?
Sorry?
Did you hear me talking about what Austin said about you?
What did he say? I was doing something, sorry. Hello?
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. I had muted myself. He told Austin, I mean, he told Floyd not to date women like you because women like you
Huh?
have voice. They could go to, channels like mine and tell their side of the story. So what do you think about it?
Not true. Mm. He said he told Floyd that women like he told Floyd that women what? You're you were muted. You need to say that again.
Oh, you know what? Let me see. For some reason, I cannot hear it on my. Let me hold on. I said that he said that women like you, people should not, passport bros should not date women like you because you have a voice.
Because I had a voice.
Okay. Hold on. Give me a second. Yeah.
He said because I have a voice.
Yeah, because you could come on on an account like mine and tell your side of the story. You could he cannot silence you. You have a wrong destination.
Did he is he aware of the live that we did? Or like Hello?
Yes, could you hear me? Could you
Yeah.
guys hear me?
I don't know what's happening to your mic.
You sound very like the volume is very low, and people have told me that you are soft spoken and it's hard to hear you. But if you could speak a little bit louder,
Me?
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
People say you are a little bit soft spoken. They cannot hear you when you are on the panel.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I'll
No
try
problem.
to
It's
be
not your fault.
loud. I'll
Okay.
try to be loud.
So yeah, what do you think about that I call him homosexual because I mean he is embarrassing. He is in Peru, which is a very poor country, and an American like him should be able to afford a nice Airbnb. But he is in a freezing cold Airbnb. I mean, it's so embarrassing. Then he got on Tinder to find women who have a home with a working heater, which is what homosexuals do. Homosexuals go around. So he is a homosexual. So that homosexual said that he is telling passport bros not to have relationship with women like you because you have a voice. You could come on my channel. You can go, you even have your own channel and speak. So what do you think of that? That is yeah, that is, as as your our sister Miss H says, that's wow. Like, how do you feel about that?
That's actually so crazy that he'd say that.
So
But
crazy.
I, huh?
Yeah, I agree, so crazy.
I thought he said he was a six-figure barber.
Mind you, he says he's a six-figure barber, but he had to use the money he got from the PPP loan to buy a ticket to go to Brazil. And the ticket to Brazil is like $600, $800, something like that, probably even cheaper. Um, but somehow he could not, pay that.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so obviously he is, but what, like, trying to silence you is the law of law. This obsession with Austin is crazy. Austin has made himself a public figure, so it's not obsession, it is observation, and which I will continue doing. And so I don't even know why you guys keep on saying that, because that's not going to silence me. And what about, his idea of making, single mothers all over the world? What do you think about that?
Is he like? Are there actually people on the live?
Keissa, I could not hear you.
I'm asking. I'm asking.
What
I'm
are you asking me?
asking.
What are you asking?
Are there actually people on the live on this live?
Hold on. Could you not see them? There are about 17 people on the live, about 15, I guess, excluding you and me.
Oh, oh, okay. I see it.
But you're Miss H. Are you asking me or Kesa? Kesa, could you read? Oh yeah, it's usually harder to read the. Are you on StreamYard, or because when you are on StreamYard, it's hard to read the comments.
I can see the comments.
You could see the comments, yeah. So people are saying that are you on your phone?
Is she on her phone? Yeah, I'm using my phone for the live.
K- Who is Keissa? Keissa is the girl that Austin dated for like a week or so and is obsessed with for since no she dumped him. After she dumped him, he has been spreading a rumor that she has a sex tape, but fortunately she came on my I mean, she didn't even need to come on my panel. She did come on my live and you know discredited that malicious rumor. And since then, because he now realized that he cannot spread rumors about her without
Keissa,
her
anytime, do you have any serious
punching back,
feelings
he's been
about
attacking her.
Austin? Yeah, yeah, I did.
Kesa, do you want to be an admin on this live so that it could also be simulcasted on your channel?
I'm kind of
No
not
problem.
gonna. I actually don't know how to do that. Also, by the way,
Pardon me?
I don't know how to do that.
No problem. If you want, you can have a live on your what do you call it, on your channel, and then I could join in.
Okay. Give
Oh,
me a minute to do that because I'm kind of doing
sure.
something. Like I'm doing the live while I'm doing something.
I just want people to be able to hear you because I don't. There are people who think that you have something to hide, which you don't. The person who has something to hide is Austin Holman. Obviously, he is hiding from Brazil, and of course, yeah. So he is the only one who has something to hide, not Kesa. Um, Kesa, do you still love Austin?
Why the world would I still love Austin?
Kila Zeiss, come up on the panel. Yes.
Um, I missed that. What has he been saying about her lately? Killer Zays. Uh I hope I answered your question. Someone is saying Killer Zay is Austin. What was the first? What was the first behavioral red flag or warning sign you saw in Austin? Jeez, I actually don't know if I. I'm gonna like keep talking about Austin because he just talks like too much. He talks a lot. When we went on the first date in Kigali, he really just had too much to say. He was just like yapping, 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 yapping. And I'm a good listener, but it was just a bit too much. And that was kind of like the red flag. Yeah. Kesa, thoughts on Floyd? Floyd, I don't know Floyd. I don't know Floyd. I think he's a passport bro as well. I saw that even though I don't really watch like Austin's videos anymore, I saw that they were at like a certain point they were hanging out or something. That's all I know about Floyd. I don't know him personally, so I don't really have any thoughts on him, and I don't watch his content. My bad. Oh, at any time did you have any serious? Oh no, I already answered that. Did Austin film any encounters between the two of you? I'm not sure exactly what you mean by encounters. I'm not sure. We could be talking about anything. Could be talking about anything. I'm not sure what kind of encounter you mean. Did you know he was a passport bro when you met him? To be honest, uh, I just when we went on the first date and when we spoke on the phone the first time, I did not know he was a passport bro. I just thought he was like doing the social media thing and like YouTube, but I didn't even know exactly what a passport bro is. Like I didn't know the term until I really looked into it. Like it was later on when I went on his Instagram and then I checked out his photos. I went to watch his videos and stuff like that. But yeah, encounters means sex. Wow. I don't know if I want to really address that. Are you jealous Austin gets all the girls? No, no, I'm not jealous. I'm not jealous. Mm, I think he's a bit. I mean, it's just because he's good looking. I don't think if he was not good looking, the personality is just not. It's just not giving too much. So I don't want to be a hater, but it's not giving. So yeah, and also I just feel like that like whatever he has with girls doesn't really last. My like our experience was a very good example of that. So I'm not really jealous. I don't have feelings for him, so I don't have a reason to be jealous. I feel like Austin has some kind of PTSD. I don't know. I probably should have asked him when I still had the opportunity. I think some.
Hello, Casey. Do you mind if I ask a few questions? I'm Brothers Abroad, by the way. Hello, can you guys hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear, brother. I just had a few
Yes.
questions for the lady on the panel. I think her name is Casey. That's all good. Well, I can see my my volume going up and down, so I know you guys can probably hear me, but I was just curious. Well, because I've read a few comments. I don't know if she's on mute, but if she could still hear me, um, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you are an entrepreneur, and I think that's great. But I would just say that before you met Austin, did you already have a big following on Instagram or social media? That's the first question I have. And the second one is that regarding your mother, did she have any type of commentary regards of money when it comes to Austin Holleman? Those are my first two questions. I mean, damn, did they bounce or what? Did they dip out?
I honestly don't know. It's interesting. I don't know if there's a bit of a technical error. I,
Right.
uh, I honestly don't know what's going on. I mean, that's interesting. But you're currently
I
in
would
you're
go ahead, brother.
you sorry, you're currently in Dominican Republic, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I'm in Brazil.
Brazil. Oh, eu falo
Brazil.
português.
Falo.
Eu falo de português. Oh, né?
E você também? Você fala português?
Eu não falo português, eu entendo um pouco.
Ah, que
No, my
bom.
Portuguese is bad. Nah, man, my
Nice.
Portuguese is bad.
Now it's all
Nah,
good, man. Like I said, when you slide through, just holler. It's pretty easy to if you already know Spanish or a little bit about Spanish, then Portuguese will be really easy to pick up and learn.
where in Portugal are you? I mean, sorry, Brazil are you?
And Bahia.
Oh, that's how I was living. I was living out in Bahia.
Oh, for
Actually,
sure.
yeah, yeah. I was out there for about did you do go to any of the black meetups or anything like that?
The black meetups. To keep it 100, nah, not really. I'm pretty much I would say I'm the loner. So I would just say I kind of walk my own path. No disrespect, no
No,
disrespect or
no, no, no,
whatnot.
no,
But
no, no, no.
everybody is different. But me, I'm on my lonesome. So I met a few brothers out here though, really cool, smooth brothers out here. Shout out to them. But I think we all have our own lane. When we come out here to Brazil. So hey, Brazil is big enough for everybody, well, for all of us. So we can spread out and make our
Yeah,
own
but
lane or whatnot and etc.
I was quite disappointed when I was in Bahia. If I'm being completely honest. First of all, I
Mm-hmm.
got I got gypped, completely gypped out there. I was paying an exorbitant amount of rent for my
Mm-hmm.
place, which was my fault completely. I know better, but I went. I try to explain to people. People always say, I tell people that it's like it was like one of my first vacations, and people don't
Uh-huh.
understand what that means. People don't understand what that means. They're like, "How you're a traveler and this is your first vacation?" I'm like, when you're
Right.
traveling, sometimes you're traveling to do things, to go here, to experience this, and Bahia was somewhere that I wanted to go and just sit down. If that makes any sense, had really no
Right.
schedule,
Right.
had really no, just let the day kind of happen. And
Mm-hmm.
I got the nicest place, which I thought was big because I'm a big community person, and I wanted a
Right.
space in which I could come and host people. So I was right on the beach, and everything. And I was paying about, what is it, 3,000 a month for that place.
Right. 3,000
And
reais or dollars.
no dollars.
Damn,
Yeah,
brother. Man, you
yeah.
could have. I would just say, man, listen. Um, yeah, man, they bamboozled you, my brother.
Oh no, bro. When I so the issue was so when I found the place, it looked big based on the pictures. It looked big and very
Okay, so
modern.
I
So
hope I mean I was off for a little bit. I hope that these people are not talking over Keissa.
what do you mean?
No, she
Cases not
like
talking at
yeah,
all.
she's not present, or she's on mute, or I think she went to go run some
Keissa, are you
errands.
there, Mama?
You guys refer to each other as mama in Africa? I'm just curious. Is that a
Okay.
common expression between women in Africa? Do you guys refer to each other as mama?
Yeah, he is just. Guys, what happened to Keissa? Let me message her.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, because I had a series of questions for her because if I'm not mistaken, her mom was like, "Hey, you got to go get that bag." And I'm like, "Damn, if that's the case, hey, that's what's up. Everybody and their mama trying to get that bag. So if it's an
Absolutely
entrepreneur,
not. Did you not know that? Oh my God, you are so. I mean, that is not what happened. Austin is lying about Kesa because did you know that Austin said that, why did I even let you up on here? Because that is, you don't have any shame, talking about someone's mom like this. What has her mom that got to do with this? Her mom is not like Austin's mom. Her mom didn't make herself, part of the conversation. It is so,
hmm
I mean, truly, I mean, it is very disgusting for you to bring up her mom. uh, what had her mom that got to do with that, with anything?
Okay,
You
so
guys are
I didn't want to
shameless.
interrupt you. So I'm going to actually tell you. So if I could rewind a bit before, I don't know if you dropped out or you muted yourself, but I believe the brother at the bottom was here when I had asked her. I don't know if she was present, but I asked her a series of questions, and the first question, it was just out of my curiosity because I've read some comments regarding either what she said in regards of her mother that I was curious about. So that's where the context has set a present. So this is why I wanted her to be on this panel so I can ask her directly and correct me if I'm wrong about that specific comment. So I know you just jumped into the conversation, but I wish you would have just asked me directly. You know,
No, I would not have asked
mhm.
you because it is. You should never ever bring Kesa's mom because Kesa's mom is not Austin's like Austin's mom. Austin's mom
Well,
made herself part of the
it's
conversation.
not it's not about whose mom is what. It was in regards of a comment
It doesn't
that
matter.
was
You should
regarding
not
her
bring
mother.
her mom. You should not bring her mom. African moms should not be, part of your conversation. It is already sad.
Are you a racist?
Well, I don't know. Maybe I don't know what racism has to do with it. You should never ever bring African
Because
moms
you said African moms. Why not just say moms in general? Why do you
because
have to specify
moms
about
in general
African
should not
moms?
be. I mean, you know that my main focus is African. You should not be bringing up any black mom at all.
But if her
But
mom said that, go get that bag, so it was good of
it
what you did with
doesn't.
Austin, then
It
of
doesn't
course she's
matter.
going to be added to the
You
conversation.
didn't hear her. Did you hear her saying that?
It was a comment. Sweetie, can you please listen? Listen,
I'm not
okay?
gonna listen to you because you did you I will I criticize Austin's mom because she came on the panel on his panel and talked herself. Kesa's mom, we don't even know. I mean, we have seen what she looks like, but we have never heard her talking. So bringing up Kesa's mom, and I don't even know why the freaking I let you in. I didn't even know that this is probably
Because
why
you
she
want a
is.
conversation, you want controversy, so that's why you let me up. You want to have a decent conversation that gets you views. So I'm bringing you
Love,
views.
you don't get me views. Believe me. Whenever you are on the no, you don't get me views. The only reason I bring you up is so that people do not say I only talk to people that agree with me. No, you don't get me any views. My lives do not get views. I have other people in my life that were screaming at me. My lives do not get views just because no.
Okay, so if you wanted to be rational and if you wanted to have a rational conversation, I first came up to your panel and like I said before, I didn't know where you were, but if Kayla was here because her avatar was here, so I was guessing that she was here. So I asked her that, I have two questions in regards of the comments that her mom was brought up. I was asking her verbatim, her about that comment.
She's gonna come back in a few minutes, and when she comes back, I hope you will not bring up her mom. Her mom is not part. If you want to talk about any person's mom, the person's mom you should talk about is um uh, uh,
Austin's.
Austin's mom because Austin's mom
Wow.
made
Why are you
herself part of.
discriminating though?
But I have never talked about, when people were sending me Austin's mom's IG telling me, look at her, she is the kind of
She looks
woman
like you.
she doesn't look like me.
She looks mixed like you.
No, I don't dress like her. I
I
do
said
not,
you look like her. You look mixed. And
my
Austin
dear,
mom looks mixed
you're like
also,
a little
which I think she
child.
is.
That's not the point I was trying to make. People were not sending me her IG because they thought she looked like me. They were sending me her IG because they say she is, the kind of woman that the passport bros attack. She is like a modern woman. She dresses, in like a whole, and I never criticized her because I have absolutely no problem with her. So, but I do not bring up Austin's mom because she's his mom. You bring up
Mhm.
Kesa's mom. Kesa's mom has absolutely nothing to do with this conversation.
Okay, we could drop the mom situation then. I'll in that
So,
regards of respect, I'll
Shadow
drop
Hub,
that part.
you said ticket to Brazil is at least $1,000. So I don't even know why you have to be, ableist and call me stupid. I don't even know where, but it doesn't matter if it is $1,000 or $2,000. Someone who's making six figures should be able to afford a ticket to Brazil. The fact that he has to use his PPP loan to go to Brazil tells you the six-figure barber story is a lie.
But it's his money though, so why would you judge him based on what he does with his money?
I absolutely don't judge him.
But you just did judge him though,
No, I said that
based on how
if
he used his money.
I don't understand. If I tell you I am a millionaire, and you see me, struggling to pay, for Starbucks coffee, you are going to doubt my story, and that is what I'm talking about. If Austin was making $1,000, I mean, six figures as a barber, he should be able to afford $1,000 ticket. He was not. So, anyways,
Mm.
who is the other person on the panel?
Oh, sorry guys, I've just been listening. I go by the social owner, well, that social owner. So I'm just listening to everything and how the conversation is going, and it's quite interesting in the black sector how we're constantly attacking each other. Personally, with the whole passport bro movement, I can see the poison in it. There's quite a few individuals that use it as a means to get money. They lie to young men because we do have a lot of young men that feels completely lost. The dating scene within the United States is very troublesome based on the challenges and how competitive it's gotten. So with everything that's happening, some of these guys are just coming out there and feeding fantasies, giving this idea that women overseas are more submissive or this and that. And I'm saying, and I constantly keep trying to tell them, there's not really much of a difference when it comes to women overseas. Actually, some of the women overseas, in my opinion, can be a little bit more stronger than some of the women here because they have to be. They work a lot harder. There's less opportunities, so they're more focused on building a life in certain ways and finding the right man. And sometimes they'll how would you say, they'll put aside of the weird dudes that come overseas because they understand that they're a means to an opportunity. And I've seen that on several occasions. But I'm just listening to this, and it's very troublesome. And people like Austin, the Floyds, the BMTs, all these individuals. Again, it's just there's money in the sector, and people are just doing what they do and get their bread. In my
That's
opinion.
a and I don't want to derail the topic of this live. I mean, which I will address since it is the topic. Austin Holleman says he wants to create single moms in Africa. My thoughts on that, well, I guess I'll inject my opinion on that. If he wants to, I would just say if he wants to do that, and if he has the money to support the children that he wants to create out there, and he's good with all of the baby moms, or I don't like to use that term, but the mother of those children, if he has a good mutual respect among them all, I don't see a problem with that. If they're all
Yeah,
cool with that,
that's
I mean, it's kind
because
of
you
like
are,
co-parents.
that is what I mean. I am so glad that, I was not brought up in that kind of family where men think that, they don't, their physical presence is not needed in, a child's life, that they should be
Of
just,
course, it is.
but when you are making single moms every all over the world, some of them, some of your kids are going to grow up without your physical presence, and the
It's
fact
called
that you guys
co-parenting.
that is not co-parenting. Is you have the child some time, sometimes.
Hmm.
What Austin wants to do is what, what, yeah. What Austin wants to do is um, just be an absentee dad.
And if you don't mind, can you timestamp where he had actually said that verbatim? Because I don't even
Sure.
think that
On
sounds like him.
his live. I
Mhm.
mean, if someone could, because I am on my phone, so I cannot post it here. But if
Got you.
someone could go to his last live and named, I think, day one in Cusco, and at 6:35 or 6:30, 6 hours and 30 minutes point, that is where he said that he wants to have babies in every continent.
So
So
Zed, do
if
you
you
believe in polygamy?
That's not polygamy. That is a
No,
thing.
no.
That's
I'm
not.
asking you if you believe in it. It's a yes or no question. That's
I
all I
do believe it.
ask.
I am from a culture that doesn't practice polygamy, so I do have like uh, in my heart of hearts, I don't like polygamy, but I could, support it if it is. And when I say polygamy, I mean, a man marrying several women or a woman marrying several men. I support it. I support that because if it is, between consenting adults, yeah.
Okay, so if you believe in polygamy, that is a form of one man to many women or wives or etc. So why won't you support in the example of Austin Holleman if he has the financial backing and the emotional support, meaning being there physically
He
to
cannot
support
be
his
there
children?
physically. You
Why
cannot
do you
be
not
in
agree with
six
that?
continents at the same time. That is impossible. Polygamy means, the man marries several women and they live with him.
So you support polygamy. So if he was in Africa and in Ethiopia, you'll be okay with that?
Oh, if he tries that in Ethiopia, he will be kicked out because Ethiopia
But
doesn't
why?
practice polygamy
Why would he be kicked out though?
because he is doing something illegal.
Polygamy is illegal.
Yes, it's been illegal for the last 2,000 years. We are a Christian nation. Christianity was not brought to us by colonizers. We have been Christians for the last 2,000 years. So,
But
yes,
what if he's not
our,
Christian though?
pardon me?
What if he's not Christian? So for all of
It
the
doesn't
men that
matter.
are not
It's the law.
Christian,
It's against the law. Muslims cannot practice polygamy in Ethiopia either.
polygamy. Okay, well, yeah, well, I guess that's fair enough in those African countries. But from the brother at the bottom, what do you think about the situation if a guy has the financial support and the physical support as in investing time into his
Do you not understand
what I'm
physics?
trying to ask the brother
No, no,
about
but you are
at the
asking
bottom.
him a ridiculous question. You cannot be at the same time in six continents.
You don't and
So,
you don't need to. That never happens.
pardon me?
That never happens. That is impossible. So if
Yes,
if
and
if
that
I
is
can
what
give some
Austin wants to do.
context, so
Austin
if I
wants to create babies, single moms in every continent. And he cannot be present. In fact, he said that the African girl, he's going to abandon her right after she had the baby, and let her raise the baby until the baby is 6, and then come snatch the baby from her and abandon the mom. He said, I will, she can go back to her living with her parents. So that is not responsible. That is, I don't even know why you guys support this
and
kind of
he and he,
ignorance.
and he said all this, and you could
He did.
timestamp it.
He did.
Okay,
So
He
what
well
was your
I
literally.
question?
would go ahead, brother.
What was your question? Can you phrase your question, please?
Me or Zed?
You was asking a question, and
Yeah, I mean before she cut me off, but it's all good. So I'll try to be brief about it. So if okay, so take the celebrities, right? Let's say Lil Wayne and let's say Nick Cannon, right? Nick Cannon will be a perfect example, but let's just say if he did had baby um mothers of his children were from different continents on those continents, right? But he has the financial backings to support his children. But also, if he actually played an active role, being physically there, not in every single country at that exact second, because that's logically impossible. But to make time, make plans to go to these places to take care and support these children of his. What how would you feel about that? Would that be
um,
wrong?
Somebody said social loner is a snake. Actually, I like to come into any space to have any reasonable discussions. I don't like to be an echo chamber just because I don't agree
Thank
with something
you.
somebody's saying. I like to have conversations, especially with
Of
people that I disagree
differences,
with, and of
like
differences.
you and
It's easy
I.
to, when you, yeah. So for me personally, when it comes to the idea of like I can't say the word properly, excuse me, but why
Polygamy.
can't I say that word? Polygamy. I don't know, so I can't say it. But polygamy, to each their own. But when it comes to the idea of jumping from place to place, leaving abandoned children, I take trouble with that. I take big problem with that. I have a big problem with that because the child
Right.
does need the father, does need the mother. I believe in a nuclear family. That's something that's important to me. And the idea that you could just jump from one place to the other and you're going to be able to give enough attention to each child, even if you would be in the same household and you have 20 kids, you have so much energy, so much time in a day, so much different personalities that I don't think you can give them each enough attention that can really help them grow to be a full, complete human being. So I would disagree
Amen.
with that idea. Can a man and a woman, can a man have two wives and live in the same home and have that? Again, if you're able to financially support it, all parties are in agreement. I think it could be a great benefit because there's more people more adults in the house to help the children do things, especially how these economies going and things is going. But I would never co-sign somebody in that way that would just go from one place to another, just leaving a child behind
Right.
for just simply to be breathing. So
I agree with that, my brother.
yeah, so that's kind of where I'm at with that. But again, this whole passport bro movement thing, I think it's going to implode on
You
itself,
got
man.
more beef with the passport bros than this conversation.
I
Do
got a
you
big,
not?
I got listen,
Yeah, the passport bro
I
is truly, a degenerate form of
But I'm a passport
black
bro.
manhood. Yeah,
no,
right
so
now we can. I mean, I don't like to call black men degenerates because I mean I have black brothers and father and uncles, and I know black men are not degenerate, but passport
But
bros are
a lot of men can have those kinds of traits in certain situations. All men.
absolutely not.
look,
Not my dad. I mean,
Whoa.
if my brothers at
Mhm.
21 had told my mom they wanted to have a child with more than one woman, my mom, I mean, believe me, my mom would not be, sitting
So
there and listening to them like
so what
us.
about in
And
Jamaica? Do you not consider those men to be degenerate?
any man who plans to, to make, whose future plan is to make single mothers is a degenerate. So,
But what
and
if I
about
may,
passport bros,
co-parenting though?
co-parenting is different.
Hmm.
Co-parenting happens when you have, when you are parenting with your with your with the mother of your baby. Co-parenting
Right.
doesn't happen when you are, running running away from your responsibility and trying to, to create babies all over the world.
if
I
I can
haven't
add
watched that.
something.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
So one thing I want to add too is I forgot the word for it, but I mean you're in Bahia, so
Polygamy.
you're not forget no, not that. So essentially, when it comes to the conversations of what men are leaving children all over the place and not taking care of them, believe it or
Hmm.
not, numbers wise, white men have been doing it for years, like for
Since the slave days, they are the
years,
originators of that.
for quite some time. It actually happens all over Kenya. It happens in most of countries in Africa. It happens a lot in Brazil. There's a whole saying
Facts.
for there's a whole saying for it. I've met several black Brazilians, mixed Brazilians, and they would tell me that because even in Brazil they have a saying, black women are for fun, white women are for marriage. So they'll have
Facts.
all the sex. They'll leave they'll make the children
Facts, my brother.
with the black women over there, and the black women will be proud to have a half white child because they
That's
also have the saying as
crazy, bruh.
yeah. So because they
You
also
you hit
again
the
this
head on the nail, bruh.
yeah.
Absolutely.
So they want to. So a lot of races, to all the continents, they want to lighten the race. They want to lighten the family. So when it comes
It's called
to the idea of
branquiamento.
black mental, see, so yeah, so a lot of
Yeah,
that's
and
happening, and
but the passport bros have been
Man,
running their
we're
own
not worried about that. We talking about branquiamento, whitening up that
blanqueamiento
race by black women.
because there was this guy named Joe telling Auston if he was to have a baby with an African, make sure it's not a full-blooded African because he told him to have a baby with a Mauritian girl so that the baby doesn't come, would be finer than fine, something like that. So yeah, passport bros are not just colorist; they are also trying to breed out blackness, trying to breed out
But
themselves and
But you
black
know
women.
what's really interesting? Hold on, but wait, my brother. Since you want to go with that narrative, you know what's very interesting that she says that. But I used to be with her narrative, 150% correct. But then I never really started to look at the why. Nobody wants to look at the why. How come black men, not black American men, but black men on a global scale, even African men, how come they tend to lead to go towards the white woman or non-black woman? Now, even though that in Africa, these white men have specific porn sites for African women to degrade them. And all they have to do is sell them a dream by saying, hey, we can go shopping in Europe. We can go here. I'm gonna take you there, just for leisure. I don't see black men that have these websites of mixed or non-black women selling them dreams on that just to get the box. So that's
Black
very
men do not have
interesting.
that website because black men do not have the money. If the black men had the money that white men
Now,
have, they will create. I mean, we see you that with the little money you
hold on,
have.
wait. Let me address the first thing. First and foremost, to have a website will cost you less than $20 per month, and
No,
I'm
Papa,
pretty
no,
sure
no, that is
even the
not how.
low
No,
wage making
running a
brothers can
website
afford
is
20 a month.
different. No, no, believe me, I have tried it. Running a website and running a service are two different things. So
Going back
yeah,
to
and black
going back to
men
my
do not
point.
have the technical, and I don't even blame them. I mean, I'm not attacking black men for being poor, but to say that they are somehow more morally upright than white men is not true. I mean, look,
It is true.
no,
You
it's
guys
not.
worship white men. You guys bow down to white men under any circumstances, and that's a
Miss
fact.
Miss, can I ask a question? Can I ask a question? If it's I'm not trying to enrage anybody, but Miss keep passport. Sorry, keep Africa passport free. Passport bro free.
Just call her
In my
Zed.
personal Zed, Ms. Zed, in my personal opinion, I get the feeling, again, I could be completely be off base. I get the feeling that you look down on black men and you have a certain image
Yes,
of a black man
absolutely.
that you're not
And she's a
that you're
feminist
constantly
at
looking
that too.
that you're constantly looking for reasons, even though if you presented alternative facts, you're so focused on having a certain image and sticking by that image that you will continue looking for it and picking the worst of us to constantly represent
Absolutely,
us. And
brother.
I'm not
Absolutely.
saying within the past, and I'm not saying within the passport bro movement, the under that umbrella, there's not some degenerates. I'm not saying that at all. But there's this constantly also praising of white men. Even when I brought up the white men when they were doing it to the Brazilian women, to African women, there was no pushback or anything that you really sit in that. You just went right back to, well, black men does this, black
That's
men
a
does this.
fact. She has vitriol.
Even there's been numbers that show that black men in all stay in the home more than white men.
That's
They're
a
more
fact.
engaged in their children's life and shows that.
Yes,
I mean,
especially
and
events,
that's
school
again,
events.
I always come to this like when I don't like somebody, any information that's given to me about them, I vet it even more because I'm already biased to not like them. So I really look at the information and make sure that it's solid before I kind of say, hey, you're this, you're that. Again, and I'm not saying that black men are perfect by no means. There's been a history of issues, and this again, it tends to be the worst of us. That's the loudest of us. Even within this movement, there are several black men that are traveling, doing great things, building families with either whatever race they're with. Personally, myself, I'm a black. I like black women, and that's my personal thing. I've been other women too, but again, that's what
Me
I like.
too. I'm Afro
But they
Brazilian.
do they do
I like the Afro
they're doing their
Brazilian.
thing. Yeah, but they're doing their thing because even when people say, "Oh, these black men are going overseas and they're not dealing with black women are not only just American black women
Amen.
or African black women. There's black women in Ecuador. There's black women in all these other countries in Argentina. There's black women in Brazil. Brazil has the highest black population outside
No,
Of
Africa.
it
So this
Africa.
is
doesn't. No,
why.
it doesn't.
Yeah.
Oh
No, it
my
doesn't.
God. I can't do this no
Okay, show me.
more.
Okay. We will not argue that. Show me the evidence that it doesn't. Show me the evidence that it doesn't, because we can look up the numbers and it'll show you that that's the case. But if you have any evidence to present otherwise, please present it to me. I'm more than happy to be educated if I'm wrong on this. I'm
She's
more
in
than happy to be
denial.
educated.
Only 7% of Brazilians identify as black. What you
Do you
guys
know
do?
Identifying.
he didn't say that. He said that the
Uh,
biggest
so
population, not how they identify themselves.
So if
Okay?
you guys are trying to, to impose American definition of
We're
blackness
not talking about American
on
definitions.
other, on
He
Brazil,
specifically
because
told you.
only
Hold on, can you guys hear
7%
me?
of Brazilians identify
Can you
as
guys hear me?
black. So since Brazil has a much
I
lower
don't am I on mute? Can you
population,
guys hear me?
I
a
can hear
much
you.
lower population than America, it cannot be true that there are more, Brazil has the largest
I think
population of.
Zed needs to better listen to
Okay, and then
questions and comments.
let me answer social circle. I am not, I don't hate black men. I mean, I am actually, I am on a 7-day ban from Twitter because someone had, I don't know if you guys watched that fight video where a group of white men attacked a black man and he defended himself. And someone, a racist on the comment said, wherever they go, violence follows, to mean that black men are violent. And I said, yeah, you're right, white men are violent. And I got
But
banned.
African men are violent when it
But
comes
if
to
you
white
listen,
men.
I mean, a thing about being an adult is understanding the topic. We are not. What I'm trying to tell you is that I do not hate black men. I defend black men. I actually
No,
got
you don't.
banned
That's
from.
bullshit.
I
Excuse my
am giving you
French.
an example. I just get banned for 7 days from
So
Twitter
what's your
for
example?
that. I got banned for saying white men were
That's not an
violent.
example that you support black men or you don't hate black men. What is your specific example that you do not hate black
I
American
was
men
supporting black men.
specifically?
I was
I'm talking about
supporting
black American men.
that man is a black
American.
American man. You always tell me I don't listen, but you don't listen either. So so I don't hate black men. In fact, I go out of my way to never say, when I talk about passport bros, to say passport bros and not black men. So
Could I ask you
yeah,
a question? If not to interrupt you, could I ask you? I
that's
just have a
good.
bit of a question. Again, are you married to a black man?
No.
No,
Who are you currently married to? Who are you currently married to?
no
That
one,
Where's
white
base?
man.
no one.
Are you dating? Are you dating married? Are you dating a black man or anything of that sense? Or are you married or
Mm-mm.
Yeah,
dating white men?
most of the men I
You
date
you
are a black man.
What she said she only
the
hooks
last?
up with. She did say
I'm
this
just I'm
verbatim.
just I'm just curious. I'm just curious because see, I'm also reading the comments and people are saying, people are getting upset because, we're the type of man that you're critiquing and this and that. And it's always interesting when you come to these space and try to have a real conversation. And if we want
A
to
rational
build
Because
conversation.
I think the
and
reason you guys cannot always end up are labeling me the thing that I am not is because you cannot imagine a black feminist. What is a black feminist? A black feminist is someone who believes that racism exists, who doesn't blame black men for for systemic racism. A black feminist is someone who believes that women do not need men. A black feminist is someone who believes that women and men are equal. A black feminist is someone, of course, I understand that you guys have a higher sex drive, or I understand the biological difference, but because you guys cannot like you don't understand the concept of black feminism, you are always attacking me for something I never said. When I am against Auston being a future baby mother maker, it is because it is absolutely disgusting
for someone to say that he is going to create babies and not be
I'll
in
have
their
to look at
physical presence.
that commentary or his vlog on that. Because anybody can say anything, and I'm sorry, and I'm not trying to be an ass or anything, but I just can't take your word verbatim. I have to actually look at that video and hear what he said, because things can be taken out of context. And that's why I brought up co-parenting, because there are a lot of men who have problems or don't just want to
My
be
dear,
with that woman, but they can still have children.
that is not what he said. Austin said in his own. I mean, I am so surprised that his mom allowed him to say that to her.
It just doesn't sound right, because I don't even think he functions with
This is the
African
thing,
women like that.
BA. This is the thing, and you do this all the time.
His
I
preference are
have made
not
a
African
video.
women.
I have made a video. Go watch my last video, and please go watch it, because you always will come and say, you'll argue with me for hours and hours, and I'm like, and I will say, he said this on video. You're like, well, I didn't watch it. If you do not watch the video, please do not come here and waste our time. And I'm actually Austin. Go watch Austin's video. His last live at 6:35. The one that says day one at 6:30, at 6 hours and 30 minutes. Go watch it, and then you could come and defend him, because it's or don't defend him.
I was I had a quick question. So I watched some people. I've actually seen this in person, and I see when a black woman dates a white man, or outside the race, there is a more of a submissiveness that they kind of do, and it goes. And
Big
I was thinking about
facts.
this, right? I was
Big
thinking about
facts.
this. Again, I was thinking about this too. So, for instance, I put it in this way: when a passport will, quote unquote passport will go overseas, because the women respect that person based on their perceived value and sense of ability to provide, opportunities and things of that sense. They understand that that person has, to say, a higher value than them, so they're a little bit more docile, a little bit more understand that they have to, you know for lack of a better word, behave, and not, screw it up to be with that person. And I find that a lot of black women tend to do that too. And when I see a black and black man and a black woman come together, sometimes I feel as though we're constantly fighting each other to see who's the biggest victim. Who's the biggest victim, who's been oppressed the most, who has the most problems, who's hated the most, and things of that sense. And sometimes it creates a divide by us. And I always say this, man: when the black man and the black women come together, we can be very strong, while we're constantly fighting each other. And we're trying to have real conversations where people try to bring their points of view. I'm not saying my point of view might make sense to you, or your point of view necessarily makes sense to me, but understand that, can we have a conversation where we're not trying, where I don't want you to think I'm trying to hate. When I said, "Are you dating a white man?" I wasn't asking that because I care you dating a white man. Love is hard as hell to find nowadays. Date who you want to date. But to me, there's also certain conversations you really can't be fully invested in if you're not fully invested in building a black family. And the only person that can really build a real black family, in my opinion, is a black man and a black woman. Do you see
But
what I'm saying?
that is
So
not.
there's a
I mean,
split.
Amen.
and I
There's a
mean,
split loyalty. There's a split
that is
loyalty in
not
that.
the point. The point is, you cannot build a strong family when you have babies all over the world. If
Damn.
my dad,
Own this
if
dude,
my
bro.
dad, if I mean, thank God for my dad. I swear to God. If my dad had children all over Ethiopia, let alone just all over the world, I don't think he would have spent. He would have been a great presence in my life as he has been. And you guys not seeing any problem with the young man saying that his plan is to have babies all over the world, is just makes you guys just as depraved as he is. And there is
Let's
to justify it, if I mean creating all kinds
okay,
of hypothetical situations
okay,
that don't exist. You cannot be at
okay.
the same.
Let me ask you this question, if I may. Okay, why are you so hyper focused on Austin as though he's the only black man that exists?
She likes him. She's in denial of it.
I can listen. Austin does some weird stuff, and Austin's going to be Austin. Austin's whole YouTube and things like that is to create controversy because it allows him to stay in the algorithm and keep building. And I see the game, I see the play of it, and do him, bro, brother, make your money. My only issue that I take is that I do see a lot of young black men getting lost in the sauce, and they're saying,
No,
"Oh,
they're
come
not,
overseas."
because most
But
of his audience is 35 and above. So do not blame the degeneracy on young age. It is
how do you know
passport
that?
bros.
How do you know that? How do you know how do you know the average age
Oh my
of
God,
this
he
of this
has
gen?
said, actually, he even said it very recently. He said only
Okay,
9% of his audience is his age or lower. Most of his audience
okay.
is, above 35.
Well, I didn't personally hear that, but I mean, I'll take your word for it. But
You
again,
got
what
to
I'm
go
saying is,
watch his
even
video
men,
before you critique.
yeah, even men in his and I'm watch I there's a lot of lost men and they're looking for opportunities. The dating scene here kind of sucks, and I can understand why some dudes, especially some of these dudes, do not. They haven't had the even opportunities to develop a personality, to develop who they're going to be. They're constantly being rejected. They're constantly being told they're not enough. They're constantly being this and this and this. There's a lot that's going on with men here, and I'm not saying again. I'm not saying that there's no stuff that's going on with women at all. But I'm a man. I speak from a man's perspective, and I speak for men in a man's point of view. Just as I'm a black man, I speak from a black man perspective. I'm not saying the white race don't have their own issues, the Asian race don't have their own issues. Even recently,
Guys,
I was
I have to. I'm going to do a little bit of shopping, so I will step out because I have to take myself off the thing, so that, because for some reason my Bluetooth is not working. So, but I will try to check in every now and.
at the end of. Yeah, so
No.
finish my. So can you gentlemen hear me? Can you gentlemen hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, brother. Go ahead.
Yes, yeah. So to finish my point, man, I'm saying like we're in a mess. We're just in a
Right.
big mess. Even I'm seeing some of these YouTubers say, "Go overseas, everything's going to be okay." How are you going to earn an income? You don't even know the language. You don't know the culture. You know these dudes. They're going
Big
to just the fun
facts.
parts of the party. They're going to only last for like a week or two based on their ability to generate the money that they save. It's not this permanent solution. Some of these guys honestly haven't been outside their basements. They haven't really been into the real world. They play video games. All their interaction is online, and so I don't know. I
Brother,
try to think. Even the other day, I
can I
was
keep it 100
yeah.
with you?
Please, yeah. Please go ahead.
I mean, at the end of the day, and this is no big secret, but and I don't know why everybody is like so surprised, but niggas just want to fuck. Like it's just that nowadays, we have more options of women to choose from the pool, and women hate that. They won't tell you that, but they will absolutely not tell you that. But they hate that brothers have an abundance, an infinite
But
amount of
but
I
his
want to say
options
something.
of women to choose from to bang.
BA, if,
but
if
his
it's just that, then why don't they just say that? Why do they have to lead with Western women are trash, black women are
And
trash?
I'm glad you asked that, because I'm going to tell you the exact reason why. It's because, and I don't want to put a race on it, but these women, I'm going to be very politically correct. These
No, go
women
ahead.
do the very best job at shaming, publicly shaming, and using those tactics to downgrade a group of people. Okay, so these brothers feel shamed. Nobody wants to be shamed and thrown into the hellfire, of course. So they would rather do what they do and keep their mouth shut when it comes to responding back to black women directly, or I'll just say American women, because you know what, this is not even about this is bigger. The response and the backlash that brothers that go overseas get are from not even just American women, but Western women nowadays. You got women in the UK that jumped on board now with this, oh, passport bros. This, I'm like, goddamn, niggas made it all the way to the UK. Like that shit is crazy,
But
right?
BA,
So, but hold on, but wait, cause so you asked me a question.
yeah,
So the thing is that the reason why they they want to keep their mouth shut when it comes to not responding back to these groups of women. You feel me? They're shamed. That's why they don't just come out and say it like me. Like my girl, I told her straight up, like, listen, I came to Brazil for that exotic woman and land in the beautiful landscapes out here. But the key feature, the exotic women out here. And she just laughed and was just like she was delightful about it. And it's just that it's so stupid that why would women not be wanted to be put on a pedestal if they're not from that country? So I get it because up on God, if the roles were reversed about American women, so if foreign men would be in this space talking about, man, the American woman is the most, man, grateful, delightful, and all of the things down that list, compliments, there would be no backlash.
their
There would
women would be.
be,
Mm-mm. Their women would be on social media acting just like Western women. So this is what I'm trying to
oh,
get you to understand, BA,
come
is that
on, no.
you're
Why are you being
you're
disingenuous,
no,
man?
no, 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 no. BA, just let me say this.
Go ahead.
You have the chicken and the egg reversed. What passport bros threw the rock, hid their hand, and then when the Western women threw their rock, they said, "Oh, look, they're the ones who are so
Rock.
pressed over us leaving." No, it's because they threw the rock first. Women don't care about these passport bros. They're laughing in their faces. It's they're really just laughing in their faces. But that's what I'm saying. And I said on one of two panels ago with you, I said if passport bros just wanted sex and they just went over to the other countries and did that, they would be a problem to those other countries. They wouldn't. No women over here would care. They don't care about, oh, they're exploring their options to have sex abroad, because they don't want to just have sex with these men. They want to have families. They want to have relationships. They want to have emotional rapport with these men that do not want to have that. So they're fleeing these countries to go have sex with women that they don't care to build that stuff. In most cases, you might be different because you have a fiance, but most of these passport bros are not trying to have a substantial relationship. They just want to have sex, like you said.
But that's not always the case though. They just may not tell you or put it out on YouTube like that because we know the negativity gets the most views. Just like Zed, for example. She know when she cooks up a controversial topic, she gets a lot more views than the normal um videos or lives that she does. Let's just keep it 100. So all I'm saying is that yes, brothers go abroad because they are starting to realize that they have an infinite amount of options in the fruitful garden. Amen. Hallelujah. You feel me? And now the roles are reversed where men get to choose from the fruitful garden rather than men fighting over one chick. Like, I'm sorry, baby, but shit, them days are over. Especially if you got a passport. Like, it's just the society that we live in now where a lot of these things rule in men's favor. Sorry, that's just the way it is. Now, I will shout out and salute. I forget her name, but she was on the last live, Zed's last live. I think she was from Georgia or some stuff like that because
Seven
she
from
was
the
making a
chat.
comparison. Yeah, she said that when I was in Georgia, shit, I had too much competition. She didn't say that verbatim, but in that context, there was the ratio of women to men are a lot higher, which means that men have a bigger pool of smacking on more women than women just have to deal with it. Let's just keep it 100, right? So she said, you know what? I'm going to a different state where pretty much I'm the prize there, and I was like, I fucks with that for sure. You made a very tactical decision. And I salute her on that because it's true. So brothers know when they go abroad, they have a plethora of options. And even in those societies, the female to male ratio is a lot higher out there. Sorry, that's just what it is. They may not come out and say it, but that's the reality of it. And also, okay, the sex culture, especially in Latin America, is it's a lot more open. It's not such a taboo thing like it is in the Western world, aka Europe or aka the United States of America. So it's more open and friendly when it comes to these Latin American countries. It's a norm. It's a
Can you explain
normality.
what Can you explain what that means by open?
Open,
Yeah.
open, meaning that they're more friendly with it. It's not like shh, 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 like, hey, don't talk about that. Like kissing in the mouth. Oh my God, you have to be my boyfriend. Like, no, it doesn't. Is listen. One thing that I've learned about Brazil specifically, and I have to be very careful, but Brazil, their culture, the intimate culture has taught me a lot of fucking things. And I would just say they are on a higher level with intimacy when it comes to their different levels of intimacy and labels than the United States of America. Of America. It's funny. I was just having the
Explain
same conversation with my homegirl. Huh?
explain something about that because like we're not familiar with that at all. Just I mean, if you
Okay,
say
so okay, cool. Amigos Ficantes. So Amigos Ficantes is pretty much similar to friends with benefits in the United States. But the
Benefits.
thing out here
Interesting.
is that Amigos Ficantes. So which means that she knows that you're with other women, and she don't give two issues about it. Completely cool,
Eh, I have to
and she could
I have to disagree
hold on,
from
but
the
what?
if I
Hold on, no,
if I could
but brother,
if
brother,
if I
listen,
could interject
just
if I
just hear just hear me
if
out. Listen, these aren't
I can
my
interject at this
opinions.
point.
Go ahead.
Oh, of course. Okay. 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 If you say your opinions and that completely neglect what I want to say,
These aren't my
because
opinions. I'm just relaying
yes, that's what
information. Go ahead.
some of the because again I have a lot of conversation with the Brazilian women that I was meeting just friends or anything like that. They
In
what
the
they
states.
con what no in Brazil. I was living in Brazil.
Okay. Uh
Yeah.
huh.
So some
Go
of
ahead.
the things what they were telling me is that the men were so promiscuous. There's so many beautiful women. They were cheating and doing all these things. They didn't like it, but they feel it
Hmm.
was going to
Of
happen,
course,
so they might as
of
well just
course,
be
they
okay
didn't
with it.
like it.
So this so there's a
Go ahead.
difference because you stated that they say they're okay with it. They're not okay with it. They understand something that's going to happen, so they like I can't do
Now
nothing
let
about it,
me
kind of a
quickly
situation.
intervene. Like I said, you
That's what's
have to
coming to
listen.
me.
You can't be like Zed, my brother, respectfully. So listen,
No,
as I said before, amigos ficantes, which is similar to friends with benefits. I am not speaking in terms of a relationship as a serious
okay,
relationship, boyfriend girlfriend. I'm referring to friends with
friends with benefits.
benefits. Exactly. So you have to look at it from that context. Okay. So going back to what I said again, they don't have a problem with that. They know that you have the freedom. They call it sin permiso, which means without commitment. Both
Understood.
parties know about that, and this is a norm in Brazil. Almost every, even Christian and religious girls, knows about these types of things. They may not parlay in it, but they know that it's a cultural thing. It's just like with us in the West. We hook up, or we have friends with the benefits. But as I would say, the girls don't get angry about that. Like in other countries, some may feel a certain type of way, even though you guys are just smacking. I'm just
Oh
keeping
man,
it a thou,
it's
bro.
just I mean, yeah, I mean, I understand why I saw a lot of guys. Again, when a lot of these dudes go overseas, because again, people don't. I think, in my opinion, again, that's why I say my opinion because people will always disagree with you no matter what you say.
Right, right.
Um, that men can really, in this society that we're currently living in, especially within the westernized world, men are the only ones that can truly be lonely. If that makes any sense, right? A woman, no
Mhm.
matter what's going on with her, how many kids she got, how big she is, how she didn't do anything in life, she's always a dude. It might be the quality of dude she wants, but it's always a dude as low as she can be, is always going to want her, for either just for strictly sexual pleasure, which again, it's at least you have some connection with somebody. Dudes who
Right.
haven't had a woman look at him, talk to him, send them a message in years, and this is a reality. So some of these guys go overseas, and when they're in the States, they might literally have that idea that I just want one woman to love me, build a family, things like that. But they go overseas and they get bombarded with options that were completely out of
Facts.
reach. That they not even
Absolutely. Go ahead,
that they
brother.
did not even believe that was even possible. I mean, so you
And that's why
imagine that
brothers
you're a
get
man.
so excited.
Yeah, imagine that you're a man that's essentially just a basic average man. Even let's say you work at McDonald's and you somehow was able to scrunch up a couple of dollars to go to like a Brazil,
Right, right.
Argentina, and place like that, and you land there, and women that used to like pretty much essentially women that are equivalency to Instagram models, the ones you kind of look at, and they actually look like that, smiling at
Mm.
you, talking to you, excited when you ask them to go out.
It'll change a man.
Honestly, I can see how these
And then you
it
become a
could just be.
degenerate and want to make those
Oh,
women
come on. Let the brother
Listen.
speak.
single
So
baby
so
mothers because
Hold on, but
if
wait, they're
the,
not even having sex. Yeah, he's just looking at her and she's just giving him a normal conversation. Like we never said anything about sex. You rudely interrupted the brother. Let that man speak his thoughts. Go ahead, brother.
so for me, so I've watched a lot of these dudes go through that, and that's why they'll come here. They have that. Somebody said that when you get back on the plane, the depression you get when you go back to the States and things of that sense.
Facts.
So
Absolutely.
so but yeah, guys will become essentially what will be a fuckboy. Like if you come here and you look at the behavior that's happening on online dating, which primarily women have more of the options and options that's completely wouldn't from day to day be available to them, but because they're on there and a dude just rather sleep with somebody than use his hands, they're thinking that they're putting themselves in an elevated state that they have not earned. You know what I mean? I tell
Mm.
people is don't so it's the same thing with this. It kind of happened the same way with these men. And the other thing women need to understand is for most men's needs, you can pay somebody to do that. But for most women, it's not the same way. You can't pay somebody to pay your bills. If we look at what men is primarily vied for and what women is primarily vied for, I'm not saying there's not overlays and it's not different, there's not outliers and things like that. But men tend to be vied for their provision, their leadership, their ability to build a home and do all these things, and women are primarily vied for their beauty, their femininity, their ability to have children. If you want children, that tends to be it. I'm not trying to be sexist. It's just what it is. But when you go overseas, you have a lot of more options of women raised that way who both not only, take pride in that, also
Praise
they
the
have the
Lord.
beauty
so
aspect.
what
They have
is
the, they have the
what
You see,
why do
brother is
you
on
want
board.
to have because you guys are taking the conversation in another
so
way, which
what,
the
what
conversation is the degeneracy of wanting to have multiple single mothers all over the world.
But I
That
talked
is the
about
but
conversation.
that's
co-parenting though.
Miss
Hold on,
That
wait,
is,
Miss
you
wait, brother.
cannot
Hold on, brother,
co-parent.
wait.
You cannot co-parent remotely, and
Okay, ma'am, Zed, you're solely talking about one comment from Austin, but for a lot of brothers who do have children with different women in different countries, if they are co-parenting, meaning that they are physically and they are financially providing and they have
tell
mutual
me
relations
how
with the
are you
baby mom,
present?
then that's
How do you
cool.
get present? How do you get present in Africa, Australia, Europe, and whatever other
By going there
countries?
at different times.
No, you're
Miss
not
What do you
physically
mean?
present.
Miss Zed. So for instance, Elon Musk, he has several children. You have the Canadians have several children. Now, I don't agree with the idea of a man going from country to country, just leaving his seed all over the place. To me, that's stupidity, and I don't think that's a good thing at all for
So that's
anybody.
degeneracy.
But but
It's not
but
That's not
but
stupidity.
also
degeneracy.
but
It is
also
degeneracy.
Miss Zed, you hyper focus on one individual,
She
I
right?
am
likes
not.
the brother. She don't want to
I
admit
gave
that.
you. Sorry,
She
I
she
gave
own she
you.
owned him tough.
I gave you a context. When
Okay,
Austin was
okay.
saying that kind of, telling that degeneracy behavior,
Uh-huh.
his supporters, his
That's
middle-aged
an echo chamber.
supporter,
But that's it.
Right.
But
I
Miss
think the
Zed,
brother
supporters.
at
Miss
the
Zed,
bottom want to speak.
but let me finish one thing. Let me finish one point if I may. But Miss Zed, you have to understand though,
Sure.
that is also an echo chamber. Like-minded people tend to hang out with like-minded people, and they, for the most part, and they tend to agree on the same kind of things. So if we
But
were to look at
aren't you part of that echo chamber though?
me myself, what have I said
Yes,
that I
I
agree
mean,
with? And I have and I have told you on several
if
occasions and on this
if
conversation.
someone, I haven't heard you denouncing this degeneracy. What I have seen you doing is trying to create some hypothetical where having
No, 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 no. You're completely. I could. We can factually say you're not listening because I have denounced that on several. Even just moments ago, I said I
no,
do not agree with that
you
behavior.
actually what you have been saying is that
Has anybody in the panel?
white men do this
Anybody in the panel?
that. Ted, do you think that wanting to create single mothers all over the world is a
Why do you
degenerate
keep
act?
saying single? Why do you keep bringing up the term single?
Because when you abandon your child, that's
So
what
did he
why.
say I want to abandon my children? Is that what he said
Hold on, what
verbatim?
is the definition of a single mom?
A person that doesn't have a partner, aka a boyfriend or a husband that is taking care of her child by
Exactly, that's
herself.
what Auston plans to do. Auston plans to have babies all over the world. You cannot be, a president dad when you are in another continent creating babies with another woman. I don't know what I mean. Are you now trying to change the definition of single mom to mean
Not at
that?
all. I
It's
think the brother
interesting.
at the bottom want to speak. I think he's on mute though. Go ahead,
I
brother.
think
I
with
think
those
he's on mute
headphones with
though.
the. I think he's a trucker. Jim with the locks. I believe you're
Oh,
on mute.
Yeah,
damn. Y'all can hear me?
yeah. Now you good now,
Yeah.
brother.
I had my mic turned off, man. How y'all doing? Zed, how you doing, babe?
How am I doing? I'm doing fine.
When we finna get married?
That's what's up.
I'm waiting for answers, Zed. I'm dead serious, too. What's up?
Am I the only one who didn't hear it? What's the question?
He
When
said,
are we
when is he
going
trying to
to
get married to
when
you?
are we going to get married, Zed? Me and you, we're gonna elope. When is this gonna happen?
Who said that? Is that Peter who said this?
No, this Peter.
She
Peter
said,
is the
nah,
one
because
who.
you ain't Austin.
BA, BA. Hold on, brother. Let me work my magic. What's babe?
All right, let me
So
go on
are
mute.
you the one who wants to marry me? Hold on, I just want to know who wants to marry me. Peter?
This Peter.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, guys. So continue. So yeah,
I
if
bel
you are not, denouncing the degeneracy, you are part of the degeneracy.
But
did you listen to anything that did you listen to anything
no,
that
no,
I
she
stated?
didn't. No.
I, I come on here to have an honest conversation and actually, have a dialogue back and forth. But again, you're so hyper focused on your points that you don't care what
With
information that's
Austin.
presented to you. You are literally saying that I did not denounce it, and I've done so several times during this conversation. Even before you said it again, it was moments ago. I denounced it. I said I do not agree with leaving children all over this continent and doing these things. I said that on several occasions. Even I'm reading your chat again. It's another hyper like a chamber. I am on different spaces. I do go to Floyd's channel. I've been on Austin's and at other individuals' channels, and I've talked and I've done these things again because I do enjoy engaging in different kind of conversations. I make jokes because I'm a human being. I make jokes, and I do try to shift the things to positivity. Recently, we've been giving meals away to the homeless on Floyd's channel because he wasn't doing anything. So I'm like, again, because he is a bad image for the black man, but it is what it is. We're always gonna have those. And I
Let
and
me
I
try
and I
to
try to do
rotate
and I
this
try
right
to
quick.
work. I try to do something with that. But then again, but Miss keep Africa passport
Zed, my
free.
name is Zed.
I,
Zed.
Ms. Zed, again, like I feel as though that you're so concrete tied to these points that you're hyper focused on one individual as though they're the complete embodiment of black men. And I'm not saying there's not black men who doing stupid things out there, but there's a lot of amazing black men, and they tend to be, not on the social media. They tend to be quiet. They tend to be about their business. So in that
And some
spaces
of them
sometimes.
are my brothers and dad. I mean, I know. I don't know why you are telling me. I come from a big family of nice black men. So
I know several people that's come from black families. They don't like black men. Like even I know some black men that come from black women that don't like black women. They love their
so
mother, but they
no,
don't like
but
them
you are telling
because
me I should. You making it look like I do not know black men who do nice things. I mean, I like I said, one of those are my brothers. So your point
I mean
doesn't
that's
make
family.
sense.
That's okay. Do you know any other black men besides your family that's tied to you by blood or anything like that in your life?
Yeah, that is doing a good thing. Yes.
So I don't know. I mean, honestly, I don't feel this conversation will change anybody's mind. I think again, this is another echo chamber kind of situation. You're fixated on one point, and that's completely fine. Do your thing. Do your thing.
I
That's
don't
again,
understand.
again.
When I criticize Austin, I have never said that this is how all black men act. I say this is how passport bros behave. Yes, Austin is a representation of how passport bros behave, because I mean he is like the biggest, if not one of the biggest, if not the biggest fish out there in the passport bros sphere. So yeah, when I criticize him, I believe that he is the representation of passport bros.
Do you find Austin attractive?
Absolutely not. And this is not me. But let me tell you guys, I'm not attracted to men that are more than 10 years younger than me. Austin
So,
is.
so,
Do you guys know
so,
that
sir,
I
you got
have
to ask
actually?
her. Do you find him physically attractive? You got to
And
be very
let me finish.
precise.
Let me finish. Austin's mom is younger than me. That is how young Austin is. I do not look at him like it's almost like looking at a child. I will never be attracted to a 2 year old. That is how I see Austin. Austin, but even if Austin was an older person, I wouldn't find him attractive because he's so skinny. I mean, I call Austin telegenic, which is someone who looks good on TV, on video, but is not good looking in real life. Because I mean, whenever you see his whole body, he is not really an attractive guy. I'm sorry, he's too skinny. He look like a 12-year-old. He always yeah. I don't find him attractive at all.
What's the guy on the bottom right's name? I haven't seen him in a panel before.
Um, yeah, I forgot.
Myself?
Yeah,
Name?
Sorry. That's social loner. I go by that social loner.
social
So long.
loner.
Okay, cool. I hate to sidetrack it, but you brought up something a while ago about how a lot of men in the United States feel like forlorn. They feel like they've been rejected. They feel like women, Western women, are just like putting them on blast, and putting them down. And I'm like, I'd love to hear some examples of that, because like when you hear a lot of these red pillars, incels, manosphere
Okay.
guys speak that. No, well, I'll finish the point in a second. When they
Oh,
do
please.
cite these examples, a lot of times they're like, look at the, they'll cite Cardi B or Meg Thee Stallion, or they'll quote someone who does not represent. Me personally, I can't cite one example or trend of people who are saying all Western men are terrible.
Okay, so an example that we could use that again, it's going to be one of those things that you got to be there situation,
Yeah.
right? I've been to a lot of man spaces, and I've spoken to them again because I'm somebody that loves to engage with other people and talk. But one of the things that you might be able to look at into is like, let's look at the dating websites, right?
Mhm.
And if you can look at the metrics for what most women would even say that they're looking for. Let's use another example, like a Kendra G show.
Mhm.
Again, I'm giving you these examples because these are things you can look at and see what's required, what's asked for. You can look at these individuals and be like, okay, do this person qualifies for the job that they're trying to get? Everybody they want a certain sector of man that's like, certain. Again, I'm not saying all women because there's always outliers, and even good women sometimes find these to be non-true because they know, because I don't think this way, you don't think this way, and also sometimes your friends don't think this way because we tend to hang with like-minded people. So if you don't look at the whole mosaic of the picture, you might only be able to so fixated on your piece and only see the color red or the color blue. There are men in the space within these like red pill spaces and things like that that are so focused on certain things, they've been told certain things that they didn't even go out there and try to live a life, try to talk to people. But if you look at the data, just what we can see and things like that, it is true. Women would like a man who makes $100,000, and if you look on the U.S., what a percentage of men make this? I was watching something recently, and it was showing these women were asking. They asked the women, "Hey, how much do you think your man should make?" And they were saying $200,000 or 100,000 or $400,000. These crazy numbers, and people were like, "Dude, how's that this and this and this?" And everybody was making fun of them, and saying, "Oh, that's crazy." I'm like, but in their world, because again, one of the things about like we will say lower status men that people don't realize is the reason why these women can say $200,000, $400,000, because that's the lowest number they'd even see that exists. Some of these men, not only are they not even being looked at, not only are they not even being looked at, they don't even exist when it comes to doing the numbers. So if you're somebody that constantly have access to a man, because again, a man will always deal with a woman based on looks or based on how horny or so. But a woman be like, "Oh, I was dating this dude for 2 months." You wasn't dating this dude. He was sleeping with you for 2 months. There's a difference. You saw a relationship. He saw buns. Even when that young lady said I was dating Auston, even when that lady said I was dating Auston for
Nah, he
2 weeks, you
was
wasn't dating
smacking.
Auston. You
That's
were
what that
spending time with
was.
him, and he was sleeping with you. So you thought it was a relationship, but it wasn't a relationship. So what happens is, because these women have access to these men based on those men's sexual needs or things like that, they then think that they deserve a certain level of man, and with the person that tends to be on their own level can't even compete with that. And so later
Mm.
on, so now what's happening what's now what's happening is the average man is going overseas and he's becoming unaverage. Because let's say you're making $50,000 in the US, you go to a Brazil, now you're top 10%. You can
Facts.
go find you can then dine in the nicer restaurants, you can have the nicer clothes, you can go to a Thailand. So that's essentially what happens. Men have always moved to better lands with better opportunities so that they can so whatever they have can be
It's
multiplied.
called
And that's
leverage.
kind of that it's called leverage. Men leverage their provision. That's what men leverage. And those women wanted provision because you don't understand, in these countries we don't have these social oh, you get food stamps, you get this and this and that and this. You need a partner who can provide. You need this. This is the exchange of man and woman. Here you
Yeah,
have women that makes $100,000 and she's going to want a dude that makes $200,000. But the she don't
not
understand is,
necessarily. No, from all respect,
listen,
not necessarily.
again, I would not say, okay, I'm speaking in generalization. You can only speak if we go into nuances, we're gonna have a big conversation
Yeah,
that goes
yeah.
nowhere. In generalization, women tends to want a man who's higher than her in the social economic classes, on looks, on height, on money, and all these things, that she can feel protected in that way. She decides she want to quit her job and have the kids, she can do that. That tends to be what it is. If we're going to be honest with it. So, but what
Mhm.
happens is a man will make a man that making $100,000, $200,000. First of all, for a woman to make $100,000 and $200,000 and be in those spaces, there's a form of masculinity that she needs to have to operate in that space. And I'm not saying it's fair. I'm not saying she can't do it, but I'm saying again, in anything you do in life, you kind of lose in other aspects. If she wants to become really masculine in that space, she loses a bit of her femininity. She does. It's just what happens naturally. And I'm not saying it sucks, but it is what it is. You know what I mean? So what happens is that man that makes $200,000, he's still willing to date the girl who works at Starbucks
Right.
because she's pretty. And not only is she
Right.
pretty, when he wants to go to Bora Bora, but I'm being honest, but when he wants to go to Bora Bora, he doesn't care about her money. A lot of women will present things thinking that men care about, but you're just presenting like a dude. Oh, I make this much. I have my degree. I have my money. And again, it's a great bonus and a great thing. And it sucks. And I know it doesn't make sense, but it is what it is. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, we're still animals playing civilized. That's what we're doing. We still have these kind of, these roles for each sex. And it sucks, but it's just what it is. So when a man makes $100,000, he can still impress the girl who works at Starbucks. If I take a woman who makes $90,000 with me, make $100,000 in me, I'm going to have to do a lot more to impress her, to lead her, or do all these things than the woman who works at Wendy's. And all she really has to do to impress me is be pretty and be available. Let's just be realistic. Yes,
Facts.
I like a nice personality. So when I say, "Hey, babe, let's go to Cancun," she works at Starbucks. She can call off for 2 weeks from Starbucks. She lose her job, she just go work at McDonald's or whatever. But when we're both CEOs and both of this, there's a huge, schedules. There's all these things that we have to deal with. A lot of upper tier people, they tend to get together not because of love, but most because of they understand how it makes them look. You know, pushing the family in this, but they don't have side. Like a man will have his side piece, and she'll have her side piece. It happens a lot when you get up there because it's a lot. I'm just saying. So you can disagree, but facts are facts. It doesn't care about your feelings, and we wanna be more how would you say evolved and this and that. But in reality, this is what it is. This is why a lot of these dudes who are just nothing here making $40,000 and they go overseas and they're big shots. It is what it
Facts.
is. The
Well,
average person,
yeah.
sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, please. Let me let you speak.
No, no,
Apologies.
finish your point. No, finish your point. Real quick.
Yeah, so
I
that's just
think it was.
that's
Oh, go
just
ahead.
yeah. I'm pretty much finished though, but that's just what my point is, man. And it's like people want to act like it's more than that, but in reality, just how when Austin goes to these countries, and the young lady stated it. Oh, he's good looking, so I got with him because of that. And she also got with him because of clout. He had because right now one of the
Facts.
one of the things that men are seen for is their Instagram followers, their YouTube followers. Even myself, I have 20,000 Instagram followers, and I remember I had asked this young lady for a number before, and she wasn't giving it to me, and she was just like, And then I had opened my Instagram, asked her for Instagram, and let's follow each other. Soon as she saw 20,000 followers, her eyes lit up. I'm like, nothing changed about me. I'm still the same person. But it was just idea of social proof of who is this guy now? Why does he have 20,000
They
followers?
want that
I need to
social
get to know him.
status. They want to
They
be in
want
the
that, and
light.
then I've had a young lady that wanted me to tag her. She was all flirty and wanted me to tag her and be like,
Hey,
oh,
you got me
I didn't really
effed
get I
up.
didn't I didn't really get a lot of followers by being associated with you. Again, this is what it is. This is what it becomes. It's an exchange.
Anyways, that's not the topic of the conversation. The
You
topic of the conversation
Your
is
destination is ahead.
sorry, guys.
got to keep them eyes on the road.
Yeah. So the topic of the conversation is that passport bros are degenerate,
That's
and
not the topic of the conversation.
Papa, I am the one who fits the conversation, right? The topic of the conversation,
The
and
the top the topic is you wrote Austin Holleman says he wants to create single moms in Africa plus chat with Casey. That's what you wrote verbatim. That's the topic of the live. Did you not write that?
I mean, in a nutshell,
Miss
they're both
Ed,
the
Miss
same.
Ed, Miss Ed, when it comes to the Austin traveling thing, okay, we need to just admit this. Austin is not a traveler. Austin is just a lifestyle individual that just happens to travel. There's a difference. There's a
He's a grifter.
difference. And that's what he does. He's a lifestyle dude, that just happens to travel. That's just what it is. He's not. I wouldn't
Brother,
necessarily consider Austin a traveler.
brother,
Go ahead.
she doesn't want to talk about that. As you bring up or as she reiterates the topic, she wants to put black American men as degenerates. This is why the first statement that comes out of her mouth when it comes back to rolling it back to the topic, she says we're talking about the degenerates of black men regarding or referencing Austin, regarding this topic. So she just wants to attack black American men based on, Austin Holleman's commentary. And you know what? And to answer your what question, brother, when you asked her, do you like Austin, like behind the scenes? I remember the I think 2 lives ago, and I asked her verbatim. We actually had a really good talk, and I asked her, what is your beef with Austin before this whole situation? She said, okay, this is my story. I really actually used to watch Austin, and I actually was one of his fans. I actually was one of his super fans in the beginning because he promoted Africa in the continent of Africa, and not just as hey, we're some poor country, or where only showed the best parts. But she said herself that he actually just walked around like a normal African doing normal things, and this is why she really admired Austin. Like she used to fuck with Austin tough when it comes to, him promoting content in Africa. So I then asked her, okay, so what was the downfall? Like, what made you stop being a super fan of Austin? And she said, well, once I saw that video with Casey when she was making him dinner and he was just sitting down and he just wanted to eat by himself and he didn't want to help her cook. So this was the beginning of her downfall, what initiated her, hatred towards Austin, just because he wasn't helping Casey. No, let me. I think that was the other African one, but pretty much he wasn't helping that African woman make dinner, and she just didn't like that. But I told her, but they're not dating, and he's making content towards his followers. So why
Well,
is that a big deal?
BA, let
So
me say
that's
one
so.
thing.
Go ahead, brother.
Sorry. If you look at the Abbey of Zed, if you look at Zed's Abbey, it's a bunch of like middle-aged men, and they really predate Austin Holleman. Austin Holleman just kind of was the one who kind of was able to galvanize a lot of these men his age, twice his age, men more than twice his age, and stuff like that. It is does Austin Holleman maybe do some things that are positive? Yeah, he promotes fitness in the gym. I go to his channel sometimes and I see he says like, hey, go to the gym with me. So he promotes health for black men, but he's aligned himself with a movement that does promote degeneracy. Maybe some of them people who travel and they want to find wives in Brazil or whatever the heck might be looking
But
there
what
for
do you
love.
consider degenerate though? Because I'm not familiar
Okay.
with that term.
Okay.
Um,
Okay. If I go ahead.
Hold on, wait. But can any of you guys? Well, since you're the
yeah,
one
I'll
talking,
go ahead.
Tiger, can you tell me what degenerate is and how it's used in the context?
I think the culture of sex tourism is degenerate. I
That's not
think
degenerate at all. That's one's opinion if that's the case.
And
that's fine.
that's
You
been
can.
happening way before Passport Bros. Way
I'm
before
not saying it
Passport
isn't.
Bros.
I'm not saying it isn't.
And
I'm
that's
not
not
saying it
considered
isn't.
degenerate.
I don't agree with it though, but why is it when a black man started doing it, it becomes this whole
Degenerate.
it's
But no.
degenerative thing.
That's a good. That's a good.
Okay,
That's a,
I don't agree with the whole sex. I just think it's stupid, especially some of these young dudes. I'm like, bro, at least go outside and be rejected a couple of times before it's like when a girl starts an OnlyFans as soon as you turn 18. I'm like, damn, at least try to ferret life first before you just give up your whole life. But to me, it's just when I see this, it's always a lot of these spaces. It's just
many
when
panels
black
me
men
and I
do
speak about.
something.
I don't really
Go ahead.
call
It
black men.
become people
Sometimes I
label
do,
it
but a
as
lot of times
degenerate.
You know,
I speak about
when
incels and incels, manosphere, red pillars. That's regardless of race. Now, a lot of times the
Hold on,
passport
wait.
bros,
So
mostly
hold on, so
from
wait.
my
The first thing you
go ahead.
said was okay. So sex. You said that sex tourism is considered degenerate. What else do you consider degenerate?
Yeah. I think that
Tiger,
the way
I'm
they
talking to you.
see
Go ahead.
women, yeah.
You
I think
said
the way they
the way
see
that you
women, the way
think,
they view.
or it is degenerate.
No, the way that they talk about women, that they view women, I think is degenerate, or it is something similar to that. It is a negative. It's a negative. It's a negative outlook. It's toxic outlook. So degenerate might not be able to be used across the board with passport bros, but its toxicity might be the thing that spreads. That's common with all the negative traits of passport bro. Of the negative traits of passport bros, they're toxic. Some of the things that they do are degenerate, but a lot of the viewpoints that they have are very toxic. They're very what do you call it? Not
What's considered? What do you consider toxic that they're doing?
That they are trying the racist passport bro memes is toxic.
The what?
The racist passport bro AI memes. It's
Racist AI memes. I've never seen these.
They have these memes essentially where AI brothers are just holding their passport and they have a couple of overweight women chasing them, being mad that they're leaving the country. and doing all these things. And another point I like to bring up too is a lot of people like to say some these passport bros are broke and this and that. Okay,
Yep.
if it helps you sleep better at night, okay. And I understand that there are some J Relos out there, but again, I wouldn't necessarily call these. I wouldn't necessarily call some of these guys passport bros. They're just black men who travels, but because they're
Right.
black men that travels, they just get associated with the whole idea of passport bro movement. So I'm calling them passport bro under this umbrella, but I don't really mean as passport bro. I don't consider myself a passport bro. So a lot of women don't understand though. There are some great men, engineers, like dudes who are making serious money and actually can build families with that are leaving this dating. And within the black community, man, we already don't have a lot of black men. You know what I mean? And women are saying all this stuff. Oh, they're broke. They're this. They're this. They're trash. They're dusties. And first of all, half the dudes that are leaving were the dudes you were calling dusties because they didn't have this game or they didn't know how to talk a certain way or dress a certain way or behave a certain way. But now that they're going overseas and they're getting women from other cultures, which I hate it too. Trust me, I hate it too. Now it's a problem. Like you have dudes that you have dudes that you didn't even want that are leaving, and then it becomes this whole mess. Like, oh, I'm just like, bro, like
But
it makes
but
no sense.
social, but social
Go ahead.
loner.
No?
If they're leaving and going to these countries and tripling their net worth or whatever the heck, or they're getting more options. Sorry, I'm driving around. I'm not gonna be able to talk too much longer. But if these men are leaving, and yes, some of the things a lot of the stuff y'all saying are true. They're leaving. They're stretching their money. They're leaving. They're getting more options. They're leaving. They might be able to get
Uh-huh.
more submissive women or brides or whatever the heck. But
Uh-huh.
we have to also acknowledge that American and Western women don't miss them. They don't want anything to do with them. Can we acknowledge that?
If that's
Nobody
the case, then
listen.
why are they reacting the way that they do on, like, to me, to keep it 1,000, they actually blew up in a good way and publicity wise, passport bros. Like passport bros wouldn't have had this publicity and this label if it wasn't for, I'll say again, Western women. So
Okay.
thanks for the
Well,
publicity.
you know what?
2 point
I don't
two.
think more Western women want passport bros. I mean, I am probably a very modern woman, and I definitely wouldn't want a passport bro. I mean, why would you want a misogynist man to date? I don't understand.
But you,
So yeah,
In my
Miss
opinion, the
Zed,
passport bros, by and large, are undesirable men and uncompetitive.
yeah,
that's false.
granted. I mean,
That's
It's
false.
true.
imagine
It's fact.
That is
slave being the most desirable man.
that's
I'm like,
false. That's
are you
Hey,
false.
freaking
That's
kidding
false.
me?
hey, Social Loner, how are you?
Just
Hey,
my
hi.
opinion.
First of all, let me address this point. Okay, they're undesirable by U.S. standards because these women have a lot of options based on the kind of men that they want. They due to like these dating apps and the men that have access to because of these applications where there's like 20 women dealing with one man, calling all men the same. Because of that, they believe that they have those sectors of men, those men's attention. Okay, but if the numbers were like I like to say it like this, right? What the internet has done is it has literally shrunken the world. Where let's say there was like 4 neighborhoods, and each neighborhood there's a pyramid, and there's like dudes on the one dude on the top, and then you go down, and then the women will pick from those. But what the world has done is it's literally brought like those 4 neighborhoods together, so there's only one dude on top. And most women want the dude on top. They want the leader, the one that got the most money, the good looks, and all that. So by that metrics, they think that so these women will be like dating that same dude, right? But when these dudes, it's the dudes that they didn't want, who if things were how it should be, it wasn't this weird world that we in, go overseas. When they get ready to get married, when these women actually get ready to marry, they come back more down to their
Social
level.
worker,
These
you
dudes,
are
these dudes are gone.
fading off. You are
Right.
cutting in and out. Do something with
Oh,
your
sorry,
mic.
sorry.
No, I hear you
Oh, sorry,
perfectly.
apologies. Yeah, I
Then
believe it
I'm
might be
gonna
you. It might
hold
be
the
you.
line for you.
I was
Get
I
your
was
Yeah,
here
I
to
think
make
music.
I
a
think it's
point.
her.
Oh,
I think it's.
did everybody now? Because even Chris is yeah. Chris, could you say
My,
hi?
my hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm driving around, but he was spotty. But my area might be a
Your
little
mic,
spotty because I'm
Chris,
not on
your
Wi-Fi
mic
right
is
now.
bad too. BA, could you say something?
Yeah, can you hear me loud and clear?
Okay, so maybe it's mine because maybe my speaker is bad because everybody is coming bad on my speaker. Is it my and I am on a new phone, so maybe
Try
that's
using
it.
headphones with the
So
microphone.
Yeah.
let me agree.
The other question too
Oh,
would be, Zed, are you on a Wi-Fi connection or a cellular connection? That might be a big question.
I think she got dropped off. But just tell her when she does pop back on. I know she's using StreamYard, and there's an option if you go to the audio settings, turn on echo. Or turn it off. Then you like hit the checkbox and it turns off that
Yeah.
echo. If you're on if you're not using
StreamYard.
headphones, I think
I
that's
want to
it.
get one. Sorry, B. I want to get one point in because I have to drop off and get back to work. But you brought up
All
a
right, for
good
sure.
point last. You brought up a good point on the last live you were on. You were like, "Hey, some guys, some women might see you as a lame." That's not going to make
Hmm.
me. There could be there's truth to that. But let
You
me finish
still
that.
my brother though, man. Hey,
Let me
hands
finish. Let me
down.
finish. Let me
Go
finish.
ahead.
But you have to know who your quote unquote tribe is. I am very confident, and I know the women that are going to find me attractive, that I'm going to be very successful
Right.
with. And there are going to be a lot of women in the world, in different states, in different countries, that I might not be successful with, and I have to be okay with that. Every man does. Every woman does. So I think a lot of these men who are traveling, now I'm not saying all, but a lot of them,
Mm.
especially when they tag themselves passport bros, they don't really know what their tribe is, or they don't want to accept their tribe. And everybody's tribe is not the same.
Tribe as like what are you referring to when you say tribe?
When I say tribe, I'm
Their
saying
level.
if
Their level.
yeah, I'm saying if you the women who actually fuck with you,
Mm.
fucks at what FUX, the women who you know you could be very successful with, who love you regardless if you were making 50,000, 150,000, 25,000.
Right.
If you knew those women, if you accepted those women to be, hey, this is where my level is, you wouldn't leave the
Mm.
states. But I think a lot of these men who are leaving, who tag themselves as passport bros, they don't either know what their tribe of women is that really like them, or they don't want to accept it. Because some people's tribes might be twos out of tens, and they don't want to accept that. I know my women, they're not twos out of tens. Um, they don't always have to be 10 out of tens. But I know
Right.
the women that I'm going to be very successful with, and I feel like from that alone, and I accept my where I'm at with the women I'm able to successfully pull. And it doesn't mean that I can't try and strive to pull higher and say, oh, I can get actually higher than that on average. But I'm saying I feel confident in the women I can get, and I can feel confident that I'm not struggling for dates. And I feel confident that I can get women, period, that I don't have to leave the States. But there's a lot of men who don't want
Can
to accept
can
their
I
level.
please
Yeah,
give
go for it. Go for it. Yeah, sorry.
this is
Go
Mr.
ahead.
G. Can I give you a little pushback real quick?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
What's up, BA? What's up, everybody? I mean, I do have pushback for everybody, even the brothers. I'm a traveler myself, um, but I don't like how you guys try to portray as if the community does not have a few problematic characters in there. Like we can support the community, but also hold accountable some of the characters that we do know that are problematic. But to the brother that just spoke, take passport bro or traveling guys, because I don't really identify myself with passport bro. I'm on my third passport. Um, take them out the picture. I've heard that exact same point that you try to make, like, well, you guys are not trying to mess with the women that really want you, yada yada blah blah. Blah. Yeah, there are some people that are not, but I don't think as pertains to the current state of dating and mating in first world country, in particular the United States. I don't think when it comes to dating and mating, that's the issue there, like for real, because even the men that are willing to and who wants to deal with those women, so, quote unquote, that are giving them chances, or the women that are in their lane, that are in their levels. Some of these women, as some of the brothers just stated, you can watch Kendra G, you can watch a woman who's like average as hell, and we're all average people. A lot of us, we don't want to, this conversation is both for men and women. A lot of us, we don't want to accept that we're average. It's a bunch of average people who refuse to accept that they're average. You'll see a woman go on Kendra G. She average ahead, telling you that she's looking for a millionaire. She's looking for such and such. So I don't think it's as easy as you try to portray it, because there are some women here that are like basic women that are pretty much on every of these other guys' level, who act like they're higher than what they actually are.
But
Take
here's the
passport
thing.
bro out the issue.
I
That
I
still
love
doesn't solve the
I
problem.
like watching Kendra G myself. Like, but here's the thing: if you see those women who look average at best and they want millionaires, would they be attracted to you? Are those women that would be in your tribe? If they're not, then why are you concerned about them?
Could I give an
But
example?
but
Can I
but
give?
you just
Because
but you
anybody
just you
can
try to
give
make
their
a
opinion,
pivot.
though.
I mean, go ahead, bro.
Anybody can critique.
Can I give an example? Because I was actually on Kendra G. So can I give an example?
Nice.
Okay, so I was actually on there because again, I believe if you're going to critique something, you should put yourself out there to be critiqued. I hate people that hide behind names and this and that. I find that so I don't like that. So I was like, look, if I'm gonna be critiquing these people, let me go on myself. I went on there, and one of the things that I had stated, one important to me that I'm looking for a black woman, which then just cuts, white women, all these other women out there. They didn't even contact me. It was mostly black women. And then I had said something about how, you know, I like a person because I'm a traveler. I've been to 50 countries, and I wasn't able to do so because I'm rich. I was able to do so because I budget and I understand, my level of spending and how it's better to, save money on the flight, do more activities. By, being money cautious, you're able to do more, and things like that. Man, the way these black women attacked me, man, I was just like, wow. Oh, don't tell us that because you're broke, we have to do this. We have to be doing this. And I'm just like, I've never said this thing. Oh, I hate when a black man try to put a black woman down, telling her she don't deserve luxury. I'm like, first of all, half of y'all doing this luxury, this on credit cards and stuff like this. And I mean, like in karmas and all that. I'm like, bro, I've never said these things. But I've seen white women and their white boyfriends, they're in a hostel room sharing a bed, they had two beds, and just doing these things, and able to do these things. And it really, I'm gonna be real with you, it really discouraged me when I seen that, because I'm just like, bro, like I never said any of this thing. And I was like, I don't want, biological children. I want to adopt. I believe there are a lot of children out there that needs a home, and if they're already out there, why create more children? And stuff like that. And they were coming at me, because your dick don't work. I'm like, bro, none of that. Sorry.
Who's speaking? Oh, no. Who's speaking? Who's speaking? What's your name?
Lonely.
Social loner.
Oh, social loner. So first and foremost, Kendra G's channel is toxic. I would challenge you, go out to a Bumble in real life event. Go to a real life dating mixer where you're going to find level-headed people, not just trolls, not just miserable people online. That's what. So if you find those, if you got that experience online, don't let that deter you from getting out and getting into real life.
Oh no! I go to the real world. I lived in the real world, and I trust me. Even myself, I said this when I travel, I prefer to be around westernized women, because again, I'm not escaping Western women. I'm escaping a Western mindset. There's a bit of a difference to that. So you gotta find your tribe in certain ways. So even like dudes that I hang out with, I meet them traveling. Like some of my good friends, because again, we share some of the same things that are important to us in that way. And the women that I meet there are some of the most amazing women, doctors, lawyers. They're doing whatever they're doing, but they understand that they want to live a life. That they understand that the toxicity of the U.S. of what the Westernized world offers, when it comes to dating and things like that. So I'm not saying that at all. So that's not what I'm saying at all. But I'm just saying that I went on there, and that's the experience that I had. You see what I'm saying? That I'm just giving an example because of that. Because I was judging very much when I look at Kendra G, and I hate judging people that if I'm not willing to put my face out there and putting myself out there, because we're not on equal playing grounds. You know what I mean? Everybody can be perfect when you're not put under the microscope. You know what I'm saying?
So social loner, how did you do as far as the responses? Because I have a dude that I work with. He went on there. I was shocked to see him on there. I happened to be watching around that time. So what was the responses that you got, like as far as what you were looking for, your criteria?
Honestly, women that actually meet them, I got literally like, if I'm not mistaken, like 7, like 7, like that was it. Like it was a 7. And I've heard like gentlemen that like in jail and doing all things get like 7,000 people writing them. And I'm like, but again, also to me saying that I was only looking for black women, that kind of literally narrows your numbers down. Based on the things that I was saying.
You said you were not looking for black women?
I said I was only looking for black women, but I believe based on the things that I said and how I came off, if I was looking for white, like other races, I would have been bombarded with some great options in that regard. I promise you that.
Well, that audience is mostly black. So, you saying you only look for black women, that would obviously that's not an issue. I think it may have been that
it is. It's an issue. It's
And
an
we
issue
are
because
finally here True.
It is an issue based on the things that I was saying, because again, there was a little like pamphlet written about how to sell to the Negro, and because a lot of us at the time did not have access to some of these luxuries and things like that. Like you see some of these black women. What's going on? Somebody is. You see some of these
She's
black
trying to
women,
prove to us something about Austin.
you see, she can mute herself within the thing, so we don't have to hear it when she finds it. But we'll go to. I'll go to some of these places, and then they're staying at $500 a night rooms just because they wanted to look good and look like they have the money, but then they're coming back to a 1-bedroom shack. You know what I'm saying? I've seen this. And again, I'm not saying all black women. I'm saying the black community tends to do that. You know, that's why we wear Jordans. Not because I don't think because we even like Jordan. We wear Jordan because it's an easy obtainable sign of wealth. We're constantly showing our name brands. I feel like sometimes we don't value ourselves, so we need to put something valuable on us. Do you see what I'm saying?
I mean, I agree with what you're saying. I mean, there's a point to make with that, psychologically, but I do think you can believe in all that. And also, if you work hard, you make decent money, which I believe you do, because you are a #1 Floyd sponsor.
I am not. Oh my God.
Yeah. You're #1 Floyd sponsor. I make okay money. I ain't rich, and I know I'm not gonna get rich by this time. God damn it! But if I work hard, why not? Own one good thing. Like some people like Apple. I'm a dusty Android user, right? But some people probably want them a nice $1,500 iPhone. I bought the 15 Pro. I had to return that sucker. I'm like, man, I'm gonna upgrade my little Galaxy. I'm gonna set it in. I'm gonna get some credit back on it. But why not? If I want to spoil myself one good time, I buy me some nice Gucci shoes or whatnot. But it's not something I'm doing all the time. I'm owning like 100 pair of them. Like my sister, she got all the Louis bags and stuff like that. But I'm not into that kind of stuff. But I do think you should have something nice if you work hard. You should reward yourself. And perhaps how you frame these kind of things at times when it comes to women, you have to understand that women, the way women perceive things, the way women interpret things, the way they translate things, it's not the way that we do. You can say something that
Yeah,
completely has
no,
nothing wrong.
absolutely not. We are not. I don't even know how would I interpret something different from you just because I'm a woman. It might I might interpret it different because of my experience, as an Ethiopian living in America or something. But if I don't know, why are you guys so married to this racist, sexist idea that
No,
women?
and I'm not even sister. To be honest with you, hold on. To be honest with you, I'm not even. This is the problem. So look, I'm not even one of them. I'm not even one of them. But I do think, because I've been reading this book, right? And the way he puts it, as far as how women approach things and how men approach things, makes a lot of sense. And I'm not even coming at it from a red pill place. I'm not trying to be like an alpha. This is none of that. There are some things that can be misinterpreted based on how women and the man perceive it, because we see things differently. I'm gonna pull the book right now. I'm gonna tell you which book, and I encourage every man and women too. You probably should, because some women probably don't even know about themselves, women nature, as well as they think they do. I encourage every man to read this book because it gives you great insights.
Go ahead.
I just want to address some points. I hate to read the chat because people are just saying nonsense for no reason. I believe somebody said about how I'm performative, because again, I've had used Floyd, a couple of times to help feed the homeless where he was at, and somebody said I'm performative. You think I'm spending hundreds of dollars to be performative? To be performative for a joke? No. The reason why I did that is because we as a black man, we need to take back our image. We have really bad representation in some of these spaces. And I love helping people. This is what I do. This is why I'm some of these spaces, because I try to bring a different voice, a voice of reason and things of that sense. I'm not saying I'm perfect by no means, but I try to be an honest and a voice of reason. And Floyd was doing absolutely nothing. Nothing. So I thought, for a couple of $100, I could at least have him do something good, do some good out of this nonsense. And that's simply
But
what it
but
is.
but
The reason
I'll
why,
be honest
go
with you,
ahead,
my brother.
please.
I don't think Floyd is the right individual. I don't know who's the
You,
right
you,
individual, but you have good
Thank
intention,
you
but
for
I
saying that
I'm
because
let me say that.
whenever
Let me say
someone does something wrong, all of the time, I mean, Austin was held up as this great example of how difficult it is to date in America because he is young, he's good looking, he's charismatic, da da da. So he was the perfect example for passport bro frustration. But when I focus on him, you guys tell me, well, he is just one individual. Whenever a passport bro does something wrong, all of a sudden it's just that guy. But when they do good, you want to take the credit.
but it's always been that way. If you ever noticed this, when a black man does something good, he's an individual. When he does something bad, he's a collective. When a white man does something
Right.
good, he's a collective. When a white man does
But
something
now
bad,
you're
he's an
doing the
individual.
opposite. You're
It's
doing the opposite.
no,
When a
no, but,
passport
but,
bro,
but
when a passport bro does something good, you take the credit for everybody. But when they do bad, it's just an individual.
I did not say that. I've said on several occasions, even in this live, that there are some bad actors within the space, and bad actors tend to be the loudest. Even Austin himself is admitting. He says, "I love being controversial because it brings the clicks. People don't care why they get the clicks; they just want the clicks because that that
That
that
doesn't
and
matter
and,
generates
to me.
revenue."
That
and
doesn't matter to
speaking.
me. What Aston does, if you guys were, criticizing him, at least it will make sense. But
Austin
Aston,
cannot just. Sorry,
oh, go ahead, my dear. Sorry.
sorry. So I do.
Hey,
I didn't mean to cut you off. Please, somebody said
hey, can you
Austin.
hear me,
Austin
social
can
roller?
just do his travel.
Yeah,
Yeah, I can hear
we
you.
need to get that brother a strictly travel in. Um,
Yeah. So
Social roller.
somebody go ahead.
The only thing I didn't appreciate about you being on Kendra panel, it was them addressing your condition, saying that it doesn't work. It doesn't matter. I mean, that's a personal problem.
What did it
There's
say? What
nothing
did
to
it
be
say?
ashamed
Sorry,
of it.
Mike. Could you
I
no, he
said
repeat
the
said
that?
he
only thing I
didn't
did.
like the people saying your eggplant didn't work on Kendra G. That's the only thing he
It's
didn't
okay.
like about.
I,
It's
like
okay.
like
It's
I
okay,
don't
bro.
have.
It's a biological condition. No big deal. Don't worry about it. I mean, we still
You're being funny.
appreciate you.
Listen, if it listen, I don't know. I don't have any kids, so I don't. I don't have any kids, so I don't know if it works or not. I know it works for other reasons, but I don't know if it works or not. But again, like for me, it's always like men always get attacked for their manhood and things like that. But that doesn't have a point
Right.
though, because
Exactly.
Always. First
some
thing.
somebody stated that if Austin can just travel and shut up, he cannot, because that's how he generates his income. He needs to be controversial. He needs to be in the spotlight
But
in order to do so.
social loner, you and
Yeah.
BA, we have to admit that Austin does say and do some very stupid shit. Like the Twitter tirade he went on about Colombia and stuff. Like he got this big ass bullhorn. Colombia is dangerous.
Hold on.
And
So
then
that offends you more than the fact that he wants to make baby
Babies.
no, I
Oh
never said that.
God.
I have a
He
problem with
want
that too.
he
Hold
wants
on
to
a
have
second.
sex with all the
Hold on
fine
a
women in
second. Hold on a
Africa.
second. Hold on a second, sis. I don't like. Yeah, I'm where you at too, because I am for building family and things of that nature. So yeah, what he said is kind of crazy, going around having children. So I never said that was okay. But I'm just speaking on that point right now. I think that was quiet. I think that was quite not wise, right? Here you are. Then he puts his face, and the incident that happened in Cartagena. He posted. He's not even saying Cartagena is dangerous. He's saying the whole Colombia, and he's just having this, like, temper tantrum. It's like this guy that a girl turned down, and then now he's like, man, you ugly anyway. You ugly anyway, because the girl didn't give you choosing signal, or because the girl didn't respond back to you. Now you're gonna say the girl is ugly. So he going on there saying Colombia's dangerous, and he's shitting on Colombians. He talking about all the women are they this and that. The men are selling the women and things of that nature. He's right there in Peru where somebody in the Colombian government, right? The Minister of Tourism, all they got to do is make a phone call. You see this guy, Austin, he's the channel, he's the link. Let's all ban him because all these countries they all have relationship with each other. I think that was very stupid. If you're not calling that out in the community, like and I know people are not gonna call it out because they have
No, they
just
will call it out. They will. They had a
Can
live that was like 4 hours long, and in that live, they were, Austin was in there, and they were criticizing him for that video. So they do call him out, but
very, very, very few times.
no, I mean they call, especially right now because he's not as powerful as he used to be. His channel is not as as popular as it used to be. So people do call him out, but the thing they call him out is telling. In that same panel, they were praising him for how well he is doing in Peru with women.
okay.
But he's not doing well with women in Peru. The pictures he's taking, the
The
short
waitress at the
are
restaurant.
waitresses. How is that doing good with women? I mean, waitresses are
Yeah.
gonna be, and
But
then
Yeah, and you're right, and you're right because I see a lot of brothers. People have videos. They make videos. It's called about us. They're hating on Austin because of such and such. Blah blah blah. I mean, come on, man. It's a waitress. Every waitress, every restaurant you go to, they have to smile. Not that they have to, but they do it because it's a performance. They have to put on a good performance to get a good tip, and it's
and
very
Or that's
stupid
just
that I
her. That's
see.
just her
that
character.
particular waitress, she thought because of the language barrier, I think when he said he has a YouTube channel, she thought he was some kind of celebrity. She actually took a picture with him. So she was not, if you are a
That's
celebrity,
dope.
if you are a celebrity here in Africa, people are going to be very very nice to you, right? So there is nothing to praise him for what he is doing in what you call it in
Yeah, yeah.
Peru.
In Peru, I just don't
But
like the assumption that guys are saying, "Oh, this means he said, oh, these are the women that get married." And then guys are saying, "Yeah, Austin is doing so. Look at him with those women." Yeah,
listen,
she's a waitress. Like
Exactly.
you guys.
guys.
There's some of us in the community. You guys act so desperate with it, and this is one of the things. I am a fucking traveler too. Trust me, I'm a traveler too. But some of the way that
But
you
you're a
guys
very
booty clap and
biased. You're
kiss
you're a
Austin's
biased
ass,
traveler, though.
it's kind of very ugly.
You are. It seems like you're a biased traveler, though.
No,
No,
so
I'm not
can
a
I can I
bias.
he is
My brother
a
be it. My brother
distant
be it. My brother
traveler.
be it. My brother be it. Listen, now I'm not biased. I'm just a guy who's lived real life, who understand, right? Who've been through
Right,
the
right, right,
military.
right.
When
We
you first
all
listen,
we all
listen.
have.
When you first listen, when you first walk in the door, as you walk in the door, you don't get to be the general just because you just came out of boot camp, right? Austin just took his first trip to Brazil, and all of a sudden these guys want to make him the passport bro president, and then he took the brand and fucked the brand up, and then now he want to distance himself from the same brand. He tattooed on his arm, and he fucked up. And all of you guys, none of
listen.
y'all are calling him out.
But nobody
And
nobody is outraged as much as you are, though, about that.
what you mean
Like
outrage?
as a
I know I'm
as
not
a as a
outraged, my brother.
so-called no
I'm sitting.
no.
Hey,
Okay,
my
let
brother,
me let me explain
I'm
to
sitting in
you.
front of this computer, earning income, earning money, and got my next trip planned. Not like us on the internet begging for money to travel, my brother. It just
Where you going
stop
next?
doing that. Just because somebody criticizes something, then you want to center the person. You want to
Who,
center the
me?
person, and yeah, yeah, you guys need to stop doing that. This is why accountability. Whenever I hear somebody in the community talk about accountability, I laugh because I know you guys are not gonna hold accountability because whenever you guys like somebody, you guys are not gonna hold that
Exactly the
person
same way.
accountable.
Okay, hold on, wait.
Accountability is
Let,
only for the
let him
person
get
you
it
guys
off his
don't like.
chest, and then I'm gonna respond. Are you done?
Okay.
Accountability is only for the person you guys don't like.
Okay, are you finished, or do you have more to say? Because I don't want to interrupt you.
No, I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay, finally. Okay, so the first thing that I I would just say, just because he made a post with some pictures in a title by saying these are the type of or this is the type of girl that gets married, did you not take a look at that actual clip and the energy that she actually had gave him just as a person? Now niggas say, oh, but she's a waiter, so she has to portray this kind of character to get those big tips. Like, no, some people are just they naturally have a positive attitude and they're just energetic like that. So why take this little phrase, out of proportion with this much, overly hyper type energy? Like, bro, like, chill.
But
Like, it's not
B,
that
my
serious.
Can I
brother,
can I
you
can I
speak
can
you
I
speak fluent
may I,
languages. You know how to immerse yourself into cultures, and I don't
But
like when you
what does that
guys do
have? What
that.
does that have to do with that post? So I'm
But
specifically
but but my
referring to that
brother,
post that you have
you've
all
been
of this energy
places.
for.
That brief
can I
interaction will then be
This
how
isn't
you will
about me. This is
determine.
about Austin.
But
can
that
I can
listen,
I can
listen but no, you're
Hold
defending
on,
that
brother. No,
statement
hold on.
he
Let him
made.
let him talk.
But you're defending that statement in the tweet he made, the conclusion, the point he made. You're defending that
Of
conclusion he
course, because
reached.
I've met a lot of natural, positive, high on life energy type women who do get married.
So you
Of
saying
course
so
I
so
am. Just like you have a
so so
disagreement with him.
so you're saying from your experience, the way when you go overseas to determine a woman is worth marrying is by that brief interaction in a restaurant like that.
By
Simply
that
that.
kind of energy, there's a high possibility. If you turn the tables and if a girl had a nasty ass attitude, would you even think about going on a date with her?
Okay, BA.
No. Okay, this is no,
You
no,
you've
no. You're not gonna run away
but
from this,
BA,
my my
you've been
so-called
traveling
brother.
a lot. You've been
can
traveling
I
a lot,
interject
and
something?
you've heard. Hold on a second, my brother. You've heard people say this. You've heard people say, "Look, these women, they're not making sacrifices. These are just their natural. When we go to DR, a woman stay over with you, and she wanna cook for you. She wanna do these things. You've heard these
Because
things,
that's
and
that's how they are.
you know this thing. That's just naturally how they are. It doesn't mean all
Yes.
this
So
extra
what's your
shit we
point?
guys are trying to make it mean.
So what is your point? I'm trying to understand your point.
You just said it
I hear what
yourself. That's just how they are.
I hear what
Exactly,
he's
but
saying.
So
you,
it
but
doesn't
you on the
mean it
other
doesn't
hand,
automatically mean.
you said, "Oh well, that's her job. She want a big tip."
But BA,
Uh,
it does not automatically mean. Oh my God, these are the marrying type.
Could I add something? Could I add something, please?
Go ahead, bro.
Two points that I want to. Who's doing that? Who's that sound?
Someone has
Is
a
that
smoke detector. They need to change that 9-volt cat battery.
okay? So 2 points I want to add, and this will kind of bring some lights. But I was in Ukraine, and I was going into a club, and the guy just looked at me like, just like disgust. They didn't want to let me into the club. I stood there for a little bit. Finally, the lady at the ticket lady told him to pretty much let me in, and he asked for my ID. I put out my American passport. The moment I put out my American passport, he completely changed. Oh my gosh, my friend VIP, taking me all happy and jolly. The point I want to make is this: hey, when you go to some of these countries, do not necessarily base the country based on your treatment, but ask like the local men what they think of their women, or local black person what they think of this country, because it's a different experience. It is a different experience, but I do understand what the gentleman was saying about how that's just how they are. If a 6'5" dude dunks, it's not impressive as a 5'8" dude dunking. If this is part of their culture, they naturally clean, they naturally do these things, then is it really impressive? Is it something that do it for you, or to show you this, or just something that they do? But also, BA is saying is this is the behavior men are seeking. So if you're going somewhere where they're naturally doing the behavior you are looking for, you don't have to ask for it. Why wouldn't you want to be there? Am I right in that
Thank you.
statement?
Great clarification.
Eh,
And I think me and BA we somewhat saying somewhat the same thing. It's just like the extra he's adding. Maybe he's not agreeing with my. He's adding the left wing, and I'm writing the right wing. But I think we're right there. I think like these things are just natural stuff. I think BA should know that, right? That when he
ele-
goes to Brazil, he's in Brazil. When he goes to Mexico, where he was at, I don't know if he's still in Mexico or Brazil, but
Bahia,
he knows
Bahia.
there's a certain natural there's a range. There's a range. And
Yeah,
out of this whole thing, the reason that a lot of us we're not really big on dating here is because you cannot squeeze, you cannot find a range that was like, okay, this is a good middle for me. It's just the whole shit is just off track. It's off center totally,
That's true.
right? So when you go
Yeah.
to these places, there's a starter kit, right? You know how we say starter kit? There's a starter kit. This is just starter kit. So don't take. I'm saying don't take the starter kit of how these people are and be like, oh my god, this is wipeable. And but again though, it's just content.
Hey,
So it's just
hey,
some YouTube
So,
shit.
Mr. G,
But if
It is.
but hold on, let me
hold on,
Go
if I can
ahead,
just add.
strictly.
hold on. I would like to add something that's interesting because I remember one time I met this girl. I met her in a restaurant. She was happy and talking to me. She invited me over. So I went to her place. I got myself ready. Like, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna get something right. When I got there, the whole idea of her being friendly, because she wanted me to introduce to her husband who spoke French as well. So I was 100% sure that this girl was on me. When I arrived at her place, she called her husband, "Hey, John, come here. This is the guy I talked to you about that spoke French just like you." And that was the end of it. But I made myself a huge picture, like, this is it. She's fine. I'm gonna get something. Definitely. I got myself ready. I'm glad I didn't buy any roses. I would have looked very stupid. So sometimes, the first impression, you have to be careful with that. Like in this part of the world, they're friendly by nature. So don't confuse friendliness with, so it's kind of, and it's normal because that's what they are in the Caribbean. They're all friendly. They invite you over, they don't know you, but it doesn't mean anything at all. At all. And also Peru. I know Peru. Peru, they're very friendly by nature, especially when, they're good when it comes to services. They're really good at being waiter, waitress, and waiter, whatever it is. But it doesn't mean anything. They're just being friendly. That's what they are. They're trained to do that. That's so most of we get confused with that, but it doesn't mean anything at all. So that statement, I understood what he meant by that, but it doesn't mean that that definitely doesn't count when you want a wife. That doesn't mean anything at all. At
Yeah,
all.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a bit assumptuous and overzealous, but I do get it in the actual world of content creation. Yes, but like, and then like in a whole nother tweet about it and stuff like that, and I don't know. I know he's young, and I don't even like criticizing the other man because I feel like um, he's not going to like looking back because I was in my 20s before, right? And then you look back, you're like, wow, that went really fast. And if I could change, I'll change some things. And I know Austin is gonna look at back at some things, is gonna like, I wish I could change some things.
But why are you trying to look at it from that perspective though? Because a lot of people they don't live in regrets. Like I'll say for myself as a fellow traveler, when I was in Mexico and whatever happened, I don't live in no regrets. And as I went to the Dominican Republic, I had experiences out there. I don't live in any regrets, or I don't take back as, oh man, I wish I would have changed this. So if he's living the way that he wants to in a moment, allow that brother to do it, and I would just say it's it's damn, I can't even look for the word, but it just seems like everything becomes chaotic and havoc when someone has an impact on something. So for example, as you said, when Austin, he's the center of attention when it comes to the passport bros, because he has the most viral content among the passport bros. Let that man live. Like, let him enjoy himself, without any type of
See,
criticism.
that's the I get it, BA, but again, I guess I'm not. I don't. This is why I don't care about
Because
that
it
word
just it
passport,
just it
bro.
seems like a lot of
It,
people will just think you coming off as a hater. I'm just
oh no,
telling you
I have
that's
no
what it'll
problem
look
with.
like.
I have no problem being accused of a hater because people would use this word. It's almost like some homophobic stuff that black women, and not just black women but women generally will use it. Oh, you zesty. If you want to stand up for yourself, if you talk back about something, oh, you zesty. Oh, you zesty. No, 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 no. Call me a hater. I'm the number one hater. I'm the first person they called us a hater because I had critics way before you even got in trouble in Brazil. So I'm gonna
Nah, I
ask you
think
this,
I,
my
I think
brother.
you I think you and Zesh are like Work on that
No,
haterism. Then go ahead.
no, I just
It's,
use
I mean,
logic. But let me ask you though, in light of what you just said regarding not regretting and shit like that, you don't think? See, I don't know you don't really observe Austin based on this question, based on your response. You don't think he desperately wish he could go back and change things and be in Brazil? Brazil was the whole bag.
may I say
Brazil was the
something?
whole bag.
May I say
BA,
something?
you don't think
Maduje
he
Pale.
wish he could go back and change things?
May I say? May I say something? Maduje Pale. So let me say
I guess
something.
BA not gonna answer that.
No,
Go
I'm
ahead
waiting
though,
for you
bro.
guys to finish talking. I didn't want to interrupt you.
No,
Go
no,
ahead.
no. It's a question I asked. You don't think he wish he could go back and change that? Because Brazil was the whole bag. That's my question.
No, but I think he would like to be in Brazil. But as far as would he want to change the way that he worded things, no. But if he could, based on how the people took it, it would be different because I think what he said is actually valid and it's true. But it's just how the people wanted him to word it differently and sugarcoat it because the Brazilian women themselves will tell you the same thing that yeah we do have a hookup culture out here and when it comes to women being, friendly and sleeping on the first day, if they have that chemistry with that guy, if the vibes are right, yeah. It's like I said, people don't understand. It's a norm. It's a normality in these countries. So it seems like the Americans and the Western world had took it way out of pocket than Brazil itself. Like honestly, it was just that woman, that feminist, that her name is Stephanie Habedo, and nobody else really took it as far. That's it. I don't know if that answered your question, but no, I don't think he would have taken it back. But it's just that to please the people's ears. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, brother, you wanted to
I,
ask a question. That was going on.
I said no.
Strictly,
I said no. He would
No, no, no. I
not.
got it.
But I gave
Yeah,
you
I
context.
got you, bro. hmm
So come
strictly.
on, bro. You gotta listen. Be attentive.
No, no. I was
Yes.
asking strictly travel to go.
Oh, strictly travel. Okay,
Strictly,
go ahead.
No, we're
strictly.
just listening. I mean, I'm not sure if we would have to change it. I mean,
Yes.
because we think about it, after Brazil, he became even bigger technically. I mean, he started getting
Yeah.
more subscriber. So it was negative by getting more subscriber. I think the question should have been, would he like to go back to Brazil? Of course he would.
Of course.
Can he go back to Brazil? Of course he can. Is he
Yeah, he didn't
afraid?
break any laws. Just to let you
Is he
guys know.
afraid? Yes, he's afraid
Yes.
based on rumors. But there's
Right.
nothing in Austin in Brazil. Police won't go on a rumor and deny your entry. That is not true. Based on
Right.
one single rumor, will have an impact of 200 million people in Brazil? I don't think so. You're just
Hell
afraid of
no.
going back. Can he go back? I guarantee he can go back. He
But he's
can.
just paranoid. He doesn't
He's
want
just
that
paranoid. Yeah, because he
yeah, it's
doesn't want to be
paranoia.
stuck. But of course he can go back.
Actually,
I mean, he
I
gained
was.
fame with it. Yes, he did. I mean, did he what is it was wrong? No, it's just everything he said was truthful. I mean, he didn't. It wasn't. I mean, Brazil is
It's
But
just
beautiful.
that
even
that story got
but
into the wrong person's hands, and that was that feminist,
but
and she took it out of
Yeah,
proportion.
Yeah,
the
and
first
I'm
but
time.
you
not gonna
actually
say he wasn't
Yeah,
strictly. I'm not gonna say he wasn't done wrong, or whatnot. But I do think um the the overall everything he does right, defending him at all cost, it's kind of obnoxious to me, right? Specifically if you are older than him, or if you have little brothers that are even older than him, and you've literally been giving your little brother advice and things of that nature, and you can see dumb shit like that right there is obnoxious to me. Like how brothers were like, oh, we need to go boycott Brazil. Brothers was like, brothers were like, we need to go boycott Brazil. And dudes that have been
plus
living in Brazil, and BA probably know some of these brothers. Brothers
yeah.
that speak
plus
fluent, fluent Portuguese. Brothers that can break down the societal ratio and component of Brazil and all these things of that nature. One of the brother got a page, Black Brazil Today or something of that nature, right? these other brothers like I forgot what's his name, Mike, a bunch of people that got Brazil green cards. They got Brazil residency cards. That's how integrated they are in Brazil. They didn't feel
Can I say?
they didn't feel the same way like these idiots that were online talking about, oh, we need to go boycott Brazil.
Can I say
You know
something?
what I'm saying?
Can I
So
say something?
I don't like that. When we do that, that make us look stupid. Like it's just like if you have a child, right? You can love your child and still reprimand your child. It's not a doesn't mean you don't love your child because you reprimand your child. Just same thing here in the United States, right? Sometimes we have
Can I say something?
grievance throughout. Hold on a second. Throughout the black people's existence in the United States, we've always have grievance. Even other people of different national ethnicities, they have grievance with the United States because it's not a perfect union. We work to make it a more perfect union. So it's just that we're not perfect people. We have flaws, and we need to take a step every day at being a better person. So the overall attempt to defend this guy by all costs, that right there is obnoxious, and it's not a plus for the movement.
So true. So true. Thank you.
Can
Because
I,
I obviously will never do any positive, will never talk about positive passport bros because that's not my job. But you guys
mm,
should be able to criticize and, when they do bad things and applaud them when they do good things. So, yeah.
can I add something onto that art thing, right? Again, this is not in defense of the bad behavior because again, I'm completely against it. But again, I have to bring this up in the comparisons. Um, when somebody was saying it doesn't matter, I think somebody said it was how big Brazil was. I was actually in Sao Paulo and just minding my business at a salon, getting my hair retwisted, and they were talking about the whole Austin thing, and I was like, wow, that's interesting, especially within the because again it was a black salon, so especially within the black community among that. Black people in Brazil are treated like second, very much second, not even second, third class citizens, and
Third
people
class
don't
citizens.
third class citizen. People don't understand how racist Brazil it really is.
And
Some of
there's
the
a
dudes go over
brother
there.
that got a channel, the channel, sorry to cut, that talk about this, and I'm ashamed that brothers in the community they don't support that brother. They don't watch his. This brother know full Brazilian, full Portuguese, and he understand the culture. He knows the
Black
character. He
Brazil is
knows
that
the
Black Brazil?
history. Black
Hold on,
Brazil.
Is
wait,
that
wait.
Black Brazil?
It's
I
a
love his
damn
channel. I love,
shame. None of us
but
support that
that
brother, but the
But can
minute
I
that
but
the
can I tell
brother
you
take a
why?
trip the minute
Can
the
I tell you
brother took a
why?
trip to Brazil, he doesn't even show you what a capoeira looks like. He doesn't even show you what a Brazilian street look like. Then he come back on his first trip. He wants you to sign up for his damn Patreon. What am I, an
Damn, why
idiot?
it's saying like you got some ass, bro. You coming off
no
as
no
like
no 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 no.
you got
No,
more
No.
like you
Here's
and
more
the
BA, I'll tell you what it is,
you
BA.
got
I'll
more
tell you what it is.
more energy than
I'll
Zay
tell you
got
what it
energy
is. I'll tell
towards
you what it is.
gentlemen.
I got a
to
strong,
Austin.
I got a strong, well substantiated file on this little arrogant motherfucker.
I knew
Gen-
that's what it
Gentlemen,
was, bro. You got some shit against him. Hold on, right
gentlemen.
quick. Hold on, right. Let me just respond to him right quick. So I would just say for that guy you're talking about, he knows the language. He knows about the history, etc. I would just say you're probably right, but the reason why a lot of brothers don't really gravitate to him is probably because he's not charismatic. He's not charismatic. He doesn't have a personality, and I'm sorry to say, but for some of
He's
those
not showing
people, they're just
booty. He's not showing
they're
booty.
just
He's not showing booty. He's
there's
not showing
hold
sex.
on, chill. He's probably just boring as fuck. Sorry, I mean I don't know who the guy is, but I'm just saying, and
So,
I'm
Shalom
speaking
is
I'm
correct.
speaking
He's
in
not
general.
showing booty, bro.
He's
And
not
this
showing.
is you
And
you can be saying what you're saying is correct, be and still be fully transparent. You know why, my brother. You know
And what
why.
you see, hold on, so wait. So all right, so let me turn the tables now, okay? Now I'm gonna be the big bad passport bro now. Okay, so what if he only wants to show ass on his YouTube? What why do you niggas feel some type of way about that shit? Like on some real shit though. Like
No.
it sound like
You
it
are
sound like
deconstructing the
y'all
points
niggas
you
got
just
so much
made.
hostility for brothers that want to keep it 100.
Okay,
Like now, all y'all want to do
hold
is
on,
criticize.
hold on.
Go ahead.
If you watch my channel, 99.9% of it is about Austin. And you know that you all, but you keep coming to my live. Why that? I mean,
To
you know that
defend it, but I'm referring to the black dudes in general, not to you,
you
sweetheart
always, whenever
feminist.
I bring up Austin, which is my expertise right now, you always like, oh, 1 second, why do you like, to the point you are accusing me of being in love with a man young enough to be my child.
Because there are dozens of other passport bros
That
also
that
that
doesn't
portray the
matter.
same content.
I'm not interested in every TV show.
I know you're solely interested in Austin. We
Yes,
get that, sweetheart, and
but
I'm not knocking you for
you make
that.
that a big deal all the time. I mean, you cannot come week after week and make the same point
Hey,
over and
BA,
over.
leave the lady alone. She love Austin content. That
No,
Austin
I understand.
content,
I get
that
that. I
Austin
get
content get the
that.
people going, bro.
I know
It's
she's an ex
provocative.
super fan.
Hey, hold on, hold on,
I
hold on,
get
hold on.
that.
Hey,
She's
please.
about hold on because I wasn't done making my point while she rudely interrupted me. No disrespect, sister. But and I'm not trying to get at y'all, but all I'm saying is that y'all spend the same as well because you're not showing enough ass. Why he got shown yeah? How come he not going to the museums? How come he ain't trying out new food?
But
Fuck all that.
the
Hold
point
on,
we
hold
were
on. Go
trying
ahead,
to
hold
make,
on. Now
BA.
hold on. I know what you're trying to link.
I have
Hey,
never
But
hold
all
on,
of
hold on.
criticized him
so
for
hold on.
that.
So let me just speak because yes, if we only want to focus on a particular thing regarding the culture, leave niggas alone for it. We don't go around harassing people that only want to do food vlogs or museum vlogs or other type of excursion vlogs.
But
Like
you
that's
you
all
always
part of the
come on my
culture.
channel, not harassing me, but
I'm not
making like,
referring to you
why
and your
are you?
content on your channel, and ma'am, I'm speaking in
In
general.
But
general,
you
yeah,
are
he's speaking
In
in
you
general,
are
not you. I'm
being
not attacking
hypocrite.
you.
Being
Hey,
hypocrite.
guys, hold on, hold
You
on, hold on.
don't want the you don't want him to attack other passport bros for just focusing on one side of life or
I'm not
whatever.
referring to Austin. I'm talking in
No,
general, but to these
my God,
to the
that's it.
guy.
I mean, your thinking is so childish. I'm trying to make the parallel between how you always attack me for only focusing on Austin, but now you are attacking another person for
Of
attacking other.
course I am
Yeah,
because
she's calling
he's
out your
using
Hold on,
hypocrisy, bro.
hold
She's
on, hold on,
calling
hold
out
on.
your hypocrisy. Go ahead, go ahead.
Me,
BA.
honestly, I mean, me, I
Hold
posted
on,
a
no, hold on,
channel.
wait. So I'm only attacking this. I don't know what's your name, but the only reason why I'm getting at you like this is because you're using the same rhetoric that's been thrown around these spaces for decades. So this is why I'm bringing it up right now in this moment. But when it comes to the Africans, so what's her name, Zed? This had nothing to do with you. Yes, I only talked about Austin because every single live you do has his name in it. So I was genuinely curious that, like, what is your gripe when it comes to your prehistory with him? Which you said you was an ex super fan. You were, you had a very good type of thing for Austin showing your continent
No,
until,
But
that's not.
BA.
You're trying to like spin it. But here is what
Yeah, yeah, he trying
even
to
how am
spin
I
today,
it.
how
Yeah.
wait,
even
how
today,
am I okay? How am I trying to spin it?
even today, when I was talking about Austin, wanting to create baby single mothers
Baby
all over the
mamas
world,
in
you are like,
different
why do
countries.
you talk about Austin all the time? Why do you talk? But now you are attacking someone for saying that, why do passport bros only talk about, us or whatever? So you are being a hypocrite. You attack me for only focusing on Austin, but you are attacking another person for, making the same criticism you are making against.
No, I'm attacking him because he's using the same narrative that everyone spills. That's why. Can you
What I'm
distinguish the difference?
No, you say that why is it bad to only focus on us, not to have variety, to just focus on one
Thomas,
topic. And you also attack me for only focusing on one person. You are okay with the passport bros focusing on one topic, but you're not okay with me. Yeah.
when I
I
can speak, can y'all let me know, just please?
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
It's just been very like hectic. Everybody trying to overtalk each other. So I'll just if everybody can just speak, and then I will speak when when I can just speak.
Okay, that's fine. I just speak with passion, so it's no aggression. I just get very passionate when I speak or whatnot. But there's no hate. If there's a point that is going to be made, and I feel like I'm opinionated on it, then I will speak, and that's why I do jump on these panels, not just Zed's panel, but if I
Social
see
loner.
anything.
My brother, you did some very masterful spin. I forgot what we were talking about, but you went and did into the gen. I forgot. I wanted to go back into it, but I see what you're saying about the general thing. I don't think it's just an Austin thingy. We were yeah about the brother why he doesn't get a lot of views or whatever. Yeah, listen, as I mean,
What's
it's
your
the
name,
thing.
by
It's
the
the thing.
way? The dude that's talking. What's your name?
Mr. G. Oh, you can call me
Mr.
Gino.
G.
Yeah,
Okay, Gino. So
but
can
listen,
I just
yeah,
intervene and
you
ask you a question really quick, just really, really quick. Then you can get
go
back
ahead, bro.
to topic with him. Okay, so and I'm just genuinely curious. Why is it that the first thing you brought up was him only wanting to film ass? Like out of all other things, why did you focus on just ass and women? I'm just
Oh,
curious.
okay. So I'm not sure how you're asking this or whatnot because I
No,
never
I'm asking
because
verbatim. That's
I
all.
never said only ass because Austin content is not necessarily filming
You said
ass.
women, women.
Yeah. Listen, listen. Hold on a second. We were talking about that brother, Black Brazil, who actually know the culture and knows
Right.
the racism, and this is what he covers. Black Brazil today, and some of y'all, I don't know, 30 or 40, 50 of y'all in the chat, go give him a follow, man, because the content,
You made us at that
the
brother lonely, man.
no, no,
No, he
no, no,
deserves it.
no,
He does
no.
great
Listen,
work.
listen. BA. You've lived in Mexico. You've lived in Brazil or living in Brazil. You understand when you meet a Black American that can break down the intricacies of race relation, and he knows the characters, he knows the history.
But nobody
That shit
cares
should give
about
you.
that to that extent right now, though, my brother. That's what I'm
I
saying.
know, and this is exactly what we talk about right now, right? Because ass is just like that. It's an American saying, right? Sex, drugs, and money. Sex sells, right? So that's
Hmm.
why bro didn't create this, okay? So sex sells. So I'm not blaming Austin for anything. It's not like Austin came up with sex sells and then now he got the people addicted to that shit. No, but videos or channels that cater more to displaying of a woman, displaying a woman
Yes,
face,
and
get
that's
more
great.
drives. And I'm not criticizing Austin as to say, oh, that's bad or good or whatever, but we do know his content is a bit monotone to a certain extent, and it has a very low ceiling. We know that, and
A
we've
low
seen that.
ceiling. What do
We're
you
not
mean by low ceiling? I don't understand that part.
because
What do you
it's not
mean by low
expensive.
ceiling?
It's not expensive. He can talk about multiple various subjects and to actually keep the attention of his followers. His to go to is imagery of women, imagery of some ass or woman or something of that nature.
So, do you find that a problem?
Not necessarily, but it's a
But you
problem
just said
for
that you
him.
didn't find that a problem.
What?
I said you just said that you didn't have a problem with that though. But now you're saying, well, not necessarily. Like, is it a yes
He's
or a
not,
no?
but he's not necessarily the only guy that does that, and it's just the way he does it though. It's not what you do but how you do it though. We've seen the
So
barber
you have a
world.
problem with
So
how he does it with his method.
listen, you've seen barber world Zoe probably on every other one of his videos. You go to Colombia or Thailand or somewhere. He's sitting around having dinner or lunch with a woman and he's conversating with a woman. So Austin is not doing something completely strange that other people don't do. But you don't see Barbara Zoe or a few people or Ace Live who pretty much kind of crapped on people that were doing ass content. But every now and then, Ace Live, he go to a place. Who do you see? He'll stick the camera in his face, a female, right? So Austin is not doing something completely brand new, but it's just the way that he does it.
So you have a problem with his method of doing things.
It's a drug method.
Yeah, a lot of people, yes,
But how is
and
that
it's a problem
affecting
for him.
you physically? How is that harming you though?
See, this is the point we were. This is what you just did earlier with the sister, And
No,
this
I'm
where it's very
asking you
Master
disingenuous.
directly.
G,
Now you
Master
centering
G,
Asking you,
me.
sir.
Master G,
Wait,
Master G,
wait. No, hold
can I
on.
address
Wait,
this
chill,
point?
chill, chill. So that's just like me telling Zed, hey, Zed, I don't like the way
I
you
never
do
made
these
that point.
videos.
I
No,
never
hold on,
made
no,
that
no, hold on. No,
claim.
chill. No, chill, chill, chill. So that's just
Nobody
like
made
me.
that
I'm going to give you an
claim.
example. That's just like me telling Zed, Zed, I do not like the way that you make your videos about Austin. Can you change up the way you do your content, please? She's gonna tell
Look,
me
can I
most likely, hell no. I do it the way I
may I
want to
speak?
do it, whether if you like it or
But if
not.
she asks you, how does that affect
May,
you
may,
personally?
may I
Well,
s-
don't you find that like to be like a
may I speak?
not
May
a
I speak?
stupid
Hold on,
question,
wait,
but
wait,
kind of
hold on,
like
chill. Go ahead.
I'm trying to address this point. It's important to address
No,
this
hold on,
point.
because I want us to finish this beat before you make your
No,
point.
no, no,
So
no, no.
how would I feel? How would I feel
It's more
about
to
it?
address the point.
She wouldn't.
no,
She probably wouldn't
it's
give a fuck about how I feel about it. So I'm gonna live on the next day, and life goes on.
and
So
I
you have
probably
a
don't give a
problem
fuck
with his
about what you think
methodology.
about if it has something to do with me
Mhm.
personally. But that doesn't mean Brazil is still not that what happened to her in Brazil is still not gonna happen. It doesn't mean that
Exactly.
Nicaragua is not gonna still not gonna do what they just did to him.
Exactly.
Whether you think it's something personally with me, it affect my
Is
life.
it is it person? Is it personal?
No, man. This is what I'm saying though. You're doing the peso thing,
Oh
which
God,
is not.
Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah, you are. Because you've
Oh
been on peso a lot.
man, no man. I'm just
You're
trying to
doing the
be
peso
very
thing.
simple, man.
You're doing the peso thing. So
Listen,
why do you go to
you
Brazil?
can
Why do you
call
go to
me the
Brazil?
spokesman for
Why
the
don't you go?
passport
Why
bros
don't you
when
go
it
to
comes to
Australia?
defending them.
BA. Why don't you travel to Australia?
Hold
Why
on,
do
no,
you go to
hold on, wait,
Brazil?
sir. So G, I'm gonna run you the same interview as I did with Zed. So tell us why. What is his problem with his methodology?
Bro, I mean, it's right there in our face, man. If you don't want to
No,
talk
give
about
us
it,
an
you want to defend it.
example. Like,
You
sir,
see what
I
happened
just
to him
want
in
an
Brazil.
example.
You see the arrogance. You see the disrespect for the culture,
I don't see
which
any
you do. But when you
arrogance.
go over there, you don't do none of that shit. And do you know what's crazy
Sir,
about it? It's
you
like your
see,
black ass
sir,
is
can
not
you
going
give
to
us
do.
an example of the methodology that you don't like? It's a simple question. Give us an
Bro,
example.
bro,
Hey,
this is
hey, hey,
this is not about
hey,
me. We've already addressed
hey,
this. We're going
But it
into deep
is
with this
about
stuff.
you because you personally
Oh
hey.
don't
Oh
like
my
his
Lord.
gosh.
methodology.
First of all,
The
Look,
way
I
he the
can't
way he
hear. You
conducts his
need to clap your
content.
booty harder. You need to clap your booty
You gotta
harder
you
for
gotta
us.
you gotta, you gotta say pause, bro, because you may I don't know if you're a homosexual or whatnot, all due respect, but you gotta say pause after that. We don't talk about clapping another man's booty cheeks. That to
No,
me, I'm from
no,
the
no. You're
States.
clapping your
And
booty
that sounds like
faster pretty hard. You clapping and pa 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 pa.
wow.
Is it
You
is it
see
loud for
now,
you? Is it
see
loud for you,
now
King
now
Austin?
I'm gonna be
My King
suspect of you
Austin, is it
now.
louder? Is it? Do you need me to clap my booty harder, Mr.
You see,
Austin?
here you go. That's female behavior. We're trying to have a conversation. I asked you a specific question, and now you're raising your voice into multiple higher octaves like a female. Let's mellow it back down to the lower frequencies. So let's have a
And this
conversation,
is and
okay?
this is the exact same thing you said that women here do to people here. You're doing this exact same thing. These words, oh, you zesty because you such, or you such like. Let's not do that. We're being objective about the whole
We're
thing,
men,
and then
right?
now you wanna center
So
me. Oh,
so
how does
let's
that
get back
affect
to
you?
the
Yada
original
yada. Like,
question.
dude, that is stupid. Like, that
You
is
you don't
stupid.
like the way that
Like,
he
you've been
does his
traveling long
content.
enough,
So
and
give
I
us an
just,
example. It's a simple question.
bro. Like, I've talked about just
You
generally,
can't
and I
answer
just
you
leave it
can't
at
answer this
general. That's
question?
it.
You see, you should actually take some advice from Zed because
What?
I'm pretty sure Zed can answer this question and she will give an example by saying, well, it seems like he's a degenerate. He does degenerate things, and that's why I don't like the way
Bro,
that
the
he
dude's
does his
going
content. That's an example.
all over places doing dumb shit. He's not even in those places long. I went to Tanzania. The experience he had in Tanzania, what he talk about in Tanzania, is
So give us an
nowhere near to
example.
what
What's
I'd
dumb shit?
experienced. What the fuck you want me to highlight for you? Like I'm a stupid idiot. I'm my third passport, bro. Stop this, bro. I'm
Whoa,
not doing this little
damn.
boy thing with you,
I
bro.
if you want to assume that for yourself, which I've never said, it's just a question that I've asked. That's all on you.
But
But
I can tell when
you
a
never
question is
gave us
not
an
genuine.
example.
It's not a genuine question in like what we're talking
Really,
about. Like, oh, how does that
Computazi,
affect you
por
It
favor.
is
personally?
though.
because I want girls to.
Computazi. May I speak? Or
Go ahead, bro. I'm done, man.
oh
This
my
guy
gosh.
done clapping his booty for Austin.
You see, there you go with the clapping. I don't know if you're from
Mr. G.
Jamaica, and I know you guys are butt
Hold
broken
on,
out there,
Mr. G.
but
Hold on, Mr. G. You ain't done yet. You ain't done yet, Mr. G. And usually I agree with everything that you say, but you getting on BA for the same thing that Razor Ray's roasted you about. You was on Razor Ray's show 2 weeks ago clapping for Austin Holleman. So you need to knock it off, brother.
Who clapping for?
You
What
uh-oh.
do you mean? Defending Austin?
yes.
No,
No,
you misunderstood. That's not
no.
me.
When Razor Ray's
I wasn't.
called you an Austin Holleman fan because you always watching his content.
No,
And then he
bro,
talks about
that's the thing,
booty
though. See
clapping.
now, see,
Put two and
if
two
we're
together.
having, see, this is, I often say this, and I think Bia is a very intelligent young man, and I'm very disappointed in him because I know he has the range, if anything, in the community. And this is not a shot, and this is actually me giving you mad props. I've followed you, I know you have the range. I know your vocabulary. I know you have the range more than a lot of people in this community. So I'm surprised to how you don't want to be objective in this conversation, and you want to make it all semantics. Oh, you're a fan. You watch him. You're a fan. Like that's a stupid conversation, right? If
Bro,
we
I
have supposed
asked
to be a
you
community,
simple questions and you
Yeah,
failed
I
to
think
answer simple
But
questions.
hold on, Mr. G. Mr. G. You not gonna address that? What I just put in front of you? I just brought it to the table. Razor Rays was roasting you for the same thing that you getting on BA about. You not gonna address that?
I think you twist that. I see what you're saying, but that's not the same thing. I don't understand what you're asking or saying right now because I have the same
Razor
rhetoric that I
Ray,
have
Razor
Razor
Ray
Rays.
said, Razor Rays called you an Austin Holloman fan because you admitted that you always watching his content and said that you was booty clapping for Austin Holloman. Now you just told BA that.
No, I was the one saying they were booty clapping for us.
Do I
I
need
don't
to call?
understand.
Do
Let's
I need
move,
to call Razor Rays on the phone and tell him to come on this live? Because I got his number.
bro. You got it, man.
And why do
See,
you use the term
just
booty clapping anyway in your vocabulary? Like I'm just saying, I'm not trying to get at your
it's
sexuality or whatnot,
a
but I'm just
Hey,
saying we don't
it's
use that in our neck of the
BA,
woods.
BA, that's the thing. That's the thing. Razor Rays roasted him with that line. He told him, he said, yo, you booty
no,
clapping for Austin Holland. Now he using it for
no.
you.
I'm the one that said it. I don't know what you gains.
Oh, so he
There's
so
a,
he was
the
Oh,
influenced
conversation
to
no,
is
use
you
that.
not.
that's not what went on. But go ahead, bro. I know you got
Yeah,
it's not really, bro. I
gentlemen.
said that Razor Rays was booty clapping for Austin. And booty
Gen-
clapping is just a term that I throw around to say that people are, how they say you're cooning,
Nah,
pretty
well
much
we
you're
don't
cooning for
use
Austin.
that. We look
Yeah,
at that
yeah,
as homo. So maybe you shouldn't
yeah.
use that around Black Americans. Go ahead.
no Diddy.
You know exactly what I mean by booty clapping, man.
No
You're,
no
Nah, because I look at it completely different, bro. We cut from a different cloth.
can
no
I now
you're
play
just shucking diving.
the the
The booty clapping
clip
thing.
I was talking about?
Oh,
Oh, you
Yeah,
got the
go ahead.
clip?
Go ahead and
You
play
got the
that so we
clip?
can move
Play it.
forward with this conversation.
Oh, man, she got the clip.
We can't hear him speak though.
He hasn't
Jesus
No,
Christ.
spoken.
not cold personalities. No, in Brazil, in the southern part of Brazil right now, Uruguay,
You guys
Paraguay,
cannot hear him?
Argentina, Chile, all that shit gets cold.
Yeah, we
Yes.
hear it now.
We hear it.
Like when I was in Argentina in December, and usually December, January is like the hottest months in Brazil. But in Argentina, it was still like I still needed a light jacket.
This is not even the point I wanted to make, but isn't it interesting that this guy was freezing in Peru because he didn't take a jacket with him. He didn't pack a jacket to travel to Peru. I mean, he is a frequent traveler. One of the things, as a traveler is to pack, to pack clothes
accordingly.
for all kinds of weather. You pack a jacket, you pack, shirts, undershirts. If I were to go to the Sahara Desert, I would take a jacket. And this is a guy who is, going around claiming to be a travel counselor, a travel expert. But he was freezing in freaking Peru because he didn't take a jacket.
I,
So it
I'm
really
not trying
shows.
to come off like an asshole, but that sounds hella petty. Like that's a petty ass
May I
reason
speak?
to bring
May I,
up to a person though.
may I speak? May I
Yeah.
Go
speak?
ahead.
Okay, so man, I've been trying to. Cool, man. You guys just killed it. All right, I got a couple points I want to make. So I'll address this point first because it's fresh in everybody's head. One thing about the whole idea of him not having a jacket, and I said it numerous times, Austin is not a traveler. Austin is just a lifestyle dude who happens to travel. When it goes to the idea of him telling you things about the place, is where to get the women, how the women, interact with you, which is not going to be the same because Austin is also a young dude, a light skinned dude at that, black man in a new country.
Light
But
skin.
It's not
Can
the
you please repeat? Can you please
What
repeat?
has to do with
Hold on a
anything?
second, though, Loner. Can you please repeat what you said? He's not a traveler. He's a lifestyle. I love what you just said right there.
he's
Like
a life he's a
perfectly
lifestyle
paraphrased. Can you say that again, please, my brother?
he's a lifestyle dude who happens to travel. That's what it is. Like he's not really. So when people, I don't know, like people just like to bullshit and just not admit things. Okay, it's just like if you really look at Austin's content, what really have you learned about that particular country, that particular place that hasn't anything to do with either the women or a restaurant or some food?
if
You
I
really
have
don't
to be
know. Like
honest,
it is what it is.
even about the women, you don't learn anything because the interaction he has is very superficial. So
That's what it.
he was parading around with this girl, claiming that she's gonna be his girlfriend. But the next day he said that she was setting him up to be robbed. So this guy hasn't had one successful relationship. He's been traveling 2 years.
But is
And
it
go ahead, Mike.
is it is it is it is it beneficial for him to have a successful relationship because he needs constant drama to keep the channel going. Drama is the fuel of the channel. That's
Well,
what it
then
is.
you guys are like,
Let him cook. Let
you
him
don't
cook. Let
listen
him cook.
to
Sis. He's cooking.
No, but I'm
because
not. I'm not cooking. I'm just stating facts. Like again, when
No, no,
people
you're cooking.
like when again,
Usually I don't hear these things,
yeah,
and
but
these
you
are
if
the
you if
same things I tried to say it on Razor Rays, and he centered me and tried to make me the content. And I said, what can I go if I want to go to Brazil? Can I go to Austin channel and gather information on how to move to Brazil, how to go on my trip? Is his channel informational anyway in any form?
but that's what I'm
not
saying.
at
But people,
all.
Gee, what is your gripe with Austin? Like, can we get to
I
like
just said the
the
exact same thing he said, my brother. Leave me alone.
no, but let me finish. Can I finish though? I'm not again. I'm not trying to be controversial or try to come at the dude. It is what it is. I see the hustle. I see the money making moves. I see it for what it is. It's just though. I just say just like Floyd is. I tell Floyd all the time, go and kick. You're a clown. Go be a clown and get paid for it. That's what it is. You're not
But
somebody.
you
Some people.
are now contradicting yourself
How
because
so?
earlier you said Aston was a lifestyle traveler, but now you are saying that no, 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 he's not a lifestyle. He is just a clown. I'm almost like a showman trying to create the controversy. So what is it? You cannot be, a serious traveler.
I did not say that. I did not say that at all. I don't think you might have overheard me. I said Austin is a lifestyle dude who just happens to travel, and I said just as I said to Floyd, he's a clown. Go be a clown on Kick where you can actually make money from being a clown.
No,
That's
but
what that.
you actually said that Aston is not a
No,
traveler.
no.
He is.
Okay,
Uh,
you have the recording. You have the recording. You can if you can clip it and show me where I said that, I
No,
will
no,
cash up your $50.
it's Zed. I think he switched over to Floyd when he said clown. He was referring to Floyd, but he already said what he said about Austin,
Yeah,
which
what
is
did he
he's
say
a
about
yeah.
life
Aston?
I said
It was a
Austin
he's a
is a life.
lifestyle
lifestyle guy who happens to travel, but he's
travel.
not a
So
traveler.
that's what I'm saying. So what he does is show lifestyle, right? That's what social
Yes,
work.
that's what he said.
But then when I criticized, when I said that he's not showing a lifestyle, social loaner said, well, that's because he's trying to create controversy. So what is it? Is he a lifestyle traveler or someone,
No,
trying?
sorry. Okay, I see what you're saying. What I said is he needs controversy to keep his channel going. You do what I'm saying. His focus is lifestyle stuff, but you need controversy to have people come and watch your channel and generate more views. Do you understand what I'm saying? In that
So
regard.
even if uh, even if you are, a lifestyle, whatever you are traveling for, any traveler, I don't travel that much, but I know to pack a jacket. The fact that he doesn't know that tells you how little expertise this guy has.
Maybe you should educate them on those things.
Okay.
Just
So
I
saying.
mean,
And you know what? And I see what the sister is saying. It sounds very trivial and it sounds petty, and it can seem petty, but you'll
Which it
have
is
to
petty.
see
Go
when you
ahead.
travel to, like, just me going to on my 3 week vacation, right? Going from South Africa to Tanzania. I see clearly what the sister is saying. Like, it makes a lot of sense. When you travel, you should pack as much, all the things that you know you're gonna need. You have to make prevention. If you say you're a traveler and you supposedly got a pamphlet or a book that you're selling, these little things should be covered. You should at least have some sort of light jacket that you always have with you on the go.
that's not. I
always,
don't think.
I
I
am
don't.
a travel nurse, and when I go from one city to
Oh,
another,
money.
I will carry a jacket. That is like, like you could be the least like a casual traveler, you would know that, but this guy doesn't. But that's not the point of. Oh, go ahead, guys.
I see what you're saying. So essentially, you're focused on the point that he'd get a jacket because what you're saying is based on the fact that he went to Peru and did not bring a light jacket or something, he cannot be then seen as an expert as he will claim to be on traveling, especially for the amount of time he's been traveling. He should know how to do the simplest bit of research to know what he would do.
Exactly.
That makes sense.
Or
Yes.
just buy a jacket when he's there if he gets cold.
But the
Can that
information
be
that
another option?
yeah, no. But the way she's sharing the information is like, for instance, like when I made this deal with Floyd to say, hey, Floyd, here's $100, go feed some homeless people and do this. I didn't feel as though, as a 28-year-old dude, I had to give you any more information. You should be able to do that, be able to know where to get
Mhm.
peanut butter and things like that.
Yes,
So
exactly.
there's certain things you should know at a certain ages that people expect you to know, and there's certain things you should know if you claim to be this thing, you should be able to do this. A lot of these trouble things that they get into, I'm like, this doesn't make sense, especially if you've been traveling this much. I had this situation where, when I said, look, when Floyd got stuck in Chile, I'm like, how are you stuck without a home and you have a friend in this country? That makes no sense. That makes no
Exactly.
sense. If you're my friend, I'm gonna say, "Hey, bro, come over. What's going on? Your place not, you're not getting to your place. Come over. Oh, I'm right in the country. I'm gonna make sure you get stuff like that." I understand what she's saying in that regards, though. I think it's kind of I think it's kind of petty. Like, oh, you don't bring a jacket though, and if it was for a
That's
regular person,
hella petty.
yeah,
No,
but
That's not
it's
just
not
petty. It's
petty.
hella.
It is not petty.
for a
It,
regular
it's
person, for if I may finish, for a regular person, it would not be that big of a deal. But for a person who claims and writing booklets and been all these countries and this and doing all this, that should not be a thing. That doesn't make no sense. It's one of the most basic things you should have researched or had an idea about, that it doesn't make sense that it's becoming it was even a thing.
like
That's what this is.
if I were a surgeon and trying to show people how to do surgery, if I forget to bring a gloves, you would be like that is the basic thing. Packing for he is telling people how to travel, and he doesn't even know how to travel himself, because if you cannot bring a freaking jacket, yeah.
I think you're using that, to really, again, when we don't like somebody, anything that they do becomes really scrutinized. But I
Very
do see,
petty.
yeah, but I do see where she's coming from, though. I truly do see where she's coming from. Again, because
And
it
you know
makes
what, social
sense.
loner,
Uh-huh.
bias does exist. And
Yes.
I'll be honest with you, I can be biased. Everybody can be biased, but
Hmm.
it's when people are like flagrantly biased in this entire situation with this kid, and they're not. You can see they're being biased. It's like, you're full of shit. If Jarello does this, he'll be the biggest passport pookie, this passport pookie, that. But because it's this guy, you want to contextualize and you want to twist it, use nice words, nah.
I don't know, but I mean, like, Again, as a traveler myself, I'm just not impressed because again, I tell people only people that get impressed with some of these dudes is because people who haven't been nowhere hasn't actually done anything. So everything becomes believable.
Thank
Everything's
you.
just amazing. So, but as somebody who actually travels and go been to places, you're just like, eh. It's like this. I said the story before. I was in Barcelona with this girl in a hostel, and she went to use the restroom, left her purse outside, and the purse got snatched. And so a couple of days later, I wish I could find a channel. A couple of days later, she has a YouTube video how I got robbed in Barcelona. I'm not no Beck. You didn't get robbed. You were stupid and left your purse outside on a table in a country that's known for freaking pickpocket. They have a whole thing there called lizarding, where people will just freaking crawl on their belly on the beach and steal people's bags, and you're gonna leave your bag with like 500 euros on this freaking table right on the patio. Like you're stupid. That's stupidity. There's a difference between being robbed and being an idiot. And this is so, but she went on YouTube and made a whole video about it, which then makes the country look bad. Not that it doesn't have a problem with thievery, but it makes it look bad in such a way that it didn't deserve because that's not the factual thing that happened. But because I was there, I know it to be true. But all her people on the comments was like, "Oh, I'm sorry, girl. I'm so sorry. Oh my God, I can't believe that happened to you. How can I help?" But I'm like, damn, maybe
But
that was her whole.
social loner, with
Mhm.
what you just that point you just made right there, couldn't you relate that to the same thing as Austin going to Cartagena? He's filming, and they tell him one of the locals or people, some people that were obviously locals,
Mhm.
they tell him, no, man, you cannot film. Instead of him saying, oh, my bad, man, I didn't even understand, just put it up. Like he wanna rebut and then he wanna perform for his camera, but I'm a tourist, and then he go on Twitter
He,
talking about, oh, Colombia is dangerous. Colombia is dangerous. Everybody, Colombia is
okay,
dangerous. Don't you think
so
it's that same thing?
I see the video. I watched the video, and I watched the face, the mannerisms. I don't think it came from a place of trying to perform. I came from a place of being scared. And so that's how you like, oh, I'm a tourist, meaning that like it's like saying I'm sorry without saying I'm sorry, like oh my bad and things like that. Though, but when it came again, but then the controversy was created, and people already have the whole idea. Then again, he's going to use that to generate more views. I mean, that video probably got hundreds or not more views, which then generates to dollars. We have to understand that YouTubers operate on what brings them dollars, not what makes sense, not what's right, not what's honest, but what brings dollars. So if something is
I
controversial,
yeah,
then
I
again,
agree
Then
with
why
you
do
right
you
there.
guys
I do
debate?
agree.
sorry.
But
Why
at
do you
least
guys
at least you at
debate?
least you're saying it. This controversy makes money. It's that, and then he's admitted it too. He seeks for controversy, but at the same time, you cannot just say what you just said, where you admit, well, you gotta do what you gotta do, my brother. You gotta understand, man. The channel gotta make money. You cannot say that and then say some shit else when that same controversy that he's chasing get him in trouble.
I
We
never
gotta keep
listen.
it G all the way now.
No, and that's what I'm saying. Do you like? I tell people, do you? I've been one of people been asking me that yo, social start YouTube and do this and do that. I'm like, first of all, it's a very hard thing to do because if I do something, I do it right. So I don't like the bullshit. Sorry about my language. And I'm going to actually share with you information. Yeah, I like to party. I like to have fun. I have ladies. They would never be the center, like really the center of my thing. Plus, I have a personality with women that just want to hang out around with me and people. And like even when I said, oh, I was on a channel and I said, I hang out with dudes, and people are like, oh, you're gay. Why are you going overseas to hang out with dudes? I'm going to overseas to hang out, do things, and hang out with people, be it dudes, be it females. And first of all, you meet a lot of good women meeting good dudes. A lot of good dudes will be like, oh man, this is a nice dude. Let me actually introduce him to my sister, introduce him to my cousin, introduce him to my friends. You have a lot. You don't. And you actually part of the community, meet these people, have this conversations. Don't be thinking with your D. You get a lot more action. I'm being real with you. I've got a lot of great. I met a lot of great women, and I'm not saying I was looking for marriage or anything like that. Some great people I hung out with, and what
That can
happened happened
definitely be your
between us.
niche. You should create a
Huh?
channel about that. I said that can
But but
definitely be your
but
niche.
here's the problem though within the black space. So I had made this criticism about
So
Mr.
have
Ace.
you started that process though?
Oh, I'm making a video because I like to stay in hostels. So I'm making a video right now on hostels, and because a lot of within our community we don't like hostels because it's all about, oh my God, I'm sharing this, I'm doing that. I'm like, bro, it's not what you think, and just because you saw a movie, that's not what it is. So I'm making a quick video about that. I got some people I'm interviewing and doing that right now. That's what I'm focused on. But when it comes to all this nonsense, there's a lot of noise, and within our community, again, I'm not saying everybody, but what I see is, and this is why I call it like the drug method, right? This is not. I tell people, look, if you're gonna sell drugs, but understand you should take that money and create something that's gonna last. And some of us don't get loans like that. We didn't learn about credit and shit like that. And this is gonna. I don't agree with it, but it is what it is. Some of these guys, like Ace did it. When he started, he was pretty much doing the booty shit and stuff like that. And then he really started creating great content, actually showing more of the country. And we spoke. He said, look, I was losing viewership left and right because these people, all they really want to do, they'll talk this big game like, oh, show me this. And we really want to see the country. We really want to see the food. We want to see the community. But when you create that content, they're like, where the women at? Where the women at? Where the women at? A lot of these dudes will talk all this talk, but they don't really want to be educated. They want to be informed. They just want to know where to get cheap box. And that's it.
And what's wrong? What's wrong with that though? Everybody's different though.
A lot of people are different though. But I'm saying though, like it's to me again. That's just to me. Do you live your best life? But to me, it's just.
Yeah, but hold on a second. Social learner. But I like your question, but I don't like it. I don't like how people kind of assume, just because he just said that, then there's something wrong with it. And I don't think there's anything wrong with it, and I'm a proponent for people that want to travel.
But it's being used in the negative context though. That's the problem.
I mean, it is. But you know
why? So there is a problem though.
Brothers, you know why BA? Hold on a second. So brothers kind of put themselves in that position too, because if you want to go back to probably like 2 years or right before Auston came on board or right after he came on board, the whole conversation around what does passport bro mean? Passport bro means such. Oh, like that. People will go online on Urban Dictionary and be like, okay, this is what passport bro mean. We're traveling because we're looking for such feminine, submissive wife. A lot of the times, people were saying that shit just because they just wanted to make the community look good, but they didn't realize that they were at the same time putting themselves in, in an uncomfortable situation, because not everybody who travel are looking for a wife, and there's nothing wrong if you travel and not looking for a wife.
Exactly.
You travel just to date.
Exactly. Just be honest about it, and also
just be honest about it. But the claim that brothers were making in the beginning really put ourselves, in that little box. And then when people are showing people like, see, is this it right here? They're like, oh no, well, like, no, you created that little position, just like Auston, right?
Even like they have shifted the goalpost so much right now. They are
just like the passport haters have also. But go ahead, continue.
Those are now saying the same thing that their critics were saying. Their critics were saying, they just travel abroad for, to exploit women.
Wow.
And the passport bros right now, little by little,
typical narrative.
Admitting that. So they are admitting that, they're saying, well, you know what, we, of course, we want sex workers, but in America, sex workers are not affordable to us. Well, of course, we know that the reason these women are submissive is because they are, poor. So little by little, they are.
Zed, can you tell me what exploit means? Like, can you just give us a broad definition so I can?
So guys,
why are you muting me? I'm asking you a question. You spoke about exploit. So can you tell us what it means? You're using this word.
It doesn't look like you can get in conversation.
You used exploitation. I don't know what that means. So can you just tell us what it means?
You don't need the definition from me. Defend if you don't think.
But you use the word though. No, don't use words you don't know. You don't know the definitions to.
No, and because do you know the definition of exploitation?
No, I don't. This is why I'm asking you. You use the word.
This conversation is not for you. Then because it is not. If you were
if you want to educate us, then you should tell us the definitions of these words. If a person doesn't know what it means, you want us to learn when you speak, right?
All the time. You do not get into in conversation. It's. I'm not here to.
Listen, I'm not looking for an argument. I'm just asking you. I'm listening to your conversation. No, hold on. She used the word exploitation. So I don't know what that term means. So can she just briefly tell us what it means and then continue her conversation?
This conversation.
Zed, are you saying you have defined that to him? You've had that conversation with him before?
No, what he does is whenever he doesn't like something you do, he thinks he's some kind of Socrates. So he'll ask you
I'm not.
A series of questions. After a while, you're like, man, I mean, it gets boring. I want to get into conversation, back and forth. I know he knows the definition
I
of
asked
exploitation.
one fucking question. What is the definition of exploitation
I'm
which
not
you
going to tell
use?
you.
Calm
I
down,
don't know
brother,
what it
brother.
means.
Sir, calm down. Calmate, calmate.
Yeah.
Tranquilo, mi.
Like,
Tranquilo,
damn, this is why
hermano.
you have to argue with these feminists, these Western women. You don't get that in Latin America. You don't have to continuously reiterate yourself and get on this level.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
I kindly
Zed,
ask
Zed, would you like
and
to
stop.
could you? I don't think she's cutting you off because I'm not caught up. I think your internet is struggling, brother. Are you back?
No, it's not. I'm been here. I've asked a
Okay.
very
No,
simple
hold on a second. Hold
question
on a second, BA. But Zed,
humbly.
could you entertain it and kind of because I can kind of know where this conversation is going a bit as far as like because I could have sworn you guys were just talking about that the other day that last live stream. About
No,
the economy and the women such and such and
Just tell me the
yeah, you
definition.
just
That's all I'm
told me.
asking. That's the only
Hey, hey,
question that
hey,
I've
hey,
asked.
Asked me,
hey,
are you
eu vou perguntar.
comfortable
Eu vou perguntar.
polygamy?
Let me ask.
It doesn't, like, after a while it gets, it gets
You see,
tired.
she uses words she don't even know the definitions to. So I'm
Then
just saying,
you know
as a
what?
suggestion, don't use
Then
those
don't
words
worry
you don't
about it.
know
The
how to
conversation is
use.
not for you. The conversation is not for you. You could, like, if you think, I can tell you this. I will not define exploitation for you. If you want,
Because you don't know what it means. So my
then you know
suggestion to
what?
you is
Then
do
why
not
are you
use words
asking
you do
someone
not
who
know how to
doesn't know what?
use.
I mean, you said you don't know the definition, right? So if
No,
I
I
give you,
don't. You're educating us.
then
Us. Plural.
if I give you, if you think I don't know the definition, then why are you? It means you know the definition. So it doesn't make sense to ask someone you think. I mean, you are pretending that you don't know
Oh
what
God,
exploitation
Jesus
means,
Christ.
but at the same time, you still.
Zed, just continue, man. Never mind. Damn,
allow me
that shit
allow
crazy.
allow
Go
I have
ahead,
to
just
give.
continue.
Yeah.
allow me to
So
say something. Allow me to say something, please. BA, I see what you Panguta, I see what you're saying though. Miss I forgot. What would you like to be called again? Apologies.
Zed,
Z.
like
Miss
Zed.
Z. Oh,
Mm.
Z, just Z. Okay, okay, Z. Z, Miss Z. Essentially, what he's saying is that if you're going to use a word, he may know the definition and believe what the definition to be, but he wanted to verify that you was coming from the same definition in which he know it to be, because people might believe that they know
In
definition of a
that
word, but
context
in that
that you're
context, but they
using it
don't.
in.
So he wanted to. So essentially, he wanted to certify that we are on the same page on the definition
Thank
of
you.
exploitation.
No, but you know what? If
In
that
her
was the
context
case,
of
In her
her
if
context,
it was an
argument.
honest, if it was honest, like, he doesn't, like, he doesn't know the definition of exploitation, or if he thought I was using exploitation wrong, the way to do
yeah.
it. The way to do it is like, no, Zed, you are wrong. We're not exploiting people, because what we are doing is
Well,
this, and this is not
well,
exploitation. But what he
he can't
does
say
is,
that. He can't say that because he cannot say that because he has to first before he can say that he must first understand your definition of reputation. He can't
but
say we're not
here is
doing
the
something.
thing. He is
So he
saying
wanted,
that I don't know the definition of
but
exploitation.
no. He wanted to verify. If again, if
Then
let's
he could say
that
that. He could
no,
say, this is my
but
definition of
but that's what he
exploitation.
asked. But that's what he asked. He simply
No,
asked you, "What is your
I
definition?"
don't think.
He asked. Listen, I hate to agree on his side on this one, but he
But
said
no, you
he
don't have
asked for your
you don't have
definition.
to hate that. I have come, I have had discussion with this guy. He
Okay.
cannot get into a back and forth conversation. He is always asking questions, and the questions that he's asking are not even probing questions; they are leading questions. So, and those kind of questions do not advance the discussion. And I know if he could start by saying, because I don't owe him a definition, he can start by saying, my definition of exploitation is this, but it doesn't. What is yours? Then I could.
May I briefly
Okay.
intervene on it? Really, can I be brief? Let me just be really brief, okay? So the reason why I ask when someone speaks, I pay very close attention to if they're going against my idea. Let's say, for example, okay. So if a person is going to criticize either me personally or something that I believe in, they better be very careful of how to use words because I'm going to look for that. So if you then say use the word exploitation, I'm going to ask you, since you are using that word in your argument, I just want to verify the definition from you first in order for it to fit the right context that you're using it in. And if it fits the context correctly, then we can move on to what you were saying. That's it.
That the way you do that is bring me your
No, you're not
definition.
going to change the way that I do things. So now you sound
But
like Mr. G. G
but you
wants
want
to,
to change.
I don't mean to
You
throw
want
you in the
to,
boat,
you want to,
my brother,
I am
but
going to your
you
place.
wanna
No,
say,
no,
hey,
no,
you should do it my way
no,
instead
no.
of you doing it your way.
I
Do it
have,
my way. No, I'm not gonna do that.
I have conversation with other people who have, I have, strictly and I are in a completely opposite. I have conversation with many people, but the problem is,
Can we
and
just make this very simple? Can you just give us
I will
your
not, I will not,
Actually,
definition of
because
exploitation and we can
the
move
Miss,
problem
on?
I have is
actually,
not with you
if I if
asking
I
us.
if I can say this from a neutral place, Ms. Zed, if you use a word, it is up to you to define that word. If
But
somebody
Thank
I
else
will not
defines
you.
it,
define it. I will
Thank
not
you. I
define it.
agree.
it is not
I
up to
don't
them.
have problem
You
with defining the word. The
yeah.
problem
So can
is
you tell us
you
what is the definition? You don't have a problem defining it. So can you just tell us
then I
what is
will
the
not.
definition of exploitation?
Let me continue because I'm not. If you ask
You
questions,
see,
uh,
she's now she's running away from it
if
because she
social
can't
learner
define it.
asked me, I know it is a good faith question and I would answer, but I will not answer any question coming from BA because BA has some kind of Socrates complex. He thinks, he is
It
asking.
was a simple question.
No, it's not.
Define the
Because you ask
definition.
that all the time. You can, for some reason you are unable to verbalize your views without asking people questions. Do you support polygamy? You have been asking questions without, you ask questions too much. If you are
Because
this,
I'm unaware of the things. I'm here to acquire information.
give me a minute. Let me answer
I'm
this one.
okay, yeah, because I had a bit of an issue the other day with a gentleman. We was having a discussion, and he said, it was something, and he said, what was it like? Hey, I'm in this location, and I said, oh, I got a friend out there I'm trying to see, and apparently from his background and the people he deal with, me saying that I want to see, I have somebody out there is me saying I want to go fight him, and I'm like, that's not what I meant at all. But there was a miscommunication because we was coming from two different places. So if somebody uses
Different
a word
backgrounds.
and by their background, but if somebody uses a word
Hmm.
and a person listening to it has the right to ask you for your definition. It's like
Thank you.
simple. Like I had somebody. I was on a panel. Somebody said something about me, and they said, "Oh, so you do this, you do that." I'm like, if you have any evidence of that, prove it. He's like, why do I got to prove it? I'm like, you can state if you're going to state something, it is not my obligation to disprove it. It is your obligation to prove it. Do you see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
I don't. So in conversation, I'm not saying you're coming from a place of good faith or anything like that. I don't know your previous history, but in my opinion, the way to talk is if you use a word and somebody asks you to define it, you are the one responsible to define it. And I'm not saying I agree. I don't know where you're coming from. I don't know if you're being an a-hole, but I'm saying in conversation that's just the way that it
Okay,
goes.
no, it's social
Hold on,
learner.
wait.
Social
Before
learner.
you talk to
No,
social
no,
learner,
hold
let
on, hold on,
me.
hold on, BA,
No, I'm
BA.
gonna
I
be very
think
brief. I'm gonna be very, very brief.
Argentina's very
Exploitation,
underrated,
okay?
man.
Because I have the definition, okay? So exploitation by Google's definition, it's a noun. The action or fact of treating someone unfairly in order to benefit from their work. Now, in my context, I was just going to say, okay, if when these passport bros go for prostitution, okay, it's in the context of prostitution. So when you make a transaction with these sex workers, right? These sex workers are in control of the prices that they would like to charge you. So who is actually being exploited unfairly? Because some men may think that, well, damn, this prostitute wants $500 versus the normal rate, standard rate is $50. So
But you don't have.
this
If
is
somebody,
why
if
I
some,
brought up This is why I wanted her to define exploitation, because who's actually being exploited when these sex workers or aka prostitutes are in control of their own prices that they want to charge. That's
So,
all. Go ahead.
social loaner, now you understand what I was talking about, right? He was not asking a good faith question because he said that he was asking the what exploitation was because he doesn't know the definition. He knows the definition. He has a definition. He could have said what he said without, asking fake question. The question was not asked in good faith. And when people do not ask question in good faith, it doesn't advance the discussion. And
You
from
just
now
take a narrative and run with it. That's my
and
whole
from
point.
now on, I will not answer any question from BA. If you could have said what you said about exploitation without, trying to, to sound like you're some kind of
But I
flow.
didn't use the word in my argument. You did, sweetheart.
But you could have said what you just said. You could have said, you know what, exploitation means this, and we don't do this to,
No, I'm doing it my way.
But then
I'm
I'm
my
doing
own
it my way
person.
too. My way is not to answer you. So we could go that way. So sorry, I keep on I keep on muting you. Could you unmute myself, my dear? BA, could you unmute yourself because I mute you? Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm listening to what BA is saying. BA, I'm not saying you answer asking the question in the faith. And I kind of, I don't know if you were, I don't know if you were doing it in this way, because sometimes before you bring a point, you want to lock a person into their view to make sure that they can't weasel out of it later.
Absolutely. Remember, I'm like the lawyer of the passport bros, right? I'm in defense. I'm playing devil's advocate, right?
So I mean, personally, myself, if I would put my point, I think for the most part, the passport brand has been tarnished. The passport brand has been tarnished. Most of the individuals that are high on invisible are pretty much just garbage. Just using it as a reason.
We can't hear you, Papa. We can't hear a social worker.
Yeah, your internet is flickering.
It's not mine. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
So what I'm saying is, I think some a lot of people in in the upper tiers of the passport movement, bro movement, are just again, they're just grifters, similar to like crypto grifters, who are then Amazon dudes, whatever is going to make money. That's the part what they do, because that's their whole stick, to make money so that they can continue living the life that they're living. So they'll convince you to go do things that they themselves are not doing. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like it going to an MLM. They tell you, oh, go sell Tupperware, you make all this money. But then the whole time they're just getting more recruits so they can get money, making the real money by the recruits, not actually selling the Tupperware. So these individuals
Can
are
I
getting
ask
like,
an
yo,
open question?
go ahead. Oh, please.
And this is an open question. Okay.
Donor, this is what I mean. He cannot.
It's an open question for everyone to
Why don't
answer,
you respond
or
to what
an
he said
opinion.
instead of asking him? Because what you do is, okay, go ahead.
Okay, so what was my brother? I don't know your name, but was that a comment, or you wanted us to respond to it?
Respond to it or whatever you want, but don't ask questions.
No, I didn't know it was for open comments on it. I just thought he just wanted to just explain. That's all.
Ask your question. What's your question, please?
Okay. Do you ever since this whole passport bro label or black space has been put out on YouTube, and do you guys believe that for all of the anti content creators or anti passport bro content creators, they have been given a monetary career off of this? Meaning, let me simplify it. A lot of people that are speaking, against the passport bros, and they're monetized, aka they have AdSense on their channels. They're making a lot of money off of this type of content from the passport bros, and they're actually they want to turn it into like a long-term thing. So, do you guys believe that a lot of people?
Is passport bro topics that expensive? I see what you're saying. When he first went viral.
No, but do you guys believe the topic or the label passport bros have given people a lane to make money?
I don't see people building a whole channel just on that and thriving.
It's a yes or a no. I didn't say the amount or how much money they make, how much little money. It's a yes or a no. That's all.
Let me ask you a question.
You gotta start with yes or no, and then you can give reasons.
He wants to answer the question the way he wants. he wants you to answer.
It's a yes or no. You can
No,
give
Yeah,
your
then you
reasoning.
do
That's
I
no
believe? Do
problem.
I? So
then you monopolize the conversation.
I went to the question. No problem. So your question essentially is: do I believe that the Passport Bro name, moniker, whatever, has given channels the ability to earn money and make money and want to make it to a long term
The
endeavor? Is that what you're
anti-passport
saying?
bros, yes. Uh-huh.
Yes, I believe
Yes, the
so.
anti.
I believe so. I believe so. Yes, I would say yes.
Thank
Because again,
you.
any but any hot topic, any hot topic is going to give people money. My only issue with the whole idea of the Passport Bros is that again, there are some great content creators out there who are black men making great content, traveling, just living regular lives, showing things, and some of the more again like trash TV get all the attention, and these guys get zero attention. Like that's actually sharing real information, like from like brother I forgot his name. I can't remember his name. Rocco, brother Rocco was
Who's
showing brothers
that?
how to actually. Brother Rocco, he lives in Brazil. He actually lives in Bahia, and he makes
I've never
content and
heard of
showing.
him.
Again, that's the reason you never heard of him because he's actually
I
making.
mean, like I said, shout out to
But
that
that's
brother,
what
but he
I
probably
mean.
ain't popping like that. That's all.
But he's not popular like that because again, and I talked to people because when he was on our panel sharing information, everybody was like, "Get him out of here! He's boring." I said, "Look, the real stuff that's
Shout out to that brother though.
yeah, the stuff is going to help you progress in life and actually live this real Passport Bro overseas life is boring stuff. Like right now, I'm working, I'm doing things. It is not. I can't be on the camera and be like, "Hey guys, I'm currently doing my taxes. Let me show you how to do this." How am I going to make that fun? How am I going to make that fun? But I can show you some things: how to create your LLCs, how to get your this and this. And brothers don't want to watch that. And brothers don't want to watch that. And
Hey, that's
part
dope.
of
I'm
YouTube.
actually interested in that. Drop
What
on
I'm
your
saying though,
Instagram in the back chat.
but what I'm saying though, part of the YouTube thing is it is a business too. You got to make money. All this time we're using and things like that. People need to generate money, live, and things like that. So when these brothers are creating this amazing content, and I watch it, and I will not lie and tell you it's entertaining, but I understand the value of it for my life, so I can watch it. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to take vitamin pills. They don't taste good, but I understand what they're going to do for me
We
long
all
term.
can admit that the monetization of content overall, right? But more specifically, even if you want to look at like red pill spaces, manosphere spaces, the monetization of stuff have really messed up, watered down things, and where to the point where you're seeing people getting exposed. You know, the latest edition we have of this whole thing is the the fresh and fit drama, right? The fresh pregnancy Chinese girl drama. You
But
know,
how
the
can anybody not see that?
hypocrisy of it all, whatnot, right? You know, people lose their way because of the money of the pursuit of the
They do
money,
not
and they're
lose
not
their
even
way.
true to their own message.
Let me say
We
something. They
have
do
to
not lose their
admit
way.
that.
Let me say something. These guys do not lose their way. They're grifters. They understand what the people want to hear, and they tell them what they want to hear. So, for instance, let me give you an example. When you watch the whole Fresh and Fits, and you watch like some of these other
Do you
gentlemen like
consider
overseas,
Zed a grifter?
me, I don't honestly know that. I think they're.
There, BA. Hey, you a fool, dog. You a fool.
It
I mean,
was just a question.
no,
Yes or
but
no. That's all.
I mean,
I
if
agree
if
with
if I,
that because
Oh,
if I wanted to give,
you a fool,
I mean, I
dog.
don't even monetize my chats.
Not
yeah,
yet, because you don't have
but
1,000 subscribers yet.
if
I
I
know
may
how
say
that
something,
works.
right now I can get super chats, and I actually disabled the super chat, whatever, and I have never, asked for money. And I'm sorry, but I actually do have a good job and I make good money, so I am not grifting. In fact, to be honest,
That's
making
right.
videos takes more time. Sometimes I could see 3 patients in what it takes me to do one video. So no, absolutely not.
but it's
Shout
also
out
Can
to
I
that
see?
sister,
Hold on,
man.
wait. I have a
She get
very
into that
interesting
bag.
question for her. Can I ask Zed a very truthful and honest question? So, if Austin Holleman was in Ethiopia in your location and he got hurt and he had to go to the hospital and you were his
I'm
nurse,
not in
would you
Ethiopia.
help
I'm
him?
in Africa.
She's in the Bay
Okay,
Area.
so anywhere, so in your area, okay,
He
I don't know
knew
where
that.
exactly,
He
but
knew that. He's just trying to be
hold on, no,
fresh.
wait.
He's
So
just trying
would
to be
you?
fresh. I see what he
So
did there. He
hold on,
just
wait. So
Africanized
Zed,
you. That it's all good.
would you, as a nurse, help Austin Holleman if he was in need at your hospital?
Absolutely. I help racists at
That's
my
what's up.
hospital.
That's
Actually,
So
I
what's
mean,
up. That's what I like to hear. That's what's up. That's all that
do no
matters.
harm. As a medical professional, is literally like oath you take or whatever. But
yeah.
like you really,
Hey, hold on,
I
guys.
will get in trouble if I
like
don't help
like
Austin. I mean,
like
yeah.
I have
like
a question for Mized.
sorry.
Mized, are you single?
So I am single and I'm not looking for anyone. Go ahead.
No,
She's not looking for a black American specifically.
Damn.
Just a
Zed
yes.
shut that thing down before the ball even went up. God damn,
Mized,
Zed.
it's just a yes or no question.
Oh, there you go.
I answer your question strictly. I know you are asking in good faith. Okay, so what was your question?
Are you single?
Very single. Am I looking for a partner? Absolutely
No.
not.
I didn't ask that. I was just I just asked if you were single or not. Okay, that's all. Okay.
I'm single.
No, not single.
You are
No
a
Diddy.
fool, my
No
brother.
Diddy. I mean, if we're asking
Because,
people's marital status, no Diddy.
no,
but-
Hey, Zed.
because Mized seems like the prototype, like I mean, got a good job, professional, well spoken, no cursing.
Facts.
I've seen her cooking, so I
No
don't know.
profanity.
She's African, no
Yeah,
profanity.
she
What else can
deserved
you ask?
she
I mean,
deserved to
I'm
be
sorry.
feeding somebody's son.
You know what? She's right though.
But to go to the idea of monetization on YouTube, it's not people don't just create YouTube channels just for the money. Some people create it for the attention. You see what I'm saying? They hold court. Because currently right now, you have 28 viewers, you have people on your panel. Some people are saying, "Oh, kick these guys off your panel," but we are the content. Especially right now, we are the content. I'm not saying
Right.
that she could not make her own content.
And
but
how
this is
come
the
those people
content.
won't come up and talk with us?
Yeah, because I wanted to address some of the questions people were saying, but it was scrolling so fast, everybody was talking. So I'd like to, man, Austin looks homeless. That's stupidity. Again, just because you don't like somebody, you don't have to talk shit. That doesn't make no sense.
I called him homeless. I didn't call him homeless. I said homosexual.
No, not you.
Okay.
Homosexual?
No, but the reason...
why is it that men's sexuality is always coming into question on most things? It's like this.
No. Homosexual got a specific meaning, though. It's not. I know. I see what you're saying.
No.
But that's not what she's saying by homosexual.
When people call Austin sassy, or when they say he has feminine energy, that's the only time I kick people off, my comment section. I do not, I am very pro, I am very pro gay and bisexual people. So I don't use homophobic language. Hobosexual, HOBO sexual means someone who wants to date you. And I had a lot of men like that because they don't have a house.
Hobosexual. You're talking about a hobosexual.
Yes, that's what I call him.
Right.
Hello?
I thought you said, my apologies. I thought you said homosexual. My apologies.
Yes, he was homosexual because he was in Peru, freezing to his bones, and he was on Tinder trying to hook up with a girl who has house or with a heater. So that is for me.
Did he say that? Did he say that?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Or maybe that was just his tactic. That's what's up.
Okay.
That's clever.
Let's be honest. Did he say that, or did he say that in a joking manner? Because I'm pretty sure Austin has money. He can get a hostel room, and it's not that expensive to get a place over there. And
he still hasn't gotten he hasn't. I mean, the guy is. I don't even know why you guys take any advice from him. He left his house with the heater on, so that the house would be, a portable heater on, so that the house will be warm when he returns. That is something you don't do, especially in Peru, where probably my heaters here in America, they turn off when they get too hot. But I don't know if the heaters in Peru do that. He could have burned the whole place.
So Zed, if he was in your area, would you help him out with a heater, or would you offer him a warm place, or you leave him in a freezing cold? Real question.
Social loner, how the conversation gets sidetracked by this kind of
No, it's an honest question. We're talking about heaters and
yeah,
freezing in the cold.
guys, so that is why I don't understand. Why would you take advice from me?
So
Because
you wouldn't help him out if
I
he was
was a
freezing cold.
security guard,
Damn, that's cold blooded.
and I was a security guard
Damn.
when I worked in the offices. When people leave their heater, I mean, they get written up they get written up because they could burn down the whole freaking building.
But you wouldn't offer him any help though. So why criticize if you're not willing to help him?
What were we talking about? Yeah, go ahead, social. Strictly, we haven't heard from you, Papa, brother.
No, I'm just enjoying the conversation. Like I said, it's quite interesting. I mean, of course, I wouldn't take any advice from Auston. I mean, Auston is
Strictly, do you want to have multiple? Do you want to have kids? I mean, I don't consider you. I don't think you are divorced. You are married and divorced. But right now, would you want to have kids in every freaking continent and at the same time? I'm not talking about, I know you have, ex-wives, but is your plan to have multiple women at the same time in different continents?
No, I wouldn't. First of all, because kids need nurturing, they need their parents there. So it's just at the end, who's suffering is the kid, and it doesn't make any sense. I mean, when I was
Nurturing comes from the woman, and I'm not trying to be sexist.
That is not true, my friend. I have 5 children.
So you nurture the children?
No, nurturing means taking care of them, give them loving and care. It's not necessarily meaning breastfeeding. If you look at nurturing, it's just, to nurture is care for and protect someone while they are growing. That's what means nurturing.
So we said
my children.
Are we saying a man can't nurture children?
Say it again.
Are we saying a man can't nurture children?
That's what Bia is saying. See, it's a woman's job. I'm saying that's not true, because nurturing means to care for and protect someone while they are growing. And my kids need me because
I was referring to breastfeeding, because usually when people use the term to nurture in the context of breastfeeding. That's why I asked you. I want you to correct that.
Come on, I know you trolling because you're way too smart for that. It's all good.
So going back to the question, of course I wouldn't, because it's very it doesn't make any sense, because the purpose of having kids is to be around them and actually raise them, and give them the proper education, and so having kids and just abandon them, that's a loser attitude, so it doesn't make any sense mentioning that. It's like, I mean, you need to understand, the guy's 24, just got off puberty not too long ago. You have to understand, he's still growing. Until you're 25, you're not the man anyway, so we need to understand that, so I mean, as far as I'm looking at Auston, he's a child, because my oldest daughter is 24. And I mean, she's more mature than he is, of course. But, when I looked at him, I just look at the lost child and it's like, oh, look at Auston. That's it,
Man, Auston's living his best life.
Do you believe in polygamy?
Here's the thing about polygamy. Unless you can give the same amount of time and money with all 4 women equally, then it makes sense. That's what polygamy was initially. I mean,
you on your ish, brother.
when you are for wives, you have to. I mean, if the kids go to private school, or you go to private school.
Do you believe that one woman should be able to marry 4 men?
May I say something?
Well, that's polyandry.
Hold on, baby. Before you say something, but do you believe that would be the case? Do you believe in that?
In Australia, there's a tribe that actually do that, the polyandry. So if it's the culture, but me personally, in India, you have some culture.
Can I say something?
So as far as I'm concerned, I wouldn't, because to me it's odd. I don't see it.
What do you think about that, though?
No, it's
can
not
I say something?
It's not acceptable. It's not acceptable.
Gentlemen, can I say something, please? Gentlemen, please.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Who said that has been very vocal in the chat and talking and writing a lot of points? Why don't you hop on the panel and talk? I don't know if you're male or female, because again, you have the energy to type all day. So we would very much love to have Discord with you again, because we're not here to be controversial, to hate, because even people are
divisive.
like Coco, these dudes hate feminists. You're just saying things. You have no evidence to support it. You're just saying things. And if you do have evidence, please present it. Anybody, I can say you like to tickle cats' booty holes. And it'd be factual based on what you guys do. When you guys operate, you can just say anything and it's factual because you don't like somebody or you want to just insinuate something. So, Mr. and Mrs. Cole, who said that, please come on the panel. You're very welcome to do so. And you know what? I'll make it more. I'll cash up you $40 if you come up and come talk to us for at least 30 minutes. Please.
Yeah.
Please. I truly hate individuals that just be on the chat all day saying nonsense with no supporting facts, and they just can say anything.
Like, look at this guy. You're right. Auston and Strictly Travels don't like women that look like them and believe or took to be factual that Latina and light-skinned women are more advanced. Auston say Latina, maybe it's with you. I say, first of all, that's the stupidest statement I ever heard, because I mean this guy doesn't even know me, so he doesn't have, I don't even need to address it.
Strictly, here's the reality. Just similar to how Auston plays on to the audience to keep the attention on him, I think some of these individuals got nothing better to do. They have no real issues in their lives, so they just come on here and feel as though they say something that, because again, echo chambery, or people will agree with it. Oh, look at me, guys. I can just say this, and you guys listen to me, and I sound this and that. You are not on here allowing yourself to be scrutinized and actually have a real conversation. Everything you're saying is just this. Just whatever. $40. I'm not Floyd. Are you crazy? I would never come on the male panel to argue. We're not arguing. That's like,
right. We're just having the conversation.
It's a discussion.
So by the way you're speaking, the way you're behaving, is telling me you do not go into spaces and have conversation with people that disagree with you. You have your points, and you just go in there and have everybody just pat you on the shoulder and be like, oh my God, everything is exactly
an echo chamber.
And things like an echo chamber. Again, I don't agree with everything these guys say. I don't, but the reality is I come on here because, again, if your points are so solidified and so solid, you can come to a point and have them challenged, and you're still going to leave with the same points. Do not make arguments that what you can't prove. And I don't even try to make arguments that I can't argue the other side, because I try to see on both sides, because I think people sometimes just come from a place of sometimes just being generous. We all live different lives, So we are some of our experiences. And so my experiences might differ from yours. So you are who you are. I might not agree with you, but we can share knowledge and maybe come to an understanding. That's all we
right. And let me just add one thing also. Now, I am pretty sure that every person on this panel as of today had some disagreements with me. I may have, raised my voice a bit and et cetera, and things of that nature. I'm very passionate, but at the end of the day, I don't hate these brothers, and I don't hate Zed either. I have no hatred towards these people. We could agree to disagree, just like the I call him the Jamaican brother, G. When he kept making them homo jokes, about the booty or whatever he said. But at the end of the day, I'm gonna shake his hand, and we can move on.
Again, I don't feel no disrespect in between this. You said, again, it's in the stuff that you say that I wouldn't come on here because of this and this and this. It's cowardice, and you try to hide by acting like you're above it or whatever. You're being a coward, and that's okay. And that's okay. Lewis, all these individuals are cowards, and it's okay.
They like the entertainment.
And it's okay.
They enjoy the entertainment. That's all it is. They enjoy it.
I'm not.
He said, I'm interested in the women in the chat, not you. Bro. Who's saying that? I don't know, there's something wrong.
You people remind me. They remind me of individuals. There are men, right? I remember I was making a comment in regards to single mothers on a post, and this guy that he came in talking about something. Oh, you're so this and so that. And I know for a fact he beats his wife because she told me, she's cried to me. And it's so interesting. All the women was under, oh my God, thank you, King, for talking up for us and things like that. Ladies, be careful of men who constantly agree with you, because they're the ones that's going to start giving you black eyes. Okay, so they're the one. They try to come off as this. I'm the good guy. I'm the safe guy.
Because they trying to smack.
Men go by different ways by smashing y'all. They either be the nice guy, the guy that pays your bills. the coward and things like that. Be careful about these dudes because they're some of the most dangerous dudes. They're the ones that when you turn them down, they start stalking you and start doing all type of crazy things. Look at some of these dudes. Just really look at them.
Why?
They're
Uh,
some of
it,
the
Why are you
because
preaching
Social
biggest.
this
Loner,
to this
he
crowd?
said it's interesting in the he meant the woman because he said women, so I thought he meant lots of them because he wrote it with the need. Okay, you meant the woman. Oh well, we originally talking to Zed. Zed. I mean, I like Zed. She's fun, she's outspoken. So I like listening. I like listening to her. I like, especially when she gets mad.
I hope
Intriguing. I'm
that
serious. That voice. I mean, I just come to listen to you. Say something, Mister.
yeah, that no. What's going on strictly? You do know that, yeah. Anyways, guys, why would why strictly just threw me off? What are we talking about?
We're
Can I
talking.
say one thing? I just want to address this before you scroll up. Miss Zed, could you be so kind to put up Lewis's comment that says, "Social loner, you have stated out of your own mouth you believe you are inferior to white people. All these things are facts and documented." I've never said that. I have never said that. And again, if you have that evidence, please present it.
I truly
Please
believe
present it.
that it's
Please,
because
please.
people
There's something that I
argue.
said. There's
No,
something that I said.
I
Go
think
ahead.
he is confusing you with another person. I'm almost sure because I think what's happening is Floyd has said that. Floyd has said, in
No,
multiple
no,
ways
no. But
that
I
you
said so. I
didn't.
said
Now,
no,
I
no. I
think
said
he might be confusing you with Floyd
no.
because
I said something that I think he's putting out of context. Growing up, being a very dark skinned individual, and anybody can attest to this. There were certain names that I was called, and there were certain behaviors that was the way I was treated that what I really did not like. So for a period of time, and I stated before, my attraction to white women was
oh yeah,
primarily
yeah,
not
yeah, yeah. You said
what my struggle
yeah.
again because my struggle attraction to white women
Oh shit.
was to the benefit. Let me say it because again, I'll stand by what I say. If I say
Yeah, I
something,
remember
I
it.
stand by what I say. And
Get your
again,
popcorn
I
ready.
don't like I don't hide. I said this. I said, look, in certain communities, and we can admit it, there is a lot of people view white people to be superior. There's things that they get for simply being white. I've seen beautiful black women go after the lamest of black white dudes that they would never give the same black dude equivalents a chance with.
Facts.
I've seen this in
100%.
several cases, and we see
And
this
in Africa too.
and it is an observable reality. We can place some man, but we know it is an observable reality. So growing up, I wanted my child to be because I'm very dark, being called char baby. Even when I'm on those panels, oh, you're too dark, nobody can see you, smile, and all these things. And as a parent, you would want your child to have the best opportunities, be at the best schools, be at the best friends. And as sad as it may be, being closer to white is a benefit more than a disadvantage in the society that we live in. Similar to how Brazil mindset goes. I've
Good.
always
Can I
found
give you
black
some
women to be.
pushback?
No, but what I'm saying is, let me finish. I've always found
Go ahead.
black women to be beautiful. Black women have always been my first and what I've always wanted. But also growing up in primarily white schools, I wasn't necessarily, the it guy. You know what I mean? So I had that kind of a biased part of me, and it's ignorant. It is ignorant, but it's a reality in which I was living. It's similar to like if you're a midget and you say, look, if I have a baby with somebody tall, my child have a better chance of being taller. That's just how the world works. I'm a realist. I'm not trying to be emotional. I would love a black child. I would love a black child like that thing, but I don't know. I know how the world would treat my child.
So can I ask you a question?
Sorry, please go ahead.
So okay, so just given what you just said, so I would just say because I hear the passion in your voice when you speak about the love of black women and
Mhm.
the black unity, right?
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure in Ethiopia or in Africa, especially in Ghana, why not go there because they have a lot of beautiful black sisters out there
No.
and they
But I
and
I wasn't.
they
I wasn't.
hold
I
on,
wasn't.
wait a minute.
I
yeah,
wasn't
Go ahead.
African. And
But
there's a place. No,
why
sorry,
would
Oh,
you
wait,
go to
one at a
Ghana?
time.
I
One
don't
at a
think. I don't think.
time.
Sorry,
So
sorry.
no,
I
no,
don't
no,
think
no.
you
You
understand.
mentioned
I
Ethiopia.
don't
I
think.
gotta say something about Ethiopia. I'm sorry. I mean, to me, as far as I'm concerned, I've said on panels, Ethiopia, that's my favorite place in the world. I mean, when it comes to women, I can live there and die there. So just continue.
All right, go ahead, sir.
No, so shall I continue? That was just my
But I
parenthesis. Go
Social
heard
ahead.
loaner,
it's
go ahead.
very difficult to, well, that's another. We're gonna can't have as far as Ethiopia. I remember we had a conversation like that in
No,
our
I
in
love
our little
Ethiopia. I
group.
love. I mean, it's just nice. I mean,
It's
I'm telling you, it's like
it's
that's what I
just a
could
lot of
listen to be said.
challenges
She brings me
with the
flashback.
most.
But
That's all.
the family would accept the white man over you. But I digress.
Well,
But
Social loaner,
Yep,
can
I've heard
you
that.
continue, please? Social loaner, where'd you go?
Sorry, I believe I constantly getting muted. But to
so,
fit.
because everybody was talking
Okay.
over each other. But yeah,
No,
I
no,
didn't.
understandable. No, it's understandable. It's understandable. No, but again, it is. We could argue that it's ignorant and it's this and that, but it's a reality in which I was living, and I looked at
No, I
things
was
and I look.
saying why not go to
Go ahead.
Africa?
Did you listen
We
to
were
him?
past that.
BA? He's saying that
No,
he wanted to make babies with white women because he wanted his child to have lighter skin, lighter
No, I know we got past that, so I then asked
yeah.
him the question, why not go to Africa? Because he really loves the black
Well,
woman,
well,
and they have the most black women in Africa, and in certain societies, in tribal societies, also in Africa, they embrace each other of what they look like. So,
but
well,
have you tried that?
you cannot just go to to another country for the women. I mean, going to
No,
Africa.
hold
I
on,
mean,
wait a minute. We're trying
Ethiopia
to make
has very
progress
beautiful
here.
women. Ethiopia has very beautiful women. But if you are going to go to Ethiopia, you're not going to have modern, not even more like
no.
the things you expect here. You will not
And
find them there. You will have to deal with a lot of poverty, with a lot of corruption. So
Why
I
are you
do not
speaking about the bad things about Africa?
no, but
the
she's speaking
bad
about
thing or
she's
the real thing,
the,
reality. I'm talking about
But
reality.
but he but he but he's an American, so that doesn't apply to him. He
It
makes
it does
does.
apply to
dollars.
me.
It
It does
does.
apply to me because to get a good woman with because you understand though the social economic level within which I would like to operate in. When I go to those
So would you go to
countries,
Africa
let me
and
allow me to finish.
find that
Allow me to
black
finish.
woman?
Please. Allow me to finish my
Hmm.
point. People have said, especially when you go to those countries, there's different classes of women, right? And I want somebody relatively close to me. A lot of those women get picked up by the best of their men. Okay, and Ethiopia is you have to be really in the culture to really be accepted in that. The only way people that really get accepted out is whiteness, because again, whiteness is always seen as this superior and things like that. But I'm just being realistic with it, though. There's less a barrier of entry for whiteness than is for blackness, especially Black Americans,
Exactly.
because
Exactly.
we do have a certain stigmas about us and things like that. You have to really trust me; it's a whole different thing. And I did research on it, and
Exactly.
I was just in the Ethiopian wedding that I was helping a friend videotape. So I have a lot of Ethiopian friends locally, and they tell me there's more to it than just going there. Some of these guys are going to these countries and dealing with prostitutes, dealing with pay-for-play women. I'm actually
So
going
can
to
I
go to a
give
country.
you a
But allow me to
hypothetical
finish. Allow
situation?
me. Allow me to finish. Allow me to finish.
Go
Allow me
ahead.
to finish, please. I was in Africa. I'm going back to Africa. I wouldn't consider Africa because I was in South Africa, but I'm going to actually be going to Kenya, Tanzania, Zimbabwe. I'm going to go to Ethiopia. But when I'm going to Africa, I'm saving. I was saving that. This is my next actual big going out for 6 months going out because for me, I travel to some of these countries. I stay a month. I stay 3 weeks. I stay 2 months. And I'm traveling, learning about the culture and things like that. Though, but for me, going to Africa is going home. There's a differenceness of it, and I wanted to really learn some things, and I really want to be engulfed in the communities and things like that because that is home, and that's the reason why I went to Bahia, Salvador Bahia. I went to Salvador Bahia because I was tired of being black. I wanted to go somewhere where I wasn't black. I was just a dude first. I was just a man who just happens to be black. There's a lot of things, but then when you went to Bahia, you learn you're still black. If that make any sense, like you're
Right.
still black because the divide, there's a big divide within the culture. Like if you go to Bahia, the darker you are, the further back you work at a restaurant. If you're light white, you work in the front, you're a hostess. You're
Like
dark, you're working
Zed,
as a
right?
dishwasher. There's a lot of
Wait,
opportunities
I said
just based on.
light like Zed, right?
You
I really can't say how
trolling,
light she is,
BA.
but what I'm saying is there's
He
a lot
avoided
more
the
into if
question.
you want to
You're a
if you want to have
fool.
an listen, if you want to have an honest relationship with a woman worth of substance, and because again, her family's going to get involved in all these things, you're going to have to show that you're going to be there in the country. There's a lot of things that goes into it. I'm not going to these countries actually for women. I'm going to these countries to visit and learn. And if I happen to meet my wife, amazing. I pray for it. I want it to happen. There's a lot more to it. So, but to go to the idea, I don't think I'm less than white, but I understand. Just because I don't think I'm
Because
less
this
than,
is
I know how to work.
I
Go ahead.
I,
So,
I like how you are realistic about Africa, and the only thing I would tell you is that if you are going to Africa believing that you are going to go to a kumbaya where you're not black any longer, so there is not going to be any problem. No, Africa is very challenging, and you went to South Africa, which is the most developed country in Africa, and the rest of especially Ethiopia.
Facts.
Ethiopia is going to be even more difficult. And let me tell you, we have colorism in America, right? Oh my God, it is 3 times worse in Ethiopia. I have a niece who is dark skinned, and when we go out, people think she is our maid. That
Yep.
is how bad colorism is. So
True.
if you have if you are it's colorism is bad for you here, it's gonna be even worse
Worse
in
Africa.
a lot of
Can I
in lot of
add something? And I'm just a little curious because historically, wasn't Ethiopia the only country that was never colonized by the white people? Is that true or is that incorrect? It was
that's
never
true.
colonized.
That's true. Oh shoot.
Okay, so my mind is very boggled because if they were the only country that wasn't colonized, but they actually put whiteness on top, how does that make sense?
Guys,
Like I don't get that.
I don't think
Yeah,
it's I don't
listen.
think it's per se put whiteness up top. It's
No, no,
Well,
no,
like
no, no.
she just it
it's
was
the
there,
same
just
dynamic.
explained it
But
because whiteness does get priority.
It's
you need to
it's not
understand
whiteness
something.
the priority. Let me say this real quick though. I think you should know this. Maybe you know this or you want some kind of answer for sake. But you understand how colonization works. And it's different levels of it, right? In the United States, you see a version of it. In other places, there's different version of it where it's a bit more aggravating to like somebody who's from the United States, where you're from a first world country. There's a lot more opportunities. So when you go over there, there may be a dusty white guy that you got way more money done. You see them treating this nigga like he's royalty, and you're like, this nigga's my maid back in the United
But
States.
that's
You
my
know what I'm saying?
point. Well,
But
why
they
is their
don't know that.
mentality
You got
like
to
It's
that?
understand that
branding.
it's different world.
It's branding. It's branding.
but
It's simply
you seem
branding.
like
Hold on. Can I say
I
Facts,
don't
something?
branding.
We said,
have
hold on,
this
guys. Hold on.
almost intellectual discussion where colorism comes. It doesn't matter where it comes. What I'm saying is, colorism is worse in Ethiopia than it is here in America because
It
at
is
least,
true.
That's
yeah,
crazy.
at least in
Very much.
America we fight it. There is so I do
In Africa,
not advise.
we worship it. We worship in
Yeah,
Africa. We don't fight
yeah,
it. We worship
exactly.
it.
We worship it.
We worship in Africa. We don't
Yeah.
fight it at
So
all.
I
It's
do not advise Black Americans to go to Africa, at least not right now. Africa is not developed enough for Black.
No, I'm
Jimmy,
still going to
hold on a
Ethiopia
second.
and
This is a very
Eritrea.
important
They got a
statement.
lot
Let's
of
let's
mixed
talk
people
about
out
this.
there.
Hold on a second, because I have a friend who's in Tanzania. He's married to a Tanzanian woman, and after my trip this past winter, and I'm like, you know what? Looking at Colombia, what it is, yeah, I'm not taking my ass over to get scope. I'm like, Africa, this is where I want to be. Probably Tanzania or somewhere else. I like South Africa too, but a little bit, get South Africa got a lot of bit of degeneracy going over there too. Um, I would like to go to Tanzania. I like Tanzania. I've dreamed about it. So you think it's not developed enough, or it's not? Can
in my
can can,
opinion.
can you expound on that for me?
But can I
In my,
answer to you that, Mr. G? Because I mean, I'm African myself,
Yeah.
and then
Yes, sir.
I come from my dad is Caribbean, and my mom is African. And let me tell you, my dad is dark, and my mother's light. Do you know they gave my dad a hard time because he was dark? And both my grandparents are African. Just to tell you that, I mean, it's so. I mean, you gotta run through those
But but
challenges.
but but you can kind of understand that though, as far as like them not being used to white people. And it's not that they don't
No,
see
no,
white
no, no,
people,
no,
they
no,
may
no,
see
no, no,
white
no, no.
people.
Let me tell you,
No,
it's the
no.
other way around. It's the other way around. I mean, what you need to understand, like if I show you my high school picture, I mean, my primary school, it was a mix of white and black. Of course, we used to them because one way to understand, we got, I mean, like the Congo until
But
1960.
but 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 I think it's economical
Hold on.
though.
No,
It's
hold on. Let me listen.
economical and it's
No,
a
it's
lot of
Let me
not
things
finish.
though.
economical. I mean,
Let me
No.
finish.
yes,
Until
go ahead.
1960, the Congo was a Belgian colony. So we have a lot of mixed
Yes.
Belgian
Yeah.
and black. So white people are not something new. We used to them.
We,
That's what it is.
I mean we get
Just
it
hold
though,
that.
but
Hold on. What I'm
it's
saying that
economical though.
culturally, it's more than economical, bro. Because hold on, let me tell you something. I mean,
It,
without Congo,
What
there is no
about light
Belgium.
skin? Light skin. I mean, they prefer light skin. Is it
Of course
economical
they
too?
do. They prefer light skin. That's what even people
Yeah,
bleach themselves
exactly.
in order to be light skinned. That's what they do. I
Yeah.
mean,
They prefer people who look like
and
Zed.
let's be honest. The reason I say it's economical, right? The closer you go, because whiteness is that thing that they automatically see as to, you can take and listen. I was born in the Caribbean myself, right? And I can say this: I can take a white man here on the street, homeless, put a cheap ass suit on him, and go make money with him in Africa. Because whiteness is automatically seen as to be better or have money. It's all of that. But if you're from a society like the United States where everybody has opportunities, you can go to Harvard just like this white boy can go to Harvad or any school. You can work and earn it. Therefore, you get a little bit more enlightened. You get exposed to more things. And when I say economical, it all has to do with education, things like the access to education, access to resources. It's all of that.
Yeah,
Can I
but
just say
also,
listen.
why
I
not
wanted
just
to know.
bring the Ethiopian women to Latin America and just
look,
have them adapt to Latin American culture? I mean, that should be
look,
awesome.
look,
What
can I
should
say?
adapt
Let me
themselves? I
What?
love their. I mean, listen, B. I mean, have
listen.
you
He
seen
just want to.
Ethiopian
You
He
didn't
want
you
a
didn't
white
hear what
woman.
I said?
He
I
was a
mean,
I
black woman with just
said,
do.
why not just take the women from Ethiopia and bring them to Latin America and have them
no,
adapt to
no,
the culture out here?
They
no,
are
no,
already
no, no,
there
no, no.
though. What are
No,
you
but
talking about?
The
they have their own
Ethiopians?
culture. Yeah,
Which
they
Not
have their
countries?
Ethiopians, but they are black star already in Latin America. You already know this.
No, but
You're
I'm
just
talking
trolling in a
about
serious conversation we're
Ethiopia.
having,
No,
bro.
I'm not trolling. I'm not trolling because
No,
y'all talked
no.
about the
So,
colorism.
so can I?
It's less out here.
well,
So I
So
No,
how's that trolling?
listen.
I'm
I mean,
following the conversation.
hey Lewis,
That's a
listen.
Lewis,
solution.
What I
wait a
like
minute.
about
Can I say?
Ethiopia, I'm gonna tell you what I like about it. I mean, they have their own culture. I mean, they still have their
But
own
they're
rights.
colorist according to
They
Zed
have
though.
their own food. But here's
Very
the
much
thing.
so.
colorism is everywhere in Africa, not just in Ethiopia. It's everywhere
But
in
in
Africa.
Ethiopia, we need to understand there's a mix of things
Why do you
culturally.
guys worship white
Hold on.
men though?
No, no,
I'm
they're
just
not. I mean,
curious.
let me tell you something. I
Just
mean, if
like
you look at
how you guys worship white women. So I don't know where you
We
came
don't
up with
worship.
that.
We exchange white women for
yeah,
Latin women though. We
but here's
exchange
Yeah,
the.
them.
because
Have
Latin
you
women
heard?
are closer to white. Not, I mean, if you wanted black women, you could be with black women. So no, we worship white women. You worship white women. So I don't even
Exactly.
know.
But
But
I just told you
yeah,
we exchange white women for Latin women. Like, I'm sorry,
But Latin
salute to the
women
snow
is
bunnies,
not
but
Latin is not a race.
we on Latin women, huh?
hey,
Latin is
Bia,
not a
have
race.
you heard of the Ethiopian Jews?
Yeah,
Haitians
yeah.
are Haitians are Latin technically.
Bia, have you heard of the Ethiopian Jews?
Nah, I haven't.
Aha! If I mean, just check it out on Google, on
Oh
YouTube.
wait, I heard they're treated like shit in Israel though. I did watch a documentary about that.
Well, there's always gonna be some racism in Israel. I mean, that's the problem. You
They're
have
like the
religion.
Jews from Israel. Like, listen, y'all, you Ethiopians, Jews, y'all are still black first when y'all come to our country. They got a
But here's
wake
the
up
thing. I
call.
mean, no, but they
But
have the
that
Minister of Integration. She was the Minister of Integration was actually the Ethiopian woman in Israel. She was the Minister for Culture. She was actually the first Ethiopian woman to assume that function. Because the
Hmm.
reality is, I mean, historically, the Queen Sheba, Solomon's wife, was Ethiopian. Therefore, the descendancy from there, the old Jewish Ethiopia, which is a true fact that cannot be denied. You know,
Exactly.
So it's not even a story, it is a fact. So we need to understand that. And
Exactly.
also, another thing we need to understand, Ethiopia have a border with Yemen. Yemen are Arabs. So you're going to have a mix of, when you go to that side, they're going to be mixed. It's
Exactly.
normal because there's a border. People in the border is that even here in DR, in the border of Haiti and Dominican Republic, there's a mix of Dominican and Haitian,
Yeah,
which is
exactly.
normal. So we need to understand that you have that mix of culture because Ethiopia, it's a very mixed culture.
It's
Exactly.
different. Mix is different from white worship. Do you know the
No,
difference?
no. I know what we meant by that. I over extrapolated. I was exaggerating. It was pretty much saying that they always, like in the Congo, for instance. I can talk. Personally, things have changed. But years before, I can tell you, if you're white, that was enough to just get the best position. Now things have changed.
That's crazy.
They've realized
Is
that it
is
was
that
the.
why Ethiopian women worship white men though? In general,
It's
Well, here's
not
the thing.
just
It's
Ethiopian
not they
women,
worship.
it
Man,
is
what kind of
all
basic
African
stupid
women.
question is that,
It's
EA?
it's primarily all African women. Gentlemen, can I
how
say
how
something?
is that a stupid question?
I mean, you guys, he knows this. He know how white supremacy and
Yeah, I
colonization
know.
work.
That's what
I
I'm
mean,
saying.
Exactly.
why
Yeah,
are we trying to explain this to him?
I
Listen,
tell
guys.
you guys, the question he asks do not advance the conversation. I think if you guys listen to me, I am a very smart girl, and
Of course.
questions would not,
You
I mean,
simping, bro.
but here is
Oh
the
yeah, I love to
thing.
see it with. Yeah, it's okay.
Let
It's
the
okay.
man simping be.
Yeah,
All
they
right, I'm
deserve
fucking
it.
with you, bro.
Let me
I'm trolling you on that. I'm trolling you, bro. Relax,
The
relax. I'm
questions
trolling.
that he
At
asks
least
are
she's
not,
she's feminine and friendly.
yes, the questions he asks are not uh, uh,
He
good
said
faith
yes.
questions. He's not asking questions to, to know more. He's asking questions to kind of trip you or add kind of a gotcha. And after a while,
No,
you
that
get
last question, I
tired.
was just trolling. I admit.
No,
I
And you
apologize.
cannot advance the conversation when an adult is, asking, irrelevant questions. So that is why I don't like answering his questions, because the questions, after a while, they're like, yeah, it's getting tiring.
Because you feel like my questions are dumb?
They're not, I wish they were dumb, because then
You
I
wish
could,
they were dumb?
yes, because they're
So are
not
they
dumb.
smart?
What they are is,
oh my god.
No, they're worse than dumb.
No, honestly, no, because
guys,
listen, the reason why
let me run this, because I don't want people to say I had this thing on for a while. So let me run it.
Yeah, they are slow. To make hot chocolate, it's taking them a long time. Yeah, most Latinas that you'll meet in the States are going to be mestizas. I don't think that the Afro Latinas have the resources or the means to actually move to the United States. Like that's why I always say America has oppression towards blacks, but like it's worse in Latin America. Like you think about how much shit they don't get to do, how much representation they don't get in media. It's uncomparable. We have, we have black culture pretty much dominates the United States, right? It doesn't dominate Latin America. It doesn't. And if it does, they took their style, but they're doing it for themselves. That's the difference. Yeah, oppression is way more intense in Latin America than it is. And the thing is, like I always say, it's not the day to day people you meet. Like the Afro Latinos and stuff, whenever they are out and about, you don't really experience the racism like you would in the States. But when it comes to law enforcement and, oh, I want to buy a house, or oh, I want to be on TV, or oh, I want to be an actor, I want to be in a movie, I want to run for president, that's when shit gets stopped. And then on top of that, then they want you to to not like your own people so you could breed yourself out. Completely different. In the States, a lot. So when you think about it, in the States, they actually encouraged us to breed amongst ourselves, right? They had segregation. If they didn't want black people to disappear, they would have did the same thing they did in Latin America and integrated and just mixed in. But they didn't want to do that. I ain't back in Dallas. Put a little bit of sugar. In Colombia, the vice president is black. I think I heard that before. He said black genes are dominant. Well, yeah, that's obviously not the way how they look at it. They'll have black features, but they won't be like me or like an African. When I was your age, I wanted a kid by almost every general ethnicity. So I told my mom when I was 21 that I wanted a kid from every continent. I wanted an African baby. I wanted a Latino. Uh, I was going to do North American, but fuck that shit. Uh, I wanted a European baby and an Asian baby. And I guess we could say Australia, but I mean, those are white people, for the most part. So if I had to have an Asian baby, it would probably be a Vietnamese or a Cambodian. Latin America, to be honest, you can get any Latina pregnant and you're going to be happy with how your baby looks. Now, I feel like that because my dad had 6 kids. And I'm not consciously saying, oh, I want 6 kids. It's just, I think it's a subconscious, it was the example that was set for me. So, yeah, he says socially, Latin America is more mixed. Economically, they don't have shit. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, so I would have an African baby, a Latino baby. And then I think eventually what I would do is whatever woman I want to be with, I would just take all the kids and bring them with me. And she would have to help me raise all the kids. We would be together. She wouldn't do it alone. She would just have to take care of 3 other nationalities. But if you're the man, you could do that. Like if you got money, if you like what they call a high value male, like you really you can pull that off. Now, if you making average to below average income and you try to have a bunch of kids by a bunch of different women, nah. That's what I'm saying, Dr. Durden. That's what I was just saying. I said a European, a Latino, an African, and an Asian kid. Am I gonna take care of the other moms? At a certain age, I'm gonna want all the kids to live with me, especially if they boys. I refuse to let a woman raise a man because they can't. So uh, they would have to come live with me, and I would take care of them until then. At one point, the United States was on my list but I was saying that when I was like 21, before I thought about traveling. Once traveling got on my mind, I said, nah, fuck, I ain't gonna never have no North American baby. But I've always wanted 5 kids. Most likely they won't come from the same woman. If I get her pregnant, take her baby, and don't leave her with no money, no, she just gonna go back with her family. Wherever I found her at, that's where she gonna go back. I mean, if she's not like if she's taking care of my baby, I take care of both of them. But other than that, no. Yeah, one man can impregnate unlimited women. You can literally impregnate as many women as you want, as long as they let you fuck. Keep that hood on, man. That was comfortable. Shit. The guacamole girl, I went on a date with her. I didn't like her. But so for example, so if I was living in one place, right, in one country, like let's say Paraguay, and it costs me $1,500 a month to live there at the bare minimum. That's without me going on luxury things and all that. Then, you know, I have a child somewhere else that I go frequently see. And let's say it's in Africa, right? I could take care of them. You want to create the same problems you're running away from. Let me tell your ass something. I never got online complaining about the shit that most of these dudes complain about. I got online complaining about flaking. I got online complaining about masculine women. I got online complaining about thrown off pH, not no single mother bullshit. I don't give a fuck about single mothers. I didn't do that. So anyway, I could take care of them, and once the baby reaches like six years old, I take it. Can't call me a deadbeat because I'm taking the baby. She get to go live her life. Has a woman ever told you she wanted to have your baby? Yeah. I had a couple chicks tell me that. Who was somebody? It was somebody that outright just said that. Oh, I ain't gonna say who she is because y'all know who she is. It could go viral. That's fine. What is gonna go viral about?
So that was him basically saying that he was going to create a single mom in Africa and then take her child when the child turns 6. I truly am very happy. I shouldn't even be. This is like my dad would never have done that. So I am so glad that I grew up in a culture where men are not praised for saying that they are going to create women with multiple children with multiple women.
We take care of our children. African, we take care of our children. No doubt about that part.
Pardon me, sir? Sorry.
I say we African, we take care of our children. We will never
Exactly.
give child attend. It's not even part of our behavior.
Yeah.
They are trying to say this is polygamy, but that's not how polygamy works. And
G, are you from the Caribbean or are you from the continent of Africa?
Just a little
No, I'm
confused.
from the Caribbean. I'm Haitian.
Okay,
Okay,
so
Where's
hey,
your
and the
Where's
oh
your
Mr.
my bad. The other guy
Mr.
that was
G,
just
sac
talking.
passé, sac
Him.
passé.
I'm bullet. I'm bullet.
Pas connaît
How do
mon
you
Okay,
Dieu.
okay.
how do you pronounce his name?
En forme.
Vous parlez
I'm
français?
from. Ah,
Oui,
okay.
oui,
So are
oui, oui.
you?
On parle un petit
Wait,
peu.
wait.
On parle créole.
Where
Parlez
are you
français.
from?
Me?
Who are you talking to? You talking to Strictly or
This
me?
not the guy that said we in Africa take care of our kids. That guy that made that
Listen,
statement.
I'm strictly travel. I'm Haitian
Oh, strictly
African.
travel. Okay.
I'm
But
Haitian
where were you
Congolese.
born though?
My dad,
You can't be
no, no,
born
no,
in
no, no,
two
no, no.
places at the same time.
Hold
Where
on.
were you born?
Hold on. Where you born doesn't confer nationality. Do you know that, right?
I'm just the question. Like
No,
I'm
no,
not
no,
a
no, no, no.
complicated dude when I ask questions. I
No,
just
but
ask where were you born?
I want to clear things up because if you think that where you born confer nationality, I just want to tell you that
I
it's
never
not true.
said that, and you don't have to
Okay,
assume. I just asked where were you born? That's a
He
simple
was born
question.
in America, raised most, at least for, early life in
S-
Congo and
So you were born in the States,
that is
according to
correct.
Zed.
That is
Estados
correct.
Okay, so
Unidos.
But grew up in the Congo
okay,
and
okay. So you were raised in the Congo. You said so. You were born in the States and you were raised in the Congo.
because my mom is Congolese, my dad is Haitian. That is correct.
No, but I'm saying so. But you were raised in the States or in the Congo?
Wow.
Congo.
Okay, that's all I was asking, bro. Like, what was so
Yeah.
difficult about that?
No. I just want to make sure because you know your question. So I need to be a step up. I know.
yeah, yeah, and
You're
I know you guys
you're
think
very
I was
you
trying to avoid, answering what expression
BA
it
is a
was.
very bright guy. You know how I mean he really
I
knows how
appreciate
to
that.
he's a bright guy. So I know how what so you have to take his cash carefully what he means by that. What is his
Yeah, but
You
that's
are a
why
smart African brother.
I don't take the questions. The questions I'm knowing because they're not asked in good faith. They're not asked by someone trying to, to
It
find
was,
information. They're
and this brother had debunked me. I salute him for that. Hey, he debunked it.
so
so I
so I like how strictly said, because strictly I do understand that Ethiopia and other, because whenever I say, that's polygamy is not a part of African culture. But
Polygamy. We got to pronounce it correctly.
okay,
Polygamy.
polygamy is not part of African culture, and they would say like, no, it is. They would say, what, my grandfather had 7 wives. My father had 6, and I'm like, wow. Then I realize why it is not part of my culture. It's because Ethiopia has been a Christian nation forever. We have been Christian since 2000, for more than 2000 years.
that
So,
was the first actually that was
can
the
I
first Christian
so,
country outside
strict
of Rome. That is correct.
strictly? Can I ask you a
so
question?
I do understand that, polygamy is part of, I'm sorry, how did you say I should pronounce it?
Polygamy.
Strictly polygamy.
Polygamy. After checking
Polygamy.
so
What was the question?
polygamy is not part of is
I'll
part
let
of
her finish and then I'll ask you.
Okay.
African culture, but polygamy means someone, the women live with the husband. It doesn't mean that the husband gets women pregnant all over the place and doesn't rape them with his physical presence. So yeah, I think yeah.
Okay, can I address that? So I'm glad you actually played his video so I can better understand it. So I think there was a bit of confusion when you brought it up at first. So I'll just address those. So he said that if he was in, let's say, Colombia, for example, and then he wanted to go to Africa and he had a baby in Colombia and now a baby in Africa, and if the woman in Africa, of course, if she knows that he has other children in different areas, I would say, then that African woman should be okay helping raise those kids. But the main thing that I got out of him is he said that when it comes to the boys, right? Okay, so he would rather take care of all of the boys in one. So which I like to, I would just say it'll be messed up to just leave out the little girls, but
he has said that I would want all of the children to live under me. Now, when it comes to the relations of the women, just look at it as like a sperm donor. So what it seems like what he wants in that context is just women who are okay with donating their eggs. So if they're okay with that, but also with some expectations that, hey, if you want rights to see the children, of course, then cool, that's fine, no problem. But he just wants technically an egg donor at 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 that point, and
So
I don't see a
you
problem
are
with that.
okay with
Huh?
that kind of family that a black man goes around the world getting women pregnant and then snatching their kids and raising the kids without.
White men have been doing this to Africa for
I don't know
centuries, and
why do
African
you
women
want
are
to
okay with this.
why do you want to be degenerate like them? You could
Hold on, wait. You
defend.
see, did you not just understand what I just said? A donor. Do you know? You should know this. There are men who donate their sperm. They are called sperm donors. They have to sign
Your
an
mother.
agreement. Hold on, wait a minute. Let me just I with you, I have to simply make it simplistic and break it down for you, okay? So in the case of the women, if he had talked to the women and said, "Hey, listen, I don't want a serious relationship as of marriage or this and that. I just solely want children from different mothers. So if it's cool with you, if you could donate me your egg or your whatever, and if she's okay with that, what's the problem with that? If she wants to take care of it also in the future, or if they have some type of agreement, that should be no problem because the
If you
sperm
want
donor
is
does the
that,
same thing.
if you
Hold on, hold on,
wanted
hold on.
that is very, very, very simple to do that. What he does is get a surrogate, a
BA,
surrogate mom. That
No,
is
but no,
BA, BA,
it's
BA,
some
BA, BA,
some
BA,
that
some
BA.
is
You
very,
are
dudes
being
want
very
to actually have
condescending.
traditional sex with those
you
women. No,
what a sperm donor does is not, you don't have a relationship. If I want to have a baby now, and if I wanted to get a sperm donor, I'm not going to have sex with the sperm donor. I'm not going to have a relationship with the sperm donor. I'm going to go to a sperm bank and get, and
nah. Well, in this case, black men, we like to fuck. I'm sorry,
then what he
and
does
in
is
this case,
get a
we want we
surrogate,
wanna
get
we
a
wanna have
surrogate,
sex with that woman.
get a surrogate.
No, absolutely not.
You cannot have it
Hey,
both ways.
BA, 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 BA. You're being very condescending. First of all, I mean, think about it. I mean,
How?
when you say that to me, say that you have to say speak slowly and clearly. I mean, it's kind of condescending. I mean,
It's not
like,
condescending because she doesn't clearly understand certain things, so it's not
no,
condescending.
no. Here's the thing. I mean, well,
I
that's
am
a parenthesis.
more
But
than
here's the thing. What I'm
yeah.
saying is this. I mean,
I
by
mean,
your
I'm
being,
sorry, but it's obvious. I mean, yeah, believe me, I am. Yeah.
oh yeah, I
Is
mean,
that
being a sperm donor is not going into Africa and just screw everything that come across and having children. African women don't want that. Nobody
But
wants
who
that.
does that though? I mean, besides
But
white
that's what.
men.
I don't know.
But
You
you
just
were just
say that
saying
is
that.
what.
You just said that African men we love to fuck. You just said that, bro.
I said black American men, we like the fuck. What's the problem with
Miss
that?
I
But
Miss
think
Z,
that's
everybody
not
Miss Z,
what
does.
you want. Having sex is
Hold on.
good. I like to. I mean,
Everybody,
people like to have sex.
Miss Miss Miss
For
Miss
sure, a salute
eh,
to
Miss Z,
Zed.
Miss Z, Miss Z, Miss Z, Miss Z, Miss Z.
bro, let me.
I think Zed secretly
It's cool.
wants to be part of Black American culture, especially the men.
Miss Z,
Like I
Miss
think
Z.
deep down inside, he want to rock with us.
Why? I mean, I don't even understand. I mean, I grew my most of my life. I've been in America, so of course
I'm talking about
but
Black
I do
Americans
not.
specifically.
Miss Z,
I'm
Miss.
sorry. I mean, the first guy I dated was a Congolese guy, so
Oh, me said.
Oh, there you go, brother.
Oh,
He
There
was
you
what?
go.
He
Wait,
was
so wait,
what? What
hold
she
on, so
said. The
wait.
first guy she dated was what?
Was
Congo,
okay? So Zed, what
Congolese.
happened to that guy from the Congo? How
mm,
come you're still not with him?
because
They don't abandon their children. So how come you're not with them?
I don't want to have children, and I will
No,
never.
I'm saying what happened. Why are you not with him anymore?
Anyways, so
Okay,
let's
if
go
that's a
back.
personal question, my bad. I didn't mean to take it there,
Man,
but
why you trying to trip her like that? Cause shit
Zed,
happens, man.
Zed, Zed, Zed,
shit happens. But
for better or for
people are
worse,
still
I'll be
together for years.
Zed,
We
Zed,
were not together for years.
Zed,
Oh
Zed,
Yes.
wow.
Zed.
So how
Listen,
many years were you guys given? One?
Go ahead, strictly.
we're about the same age, and you seem like you're single, so I think that's can be something interesting. I'm from
The
Miss Z,
Congolese dude didn't get
area,
didn't work
so
out for her. He
no,
couldn't
no,
handle.
look at
Miss
I mean,
Z,
He couldn't
professional,
handle it.
smart,
Miss
well spoken,
Be quiet. Let
open-minded.
Strictly shoot his shot, okay?
Yeah,
All right,
how's
my
life? I
my
mean,
bad.
imagine
Yeah,
Go
how's
ahead, bruh.
strictly is
and
married, and he knows that. Yeah.
But hey, but polygamy still exists though. Hey, you never
it's
know. You
me,
trying to
me,
build that family.
So,
Miss
anyways,
Miss Z.
so going back to what we were
me
talking
said,
about.
okay, well, let me just dream.
Let me
Okay, let
let
me
you
get.
chalu. Let me let you chalu.
Is that like
Well,
Congolese?
no,
No, that's
that's Creole,
no, that's Aramaic.
Go
American.
ahead, strictly.
Oh,
Oh,
you trying to holler
oh.
at the Ethiopian girl, huh?
No, 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 no. No, I have a lot of Ethiopian friends. I'm really bad at it, but I have a lot of Ethiopian friends. I'm
No,
just
I mean,
Nah,
kidding.
you trying to holler at Zed. Stop playing, bro. It's all good
No,
though. It's all
no,
love.
I should have said it right.
joke aside,
It's
joke aside. I
Lajo
fell in love with that culture
Lajotalu.
because
It's Lame
Lajotalu.
To be honest,
Lame
if you guys are here to hit on me, I can tell you it will not work. I
That's okay.
don't.
That's why
I
we
would
said at least
nah,
try. We said we have to
I would
try. We have
never.
to give it a shot. I mean, I can accept
No,
Hey,
don't.
rejection.
and
Listen,
that's what's up, G. I support you on that, my brother.
I can accept rejection. Me said there's no. I mean, there's no problem. At least let me give it a shot. At least I mean, let me exhaust all my
Hey, that's what's
options.
up.
Then
Yeah,
Because
then
those
but
dark
no,
African men, they
especially for
love those
you.
light skinned women. He got to
I
shoot
mean,
his
I
shot.
don't strictly. If I mean, if there is anyone in this panel thinking that they could get with me, I can tell you that's not going to happen. I have absolutely no interest in dating.
But wait, but even if they're a feminist, you won't give them a shot?
I don't care if I am going to date. It's not gonna be from anyways.
But what
Could
if they're a feminist?
it means that I'm coming to California. I have to visit my brother. I mean, are you in the San Diego area? So I will still. That would be
Oh,
good.
that's
So
what's up.
yeah,
you will
Y'all should
not
link up.
just
be
just
meeting me.
just to meet you, share some good coffee, have a good injera with some ketchup.
Wow. And
With
he's even
some
paying for the coffee. He's being
yeah,
a gentleman.
I will. That would be good. I mean, I love that culture. So just get to know
Hey,
each other.
he sounds like a good
Nothing.
brother, man. Give that brother a shot, man. You never know what can happen.
Do you know that that brother is married?
He's okay with polygamy.
Oh
Hey,
my
mo
god.
I
sharing and
am
sharing
not.
is caring, baby.
So what
It's
you trying to
strictly,
do? You trying to
strictly.
sign her for that a second wife slot, man? What you
That's a
trying to do
fact,
here?
bruh.
Hey,
And
Zay Gunny sliding that second wife sweet spot.
hey, I'm trying to put that
Hey,
brother on, man. We well connected.
strictly,
I mean, yes,
strictly.
yes.
Ete Fusaye. Ete Fusaye.
Eh?
Are
I
you
don't understand what you just said.
are
It
you
sounds
serious?
like
Are you
Creole,
serious?
but it sounds Portuguese. I don't
Listen.
understand it.
I speak fast. It's Ete Fusaye.
Ah, si je suis sérieux? Oui, je suis sérieux. Non, 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 en fait, regarde. Mizette, ça serait
Okay.
intéressant de connaître
No, it's
Mizette.
one thing. Listen, I know how to say this. Ali, Boombaye.
That's not,
You stupid
oh
dog.
my god.
Hold on, wait. That's
Femela,
Zimbabwean, right?
No, that's
Femela
in
Bushika.
Lingala. It's a Congolese language. It's
Yeah.
Ali Bomaye. Ali, kill him.
Hey, that's what's up. You sound like the kids in from that movie Muhammad Ali with Will Smith. That's what's up, brother. Go ahead, man.
Yeah.
Hey.
No, but I mean, I'm joking. But Mizette, I mean, honestly, I mean, I like her. I'm joking, but I still like her spirit. I mean,
Yeah, she's light
she's
skinned. Yeah, I
very
got that
cool.
colorism.
I'm
And she
not
has
light skin.
she has that nice Ethiopian accent, which I really love. She just reminds
Okay,
me of
thank you.
And
like
she got that light skin, which y'all
I'm not
dark
light.
brothers like out there in Africa.
I'm not light skin.
Not,
Anyways, could we go back?
You better stop being disingenuous, girl. You know you light skinned.
No, but if you want to say something, like if you ever in Brazil, just say if you want to pick a lady up, just say what is it? It's like they love it. It's like "É como bunda." They'll love. It's like saying I want to take
For
you out.
sure. No,
Oh
so
yeah.
interesting
Yeah,
thing. I did look
it's
up polygamy in Africa, and it says polygamy in Africa has existed throughout the history of Africa. Polygamy, particularly polygamy, is highly valued social institution in Africa. Polygamy is a
Not
marriage
my
between a
Africa.
man or woman and their
Africa's
multiple
My
Africa's a
spouses.
Africa.
continent. Africa's a
Not
big
my
Huh?
continent,
Africa.
like
I know
54
didn't
exactly.
countries.
grow
It said
up.
it's highly valued in
I
the
didn't grow
continent.
up
Countries.
in,
How
you
many
know, I
continent
didn't grow
countries are in
up
Africa?
in a polygamous family. Not, I mean, I could count, all
But I'm
the
speaking in
women.
general. In
So
general,
that is what I
not
was
you
gonna say.
specifically.
But in polygamy,
Hmm.
the husband lives with, yeah,
4 wives. That's
uh,
dope.
they live together
Hey, that's
And
what's
it's
up, man. Assalamu
I mean
alaikum, nigga.
like in Islam. Oh, in
but
Islam,
in
Uh,
Ethiopia, even the Muslims are not allowed to have multiple wives.
no, they don't do it because they don't got that kind of money. There's stipulations that
actually
come with it.
they are they are allowed
No,
to have they
it's
are
not.
allowed to have
It's
multiple wives.
illegal in
They
Ethiopia
are
to have more than one wife.
Oh
in
wow.
Ethiopia, but Muslims are even in the United States. It is, but it's actually done differently. It's not what you call a marriage, typical marriage, but they do have more than one wife.
But the
Can I
They
also
problem
manage.
in
read one thing?
Ethiopia is, Muslims have been part of the culture for much longer than, they are part of American culture, and they have adopted, especially in the northern Ethiopia where I'm from, they have adopted, the one wife, one husband rule. And so, but that I'm not, here to talk about Ethiopia. I'm talking about what Austin is proposing is not polygamy. It is creating single moms all over the world.
It's debauchery.
Exactly.
No, I
Exactly.
hear you. I hear you. No,
Man,
so
yeah,
back
that's
to the
wrong
Austin
though.
thing, right?
That's
I
wrong.
hear you.
They only
So
call
I was
condom.
so
They only
about
call
Austin,
condom.
right? About what he said. I is if he's able to take care of his children under one household and he's financially good, he's technically taking care of them. He's physically there at the house. They're
He
all
is
together with
Yeah.
him.
separating them from
His
their.
subscriber is gonna pay for it. His subscriber, he's gonna go on a begging spree and then
And
the
and
cash
and
app,
that's cool. But you pocket watching,
super
my
chats.
brother. Why worried about how he get his money?
Well, his money is not that stable when he
Oh,
has to
come
depend on
on. Give that
subscribers.
brother a break, man. God
Yeah, we're
damn.
gonna start some fundraising. Today we're gonna make fundraising from wife number one. Then
That's a
next week,
fact.
wife number two. The third week, wife number three. So
The,
That's it. That's
they
dope,
got
brother.
we're gonna have
you got
12 hours. 12 hours live.
you.
It's like it's like we need to raise guys. We need to raise $1,000 for wife number one. And shoot,
I know. I
it's
I
not
I
easy.
I did a fundraiser with the whole floor situation. I was very disappointed. Literally, I spent three-fourths of the money on just getting it done than was actually done to get the food. It was just crazy. It was
If you
like
take back that girl, I mean, it is so. I mean, I was watching it. By the way, I do not watch Floyd while I'm eating because I know he's going to burp, and I do not watch.
Wow, you know all of his little ants. That wow.
Yes,
You
I
know
that's
do.
what?
disappointing.
So,
You know what? Let me take this back. I fucks with Zed. Zed, you are pretty cool in my book because I know deep down inside, it's like you kind of got like a love hate relationship with the Black American brothers,
oh my
especially
God,
the ones that go abroad.
you're not. I mean, saying that. Do you know how degrading it is to yourself? It
Wow.
is
No,
very
I
degrading.
really want you to
It is
teach more
degrading.
Ethiopian women to
It
be
is
more
degrading. It is
like you,
degrading
but
to
in
yourself.
the context of being open, because you said that you can date a bunch of guys, have no problem with that, and you can hook up as much as you want. That's cool. I think you should spread that portion to all the religious type of
Women.
women in Ethiopia. I
And
think
to
that'd be
the men
dope.
too. I mean, the problem I have is not the women,
Hmm.
it is the men when we are, casual about sex, when we think
Mm-hmm.
that, I can have sex with a man and not feel anything, any emotional attachment to him,
Mm-hmm.
you guys call us a whore.
No, that's only if we want to date you or marry you. That's
That,
all.
but you, if I were, if a woman is to sleep around, you think she is not marriage material, but a man sleeping around is still a marriage material.
Absolutely. That's just the way the society works. It
So
works
that
in
that is
our favor.
where my problem is. I don't have problem convincing women, to just have fun having sex. But
But they're just going to be called a whore, and they have to,
yeah, so that is what
accept
I
the
want
public
to change.
humiliation.
That is
Here's,
what
here's,
I want to change. Not convincing women to have sex. To be very
I think.
casual about sex is not hard. What is
So
Can I can
hard?
I
Zed, I just
can I
gotta
get an
say
example of
something.
something?
Life is not like a box of chocolates. So
I
that's
think
just the way
I
it
think
works.
No, but
can I say
believe me, I mean, I'm almost sure that the people thought, black people should get less because life is not fair. But black people didn't they fought, so we women will have to fight. I mean, I'm closer to this than I am to
But you shouldn't fight though. You should just like
no,
relax
I
and
will
just
fight
accept life
because
as how it is.
no, just like
Why not?
your ancestors didn't say, well, you know what, segregation is whatever it is. Let's just take the
Well, why
second.
not just jump on the train that's moving though? Like passport bros are winning. Why not just be a part of
You're
that
not
and
winning. I
rock
mean,
and rock
and
out
even
with
if
it?
you're winning, which you're not, passport bros is really not that significant. I mean, you guys are
Zed
not winning. I mean, there is
Zed
no one I have seen that's winning. Uh,
Zed.
yes, sir.
I do apologize. Do you speak Aramaic?
Do
Of
I
course
speak
she does.
Amarinya? Oh,
Of course
Do
he
you speak
does. He's
Aramaic?
Ethiopian.
yes.
Just
Of
because
course
you're
she
something doesn't mean
does.
you speak. I'm just asking. Would you be?
She
Would you
even
be?
she even
I'm
writes
just.
it. She even writes it.
No, I'm
Yes,
just
I do.
asking because. Okay, because I want to practice
What?
it.
She doesn't speak it. She only writes.
I speak and
No,
write it. Why
no,
would I?
she ready to
Would you
speak
be?
it right now. We're
Would you be?
together right
Would you
now.
be?
I'm with Ted right now.
Would you be? Would you be open to helping me learn the language?
We can help
Nah,
you.
you just trying to hit on
Hey,
her. That's just a
So how
tactic.
about? No, no. I like
Yeah,
learning
Zed.
languages.
Yeah, Zed. You need to block that. He trying to work in a different angle.
Right,
No,
right.
I'm not.
Nah, Zed
No,
Zed needs a
no,
passport,
I'm
bro.
not. No, I'm not. I'm really not trying to. I'm trying to learn the language. I'm going to go.
Yeah,
I'm
it's a very
going to
good.
Ethiopia. I'm
You
going to
you
go
can
to
go on Google
Ethiopia.
Translate. You can go on
No,
Duolingo.
you
Download the
know,
app.
no. Duolingo was bullcrap, man. Duolingo was like the most
Man, these
crappiest.
guys think you sleeping, Zed. Don't. Zed ain't never sleeping.
I ain't play.
Well,
I don't even understand because there is no way that I will have in relationship with anyone. So
and
I
I
don't.
It's
wouldn't
okay.
either.
Eh?
Just as
I
friend,
would.
we said. We just want to know you. Share
Don't worry,
coffee.
don't worry. I have enough friends.
Oh, Miss,
Okay,
don't be
Zed,
so hard.
Oh
Zed,
Lord, she
Zed,
said,
they
"Don't
could.
worry, I got enough friends."
Wow, Miss,
Zed, they're
don't be
playing
like
games,
this.
but they're playing games. But I'm being dead serious. So I don't know.
Yeah,
I
social
just want to know
literacy.
some of the
Say, you
more.
serious? You saying
I'm
what's
dead
up, Zed?
serious.
What's good?
Tell
Trying to
off
see
the.
what's up.
But no, man, you guys are crazy. But honestly, man, this is. I'm just honestly just sitting here reading the comments, man. Especially the what was it? Who said that? Constantly is commenting, has the energy, but
It's crazy.
refused to come on the panel. Also, Lewis refusing to come on the panel. All these individuals refusing to come on the panel and have a kind discussion. Zed been on here talking to us. There's really been no disrespect. Everybody been very cordial with each other. Yes, there's been a bit of over talking, but that's going to be expected with so many people on the panel. But these individuals have so much to say, but yet so little to say. You like, come on, just come on the panel. Just come on the panel. Educate us. I'm here to be educated. Please, if there's some insight you could give me, please share it. The only insight that I've gotten so far today is I'm not doing no more charity with Floyd because he is the most inefficient individual to do it with. It was just the most
he takes
crazy.
back the girl that was basically humiliating him, like the one who was asking him for her cash.
Yeah, me
Which,
money, me cash.
And that was that. I mean, again,
Me
that's
money, me
again
cash.
Yes.
the fact that Floyd has it. The fact that Floyd has it because the other day people said that I was being condescending and things like that. I'm like, look, I speak directly. I thought we was in a space of men where I could just speak directly. I have never. I'm not a sneaky individual. I don't say things behind your back that I would not say to your face. I actually say worse to your face than I would ever say behind your back. But these individuals, a lot of these, again, I see why people feel a certain way about some of these passport bros. Because again, just similar to some individuals in here, they're cowards. They bring no real value. They talk all this nonsense. They have this perfectionist about them. They'll say a million things about you, but yet they never put themselves up on the table to be scrutinized. It's like those it's like that shitty manager that does no work but somehow got the job and I don't know, man. It's all fascinating with me. I don't even know at this point why I'm still in this space. Social loaner, you're extremely condescending. How so? My skins money, come on the panel right now. I will cash up you $40 to explain it. Right now. Cam up, come on right now. Just a simple $40 for damn near nothing
Yeah.
right now.
My skin, come
Enlighten
up.
me.
You were here before.
Come on. Right now.
How much
Yeah,
you gonna
but
say?
be careful though, social loaner, because
Hey,
I
social
mean,
loaner,
being a Floyd
$4?
supporter is a hard one to start with, bro.
No, I'm not a Floyd supporter. I am a black man's image supporter. I would just
You gave
rehab
him
his image.
$100?
To feed the homeless, yes.
Way more than that. He's giving way
Oh yeah,
altogether. This guy must have given at least at least two stacks.
No, $5,000 at least. $5,000 at least.
Oh, see, I'm being kind.
Okay.
Seriously,
So let
at
me
least
explain.
5,000. I can tell you,
let
at
me
least 5,000.
Hey, man, I'm about to start a channel, man. Can you sponsor me?
Let me explain something to you. What happened with when I first saw Floyd, I saw Floyd as, let's be realistic, most of the average dudes just trying to get into this traveling space, and I saw Floyd's doing it. When I see a young black man doing something, I like to support. I support many people's channels, and that's just what I do. I like because again, I know what it's like when you're starting something, you need that support. And again, you're gonna make
Is it fair to
mistakes.
say you got conned?
I would not say I got conned. I say I made a bad investment.
But
Because
this happened yesterday, didn't it?
No. That's for feeding the homeless. That's for feeding the homeless. I'm saying it's been way before that. That's for feeding the homeless. So essentially, I was like, look, I'll give you this money to feed the homeless, and everybody was like, well, you can't tell them what to do because before I'm like, if you gave me $100 and tell me to go feed the homeless, get them peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, I have the facilities and know how to get these things. It doesn't make no sense that I have to give you so intricate details about it. I didn't know.
See. Look, Floyd need to bring his ass back home. The fact that you have to tell him I'm giving you such money, and he took your advice too. Imagine, man, I will wish a motherfucker would tell me some shit like that. I expat my ass out to South Africa or Colombia, Brazil. Then the mother's telling me I'm giving. First of all, I'm not gonna be begging online. But the fact that he has no programming, and you have to put an idea in his head, and he's taking that idea, he needs to bring his ass back home. But again, you're still supporting him. There's gonna be other people supporting him. This whole shit is laughable to me.
Okay. Where did I support him recently? Where?
With the food drive.
I was doing that for the homeless. I did that for the homeless.
That's still supporting him, bro.
Exactly, because he makes money from
Oh my god, like 10 cents.
Hey, not even social loaner, I got 1,000 homeless to feed.
How much you need? ¿Cuánto dinero? How much you need?
Dame como $150 para dar a los homeless.
No. I'll give you $3.
$3. ¿Tú ves cómo es una cosa? ¿Tú ves?
But you were arguing
Floyd, con Floyd tú no tienes problema para darle $100. Para mí, quiere hacer lo mismo, pero para mí no, eso no puede ser.
No, I can't give you 100. Why would I give you 100? You got money. Floyd, I know Floyd.
Pero
the fact that
that's not expensive.
see the fact that you try to defend, you try to wiggle out of this, and you said, yeah, I give it for the homeless. As if what you did for the homeless isn't for him to get content by virtue supporting him. Come on, bro. You are not situational aware.
I got I got
momento,
three
momento,
homeless
momento,
kids in
momento,
my house
momento,
right now. Mira,
momento,
tengo
momento,
tres. Mira, te voy a
un
enseñar.
momento,
Look, I have three homeless kids in my house. Look at those three homeless. You see, look at them.
I wish
Three
I
homeless.
have
Oh,
kids in my house too.
hola
I mean,
niños, hola niños, hola
Niños,
niños.
¿cuántos niños necesitan?
social
Ven acá,
donor,
ven acá.
Aquí
send
tenemos,
me money.
tenemos un millonario. ¿Cuánto?
I
Y
literally
necesita
did.
$500.
¿Quién
I
no
literally
es
next
qué?
to a homeless
500, no?
center. Should I go outside and show you the homeless?
You see, we have the homeless guy there. So let me get you see, so we can do that, bro.
So let me say something. Let me say something. Okay.
Hi.
Let me say something. I took a fascination with Floyd because again, when I look at Floyd, I look at him as the average dude that's trying to travel. Some of these dudes, pretend that they know how to talk to women, they're socially aware and things like that. So I wanted to help the brother out and things like that. Recently, I've been watching the nonsense, and I'm like, man, because he's actually the behavior is giving black men a bad name. Like, look, he's doing absolutely nothing, and I used them as a tool so that I felt like I was doing some form of good. Yes, the argument cannot be made that it does not benefit him to a degree, but that's just a byproduct of what I wanted to do. And would I do it again? No. Why? Because it wasn't efficient. I thought I saw it just do this. He would have done that. Great. He made some content. He was able to help somebody. It was perfect. But when
my
he,
brother,
yes,
but this
I
is not
no.
new to you though. Like you been
Listen,
knew this to the point because you
no.
remember you give him an offer. 1 second, you give him the offer. Remember the original offer you gave him. Now I have not seen all of your interaction with him because there's no way I can watch all of that shit. But I know that you had one offer to him. If he make X amount of content, at least 10 minute, eat a video per day, and every week you will donate what $200. Like
I
you
know.
give him that offer and he failed on that, and then months, almost a month or 2 months later, you giving him this offer with the feeling the homeless thingy, bro. You really believe in this kid?
Listen, look. I was
The
I was
funny thing is, on one show, um, social loner, if I'm not mistaken, was going at a guy named Ivan or something, a guy who lives in Colombia, because that guy,
Ethan.
Ethan, he didn't go out with a girl that social loner wants him to go out with or something, and
No,
social
what
loner
happened?
was, yeah, go ahead.
So essentially, what happened with that situation was it started primarily as a joke. So Ethan said he has a girlfriend that nobody has ever seen. It was this constant, she exists, she exists. So another gentleman was in Cali, Colombia with him. And I'm like, look, I will pay for you guys to go on a double date just to prove, because it was a joke at the beginning, just to prove that she actually exists. And if you do so, I will donate to you $40 for you to feed the homeless. But if he doesn't, he was supposed to give me $50. Which I just thought was a stupid reason, just a funny joke. He said, "Oh, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go," and I'm like, "Cool." But then we found out he did not do this. He did not go on the date. He did not show her. So I'm like, now you owe me $50, and he refused to pay me the $50 because we made a bet before, me and Ethan, in which Ethan was about him being able to get back into Colombia because he overstayed his visa. I lost that bet. I sent him his hundred. We made $100 bet at that time. I sent him his $100, and it was that. When he did not say my $50, I took that personal because a man should stand on
Come
his word
on,
and be.
man.
Yeah,
What?
Stop.
this went on
Stop. You
until
know the guy is begging like a homeless. Like you knew
You're not
he's not
listening.
gonna send you that money, bro. Come on, bro.
That,
but he's
I
talking
don't think you're
about
listening.
another person.
I'm talking
Yeah,
about another individual. I'm talking about
it's
another
another
individual. I'm not talking about.
individual.
Okay,
I'm
not
talking about
Floyd.
yeah.
Okay, my bad.
No, not Floyd. No. So I made that deal with Ethan, and I held Ethan to a high respect. So when he didn't send me my money, he made all these excuses saying he didn't hear what I verified with him. I'm like, bro, I don't enjoy liars. Like, because again, when I lost, I sent you your money right away. There was no discussion about it. There was no issue. And then you lost to me, and all of a sudden it becomes a thing. And I'm just like, man, that was the issue, because I don't like somebody that goes back on their word, because your word is
But
all you have in this world.
so I mean, for someone who's giving money willy nilly, you were so at him like for like a whole 30 minutes. You were like, you
It's not
went,
about the money. It was never about the money. It was about the respect.
yeah.
It
I
was never
mean,
about the money.
yeah,
Not
but
everything, not everything about the money. The money, him not giving me the money was disrespectful, because if you make a bet with somebody, you make a promise with somebody, you should honor it. It was never about the money. If you would have told me in private, hey, bro, I don't got the money right now, I can pay you back later or whatever, cool. I can understand that. But he told me he was going to pay me after we made a bet. That's where the issue came into. It's never about the money with me.
Yeah, but yeah, it looks like you like what do you call, you like to give out money. And but the thing is, Floyd, I mean, I don't know, are you two guys not worried that he went back to the girl who literally
No,
like
I can listen. Honestly, I see Floyd. Floyd's going to be Floyd. Floyd's going to continue surviving somehow. They say God takes care of idiots and children, and Floyd is not a child. And I told him that, and I've said that numerous times in the thing. And I just saw it an opportunity to do something good. Maybe people made it a big deal than it was. It became a more big deal than I thought it would be. I just thought, just give it to him. He'll go out there, cool. He'll get his content, and some people will get fed. But it became a huge thing, and I'm just like, it's so inefficient. I'm currently working with a young lady in Brazil and Rio de Janeiro, and we're gonna do something because I know her. So this things that I do behind the scenes, I don't necessarily broadcast everything that I do. I'm a person that I grew up in foster care, grew up in homes. I was homeless. I've had a lot of big, trouble childhood, trouble growing up. So I sympathize with people. I take like going through things, and when I can help or do something that helps something or somebody, you could say that it gives me some good feelings. But I enjoy doing those things. And that's just simply what it is. Simply is how I support, small YouTubers and things like that. It's because again, I know what it's like to, not have anything, trying to build something and doing these things. I'm not rich. I'm just a dude who's not broke and who try to help where he can. And the only thing
yeah.
I can help at the time is it's just what it is. I mean, people can look at me and say this and judge this, but it is what it is. It's just the way that I
Yeah,
am.
don't forget to send me $400. I think I need to.
Exactly. We need to feed the
No, no, no,
homeless. We
no,
got.
no. Zed, you're rich.
Hey,
You're
no, no,
rich.
no, no. We're
No,
not.
no,
We need.
no,
Listen.
no. I need to feed the homeless.
No,
We
you're
need to
traveling
feed the
nurse. I'm
homeless
traveling
in Ethiopia and in the Congo.
in the Congo.
Exactly. And
So,
literally,
so
I live like right outside my house
Okay, I
is
give
a
you guys a
hit the
homeless
story.
cash
camp.
up, bro. Hit that cash up. Hit that cash up, bro. You send
Yes,
Floyd. I mean,
exactly. Just
all
send
we.
it,
I mean,
help
he's
Z
So,
feed the
Mr. Skins,
homeless.
exactly.
Mr.
He spent
One moment,
over
one
five
moment, one
thousand
moment,
dollars on
one moment,
Floyd.
one moment, Mr. Skins.
Ayúdanos, ayúdanos,
One moment,
ayúdanos.
one moment. Uh, Mr. Skins, money. I don't have to buy. Social loan is buying friendships. I don't have to. Do you know, dude? I actually have a life and do things.
No, they don't know you, social. No,
Like,
you don't have to
like,
explain to
like,
you. I
like,
mean, what I mean, I
like.
know you, so I know
You
you
know,
don't need.
yeah, like these dudes are like, it's so funny. It's like they're projecting. I'm just
It's no,
like,
it's offensive. Yeah, I
bro,
know.
like the only reason why I talk here and do this because I'm just in my office just chilling. I'm waiting to finish my fast at 7:30 so I can go eat some dinner with my friend.
Oh, you
Like,
fasting?
yeah, I fast from 7:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. for Ramadan.
Oh, Eid Mubarak.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Eid,
It's funny.
okay.
Huh?
It's also fasting in
Ramadan,
Ethiopia,
but
but
yeah,
it's funny. I am not. I
Oh,
am atheist, but I still do. Follow the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. Fast and everything, and it's now a fasting. And in Ethiopia, when you fast, it just means you don't eat, animal products. So,
yeah.
but my dad does fast from midnight to 3 p.m. So
Oh
yeah.
wow.
Mm.
wow.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
so you're gonna eat at what? At
7:30.
7:30.
30.
Yeah, exactly. So you came from 7 to 2. I used to do that when I was in Dubai. Like it was like because all my friends were Muslim, so so I was going out. No one was available. So for 30 days, I adopted that culture. So I was fasting, no water. I mean, actually healthy. I got used to it. It was actually enjoyable. When you break bread, you start with the dates, and then then you go with the.
It's
It's
And the
actually
thing is
healthy.
that it is illegal. Actually, my brother lives in Dubai, and
Yeah,
it's actually illegal to be drinking and eating during Ramadan because my brother.
yeah.
I know it's illegal. You cannot drink outside. Yeah, they will
Yes.
fine you. Your brother lives in Dubai. Really? Where?
He lives in Dubai. He is an aerodynamic engineer, so he works for not Emirate but Elad. I think the other
Etihad,
airline.
Etihad,
Yeah,
Etihad.
yes, he
It's
works
yeah.
for that.
Oh, nice. I might know your brother because I know the Ethiopian community quite well. So that's interesting. So
Okay,
that's quite
tell me like last names.
wow. I know Terefe.
Okay.
What else? Okay, I know. I was Terefe. You know, you guys have some. Then what is it's Eli. I know Teku last name.
Tegu?
Teku.
Teku. Okay, no.
No, okay, Terefe. I need to find that.
By the way, he doesn't like. He is the one who would like when the flight is going to fly. He's the one who says it's all okay. So you might
Oh
not have.
wow,
Yeah.
that's good. Though. Yes, very good because I have some friends that are pilot actually at Emirates.
You know,
So they
one of
actually
my brother is actually a pilot too.
wow with Etihad.
No, I mean, if I say the airlines, he's probably will be very obvious.
Oh yeah. But it's that's good. I'm happy for that. That's good because then
Yeah.
Nah,
listen.
you
I've
can be
learned
flying for free. Shoot, I'll
I've
be flying
learned
for
the
free.
Ethiopian culture while I was in Dubai, and honestly, I really had a chance to enjoy it because you have a lots of there's a Ethiopian restaurant called Dukem where I used to go
Okay,
get
I didn't know
catch.
that.
Oh, you have lots of Ethiopian restaurant. I mean, the one is called is Dukem. I used to get the ketfo, the injera, the I mean, just the dwat, I mean, whatever the name is. I mean, also the that hot thing that you have. I mean, I just love Ethiopian. I just fell in love with Ethiopian cuisine. I mean, I
Okay.
just love the I just love the culture. I mean, to me, it was very particular because being from Africa, and I
Yeah.
felt like you guys were not actually colonized. You guys have, I mean, the food from Ethiopia is very particular to Ethiopia. There's no,
Exactly.
it's very unique. So I just enjoyed it. I mean, the injera, I mean, the food we eat, all the different
And it
dishes.
is an acquired taste. Like my Congolese boyfriend hated injera. The
Oh,
only
really?
yeah, the only thing. And I have a friend. She is from Nepal, and her boyfriend is from Vietnam. Both
Yeah.
of them like it, but her sister hates it. So Ethiopian food, you either like it or you hate it.
Oh yeah.
Me, I love the dips. The dips.
Oh yeah.
I love the tips. I love the ketfo. I love I know. I think it was Beya Night too. I don't know. I can't remember what the name of it. Then you have the fool, the teresiga, all the dorowat. I know the whole thing. I mean, the shiro.
You were
Shiro is
married
my.
to an Ethiopian, so
Oh, listen. Believe it or not, that like actually, my daughter is Ethiopian.
yes, that I know that.
So I mean, I just love the whole culture. To me, it was just like
Yeah.
the coffee ritual. When they put with all the
Yeah.
popcorn and all that. I just love it. I mean, to me, it was like it was fascinating. I think it was very unique. That's what I love about it. I was like, wow.
What's that food? What's the like the national dish? Like boro? Was it boro?
What
Boro?
about Congolese?
Doro what? Doro what?
Borowat? Yeah, Borowat. Yeah.
Doro what?
Oh
Yeah,
man.
Yeah,
Yeah. Uh,
yeah,
bro,
that's
man. My friend's on an Ethiopian restaurant. My friend owns an Ethiopian restaurant. He's always every time I go there, he's like, "My friend, you eat for free." I'm like, "Man, let me pay you." No, because he always go to Ethiopia, and when he goes over there, he buys stuff from my store to take, and I give him good prices. And he's like, I think he's trying to keep me on his good side because when you go back to visit your family in Africa or any country as an immigrant, everybody wants you to bring them everything. Man, I need to do this. I need to do. Everybody think you rich here. They're like, man,
I
let me
know.
get the like, bro. People say
I
my friend
know.
always say. My friend says, he said, I want to go back to Ghana and visit my family. It's expensive. I'm like, man, the ticket is 700 or 800. He goes, you don't understand. I have to buy 90 gifts for this person, give him a little money here. It's not the ticket. It's everybody wants you to bring them something. You get to the airport, the
Of
people
course, you
asking
can't
you,
come home empty-handed.
oh
It's
my
impossible.
God,
They're gonna
dude,
ask you what you came back for. You can't do
even
that.
when
You
I,
have to bring.
even when, even when I went to Haiti, I pulled up to the airport. This guy put his hand around me like I knew him. He's like, my friend, you a good Haitian, right? Let me get $5. Let me. You ever see that video of that kid? You ever see that video where that little kid's like, give me $50? That
I
was
know. Yeah,
exactly.
yeah, yeah,
Then he's
yeah.
like, let me have $5. I'm like, what? Who are you? And then I go into the town and I bring literally a bag of phones. Even when I go to Cuba, because I go to Cuba a lot and I donate like tablets and stuff like that, man. Last time I wanted to go, I tried to bring 50 tablets. They thought I was a seller, but they didn't let me take that many. But bro, like it was so crazy, like how people will attack you. People ask you, "Did you bring me this? Did you bring me that?" Like this, when I was in Brazil, I was in Itacara. I gave this girl a bottle of lotion for my hotel room. It was a hostel private room. It was a bottle of lotion from the Marriott that I had gotten. Man, this girl called everybody over to try this lotion. It was like, I'm like, this is a freaking little bottle from the Marriott. They're like, oh, it's so
I
nice.
know.
Dude, it was so crazy, man. Like, man, that's why I love traveling. You meet the people, you also get to understand how privileged you are. Unless you go to some countries where you understand how broke you are. Like when I was in Switzerland, when I was in Switzerland, because I was in South Africa, I came to visit my friend in London, but she was busy. So then when I was in London, my friend, she goes, "Are you in London currently?" I'm like, "Yeah." She goes, "Well, I'm in Switzerland. Do you want to come see me?" So I fly to Switzerland to go see her, and because again, she offered me a place to stay. And when you travel, place to stay tends to be the most expensive, part of your thing. And also, it's amazing to have somebody there who can show you around and things like that. I love how efficient they are. You pull up the train goes right to her house. Essentially, you just step out her house. So I get there, and so she's busy. So I go get some food. I go get some food. I order a slice of pizza and water, and they tell me like the equivalency of like $28. I'm like, I thought the guy was kidding. I'm like, I am not built for Switzerland. I bounced so quick. I hung out with her for like 2 days and bounced.
Yeah, I was in Geneva. I go there. I'm actually gonna go there in May too.
Oh
I
my
mean,
gosh.
um, venti latte here is at like $5. There it's like $16.
It's so crazy because you
It's
look at it, you
crazy.
think it's a joke. You think it's a joke, and they look at you like, no, this is our life. Like I'm just like, I mean, to them it's not as because their earning potential. Because she's from Germany, but she does some type of work. I forgot what she does, but they had to loan her into Switzerland because she's the only one that could do that type of work, whatever, for that company. And so, they were paying for everything for her, but man, it was so expensive. And I'm just like, I don't mind. Like, it wasn't even snowing in Switzerland. If it was snowing and I could really enjoy the train rides and things like that, I'll be completely fine with it. But I'm like, I'm spending so much money and not really getting to do like the Switzerland that I see. You know what I mean? So I took my ass right to Barcelona, but I had a layover in Belgrade, so I just chilled in Belgrade, never caught my second flight. And then another friend of mine that I met, her and her boyfriend, I think I met them in Ecuador. They say, "Oh my God, you're so close to us in Bosnia." So I went to Bosnia and chilled. It was more my speed. Like there's some countries I'll go to, but they're so expensive. I have to plan for them. I don't mind spending the money, but I have to plan for them. When you go to like Thailand or Portugal, you can blow money and you're still rich. But over there, bro, I'm not spending all that money, man. I am not spending all that money. I am a cheap traveler. People say passport bros are broke. I'm not rich, but I know how to get a deal. And I was going to supposed to go to because I was going to see another friend in Austria, but I was going to take a train through Luxembourg. You ever been in Luxembourg? Am I still on? No. Hello?
I think strictly he's asking you, have you been to Luxembourg? Because strictly has been everywhere.
Yeah. Strictly. Strictly, we can't hear
Strictly, we
you.
can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Why am I pointing like I can't hear him? I don't have a video on. So,
I'm gonna send him message on in the okay, he left.
he's
Yeah,
he's probably going to come back in because it probably was a bad connection. No, but
yeah.
man, it was. I've tried like the places that I've been. It was. I've had. Again, it's for me. People always ask me what's my favorite thing about. It's always the people, man. Even when I went to Cuba, one of the first time I went to Cuba, I landed. I didn't think I was going to be able to get in because the embargo and everything, all that, and I flew with my U.S. passport. And so when they let me in, I was completely surprised. I even had a ticket to book to Colorado just in case they let me in. I get there with no real plans. I'm sitting on a bench. Some kid comes up to me and says, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "No, I have nowhere to go because I don't know nothing." And he takes my hand. He took me to a casa fotequila, and I just chilled. And then I made so much cool friends in the restaurants, and they just showed me around. Then I kept coming back. I'll bring them little things, give them like laptops and medicine because they need so much medicine, man. If anybody's ever going to Cuba on this chat, and like I will pay for an extra bag if you're willing to just take the extra bag, just medicine like Tylenol, things that the Cuban people need. I have people down there that'll get the bag from you. It's not drugs or anything. It's just if you're already traveling there, I'll just pay for the extra bag and I'll pay for all the medicine. I just need you to take it. But it's just some of the most amazing people, man, you meet in these countries. And I find I get along with a lot more people in lower, not in third world countries. Even when I was in South Africa, Man, I was staying at the Marriott, man. It was a lot of bougie people in there. I had to leave. Anybody like if you think there's like a class divide in the States, man, you go to some countries like Chile and these countries, there's really even Ethiopia, of course you would know that. There's really a class divide. Hold on.
I think we have discussed everything we need to discuss, and it's time to go home. Hello, guys. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
So,
Sorry,
Chris,
I
you
can
didn't
hear you.
say anything all through this
My
live.
my audio when I joined back at like 5 or 4:30 it wasn't I don't think it was working because like you were playing this video of Austin and I was like talking. I'm like I can barely hear it.
I didn't
So I
hear
had to
you.
so I joined on the StreamYard app or whatever.
Yeah, yeah. So we discussed, I think next time what I'm gonna do is not have BA because he derails the conversation a lot.
I mean,
So from and I think it's
I like his opinion, but like he does. I was like I said, I was talking on the thing, but my audio wasn't working. I was like, he likes to put people in Saw games. If you ever seen the movie Saw, where he tries to put you in this torturous game where it's gonna end. It's gonna end with so only one person's gonna come out alive or whatever. But he's a very smart guy. But yeah, I mean, I like his person. I like his intelligence. I like his opinions. But like, yeah, he does it's a little difficult, but. I think he does add something to it. Like
yeah.
he's very intelligent.
That's true. That's true, and that's why I let him in because I think he had the opposite view from me, but then when the conversation keeps on going on tangent, it is it's
I think
hard.
he likes you, honestly.
I don't even know what I mean. I obviously I don't like him, and
He keeps pivoting to you like on every topic.
yeah, because
But
I think that's what they do. Like they try to make it look. He tries to make it look like I am like here looking for some. I don't know. Am I supposed to be looking for a boyfriend or something? I don't know because I'm not looking for. That's what he thinks. He thinks today he said I was in love with Black American men. I'm like, yeah, no.
but
So yeah.
they want to find that angle in, and that's why somebody was saying. I think somebody on this panel was saying, why didn't someone step up? And it's like, it's until you're on a panel with BA because he's trying to find that that opening to like really expose you, and sometimes it's uncomfortable because like people will start prodding into your life, and it's like I'm a person who likes to overshare, so I don't really mind it too much for the most part. But it's not that I welcome everybody to come on the panel, but sometimes depending on the right people in the chat, they can start like really getting personal with questions and stuff.
Exactly. And yeah, and the personal questions are sometimes they're too personal, but it's just that he would hang on one word and then the conversation just goes on a different way. And I think he might be the reason why Keissa left. I don't know. I was at
Oh
the bank.
damn!
I didn't. Was that him? I mean, she left
I
when
wasn't listening at that point.
Yeah,
I gotta rewind it and listen to it, but I missed her. But like,
yeah, me too. I mean, it's funny, but I
if
did miss her too.
if BA was on the panel when Case was on the panel, that's got to be
Yeah,
uncomfortable.
yeah, very uncomfortable because I actually was, messaging her on. She did say that, the reason we had to start the live early was because she said she had something to do at 9:30, her time.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe she said, she said she would be back, but I guess she never did come back.
Well, I'm gonna listen to it and see how it sounds or whatever. But yeah, I think honestly, when I was listening to Brothers Run again, very smart guy. Very smart guy, and I'll go beyond that. He's too smart to be aligning himself with the passport bros. Like I don't know if he's oblivious to what they are, what they do, but it's like it's almost like he's
he's almost like oblivious, or he's on their payroll and he's doing, the damage control for them or whatever. Because like he's too smart of a guy to be aligning. I know he likes to travel and like he found love abroad or whatever. But it's like I initially tried to say you're not a passport bro because you traveled a decade before this stuff really popped off. But it's like then when you start talking to him and learning about more about him, it's like he's defending these passport bros. He's trying to like really, he's like a passport bro politician or lobbyist or something like that. It's like very smart guy, but it's just like, listen, we haven't gone, we've only talked about like some of the, just a little bit of the debauchery that they do. It's like, I was reading a story this week about like how one guy was in Brazil, he got kicked out and he was with underage people. So it's like, there's a lot of this crap mixed into the passport bros. And it's like, BA, you want to align yourself with this group? These guys? Wow. They're terrible.
Why is that?
So
yeah, but they also say that he lives in some, in the favelas, so he's probably not living comfortably there. So he probably he doesn't like the life there. So,
but it's an option for some people, but it's just like I don't see why, so there's not a lot of honesty being said from the people leaving the States about why they're doing it. There are some like fringe cases of people who are like bilingual, or they just, there's a job or whatever the heck. But it's like, if you're leaving with the misogynistic and chauvinistic mindsets that the passport bros, and you want to call yourself a passport bro, I'm squinting my eyes because I'm like, I don't see how you guys are. It's not an equitable relationship for anybody to be dealing with you. And it's like, even like we got Auston, we got receipts on him. He tattooed himself passport bro, and now he took it off, or he
no, I don't think he has taken. Oh, has he?
Yeah, he doesn't want to be aligned with passport bros. Like a lot of these, like a lot of the influencers who first started doing it, they're not doing it anymore, and it's just like it's I forget, someone made a point earlier about like how, I don't know, someone said something about like how and don't keep me honest on the time, like if we need to close this panel, I can just jump on another one or whatever. But it's just like, I don't know, they want to be this really vague group of like, no, some people are trying to find wives, some people just want to have sex, and some people want to do this and some people do that. And it's just like, but what you're not going to escape from is like, there was a mission statement. Like the passport bro said, we're not bringing them back to the States. We're tired of West. We're tired of Western women. We're tired of Black women. It's like, it's racist. Like, I think it was the question that I'm ended on this. BA was trying to pin me down. Like, so what are they doing? That's, I forget the word he said, but like, he was like, what were they doing that is so wrong or so toxic or so, I think you brought up a word, I forgot the word of it. It started with a D, like depraved or something like that. And he was like, what are they doing that's so depraved? And I'm like, it's like I said, he's a very smart guy. It's like, you got to come together with a list of your talking points, because if he knows that you're struggling with your talking points, he's going to start drilling you, even if you're right or whatever. So it's like, I don't know. I mean, like I said, I want to listen back. I want to see what Keissa said. Like,
I know, and I have to listen too, because I didn't get, and I have been texting about, I mean, I have messaged her and she only messaged back once, and I hope, she is not upset.
I love the fact that Auston was commenting on your other video. Like, he's pressed. He's stressed. I love it. I love
which other video?
Well, it was the one where you were talking about, and you were showing in this live, saying how he wanted to spread.
Okay, even the live is not working any longer. It probably wants me to, to go. Okay, guys, it was truly nice to see you guys. Strictly was nice talking to you. And you froze. Okay, so I don't even know what's going on here. Okay, guys, let me answer some. My skins. That is what it is. He talks a lot of fluff, and I do not like when people ask me fake questions. Disingenuous questions. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I know a lot of. He's a contrarian. He will. He doesn't have principles because he will use one set of principles to defend passport bros, but then he will use that same principle to attack other people. Like when he was saying that, it's bad for me to only focus on Austin, but then he is attacking, he's defending passport bros who only focus on, women. So he, and, it's a no, I mean, yeah, me too, right? Because I started it, I think I did very, very wrong by letting BA on at the same time that, Keissa was on, but I should have been on too because I had her on and I let BA on. Last time what we did was when I had her on, I went, do my my shopping and everything, but it was just her, so she was just answering questions. But this time I made the mistake of letting BA on and I think he brought up her mom, and I think that might have upset her. I have not talked to her. I mean, I'm still waiting for her to, to reply, but I think that might be what happened. Exactly right. It is. I think it's called situational moral, where you only use the moral for one situation, and then you create another moral rules. Exactly, my skins. My skin, you said he's been run off, and that is basically what I ended up doing, right? Because he kicked himself off by mistake, and then he came on the back, and I'm like, I'm not gonna let him back on. And I did a poll, and the poll said, he don't let him in. So I didn't let him in because really, even if I wanted the controversy, really he doesn't create controversy, he just creates shouting matches, and shouting matches are not really, yeah. Yeah. So the question I was saying, because so I will start, trying to make a point, and then he interrupts me, and the conversation goes in another tangent. I was, the thing I made about Austin not carrying a jacket, it's not me picking, being a picky, picking on him on every little thing, on irrelevant thing. If you are a traveler, packing jacket is like the basic. Everyone knows, even children know to pack a jacket when they travel. It doesn't matter where you are traveling. And I pointed that out to say that the fact that Austin didn't even know to bring a jacket with him, shows how he's not a good traveler. Social Loner has also been run off multiple channels. Yeah, I like Social Loner. I mean, I guess I have a love and hate relationship with him because um, I think he enables Floyd. He is one of the people who is enabling Floyd. I know you can't change Floyd because Floyd is set in his way, but giving him money, I don't know. Why would you give someone? I don't know. That's not my money. I do think he enables Floyd because Floyd is not someone. Yeah, BA. I only Yeah, and they have this thing. They think that, by saying Africa is poor, no one wants to go there, they could kind of offend me. And I'm like, no, I know Africa is poor. I don't get offended. Hi, strictly. Who blocked you? Me? I didn't block anyone. I think I blocked the. Yeah, I know who I blocked. I blocked and yeah. Yeah. I don't think BA is gonna be on my channel any longer. But ask me. Yeah. Yeah. My channel. Of course, absolutely not. You're not blocked from my channel, strictly. I only blocked one person today, and I know who I blocked. What's that? But you were commenting all through. I remember. Thank you, right? Because to be honest, to the men, they are very respectful. They do not talk over each other. They do not talk over me. They are very respectful of each other, except of course BA. And I mean, strictly. Actually, sometimes I feel bad for strictly because he would sign in and he will not talk for like hours and hours listening, and that is how respectful they are. But when it is BA, you could not let he will not let you one word in. I'm your number one crush. I am. You are my crush, or I am your crush. So with strictly and Chris and even social donor himself, he's very respectful. So I like that that kind of conversation. But when BA is on the channel, it's like exactly. Do you guys also remember that guy? I forgot what's his name. He did the same thing. I know that. Who said that? I know exactly what you mean. Yeah. Strict, I love your content, your content too. Yeah, I was telling Peso the same thing. Being contrarian, uh, um, and being a contrarian after yeah, because I hate his questions because his questions are not asked in good faith. It's not like, oh, what do you mean by that? Because he didn't understand the point I want to make. He asks you that because he thinks he can trip you. And when you answer the questions, he doesn't ask open-ended questions. He doesn't say that, what is, and then allow you to explain. He wants you to answer like in 1 or 2 words so that he could create a narrative, which is he doesn't. That I'm so glad you mentioned that, Kurt, from a different class, because people think he trips me off. That's why I don't like to answer his question. No, because he derails the conversation. If you have to explain every freaking word, then the conversation is not gonna go anywhere. No, he doesn't bring any value. And I wish there were more women on my channel, because I know people, and all you need to be on my channel is just have a working microphone. That is it. And if you have accents, you shouldn't care. I mean, I am accent number one. Like, the person with the word, like with the bad accent, and the accent doesn't matter. Nothing matters. Just come on the. Yeah, more women do need to join the panel, because sometimes it's almost looks like, it's just me against, for men who. But one thing I also need to do is when I have, because I cannot be moderating the panel all the time. Like today, I was shopping, I had to cook, I made injera. So I was busy outside and in the house too, in my home too. So I think one thing I need is someone to be admin. When someone is admin, they can, bring a person to the panel, they can kick them, they can do everything I can do. And that will be, yeah, so true, strictly. And I have had the problem with admin is that you only have one slot. Only one person can be an admin. And what I have been doing is, Took and Angie, whenever they are on, I have been, using them as admin. But when they are not, then I don't have admin. And what happened to Keissa today happens. Oh, strictly, I bought the tape on Amazon. But I use more, and this is the first time I'm making it, so it's not coming out good. But I am like, yeah, I used a little bit of tape and then a little bit of self-rising and a lot of wheat pie. So. All right, I don't know why I'm loving bed stuff. Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, strictly, I don't think I can live without injera. Like, I cook a lot of, I love cooking, and I'm always trying to make, new food, but I always return to injera. Did you live in wisdom? What did Auston say? I don't know if people would believe me. I don't know how to say it. I am not attracted to Auston at all. If you see the kind of guys I date, they don't look like Auston. But forget about the age difference. He is not my type. He looks like a 12-year-old. And that's not my type. What did he say? Live in wisdom? Yeah, I love Ethiopian food. Yeah. And you know what? I don't know what Congolese food tastes like because yeah. When did he say he was gonna take me on a date, and who proposed that? I don't even know. Like people are not. I don't even understand what you are saying. Oh, yeah, but because yeah, the thing is yeah, Ethiopian food you could eat. I am of the belief that every food from American food, Mexican food, all food are healthy and are you freaking kidding me? You wanted me I don't even believe do you guys believe what this live in wisdom person is saying? I don't believe so. And Absolutely not. I do not go out on a date with, of course, I will never go out on a date with, yeah. Why would I go on a date with Austin? It doesn't make sense. It's just, I mean, yeah. No, no, no. No, he didn't say that he wants to go out on a date with me. He said that they should name me. I want get me a passport, bro, or something. Which is I'm like so like no creativity in in the nickname they came up for me. Why would I go out? I mean, I'm not trying to blow up my channel on, Austin, on the back of Austin. No. No, I will not. I mean, he is not, he's not the type of person I want to go out with. Austin is not yeah. My interest in him is more as a, as a, I am very intriguing because I am not Keissa. Live in wisdom. This is not Keissa. This is the other girl, the woman who makes videos about Austin. I am not. I am not Keissa. Yeah, I don't even know what this living with them person is talking about. How am I an easy lay? How would I mean? I don't think you know me, because if you don't know me, you wouldn't say that. I mean, yeah. I mean, thinking I would sleep with anyone. No, absolutely not. Yeah. But I don't think Kesa will come. I mean, I want her to come back because I don't want them to think that, they ran her off, because Kesa is not going to be. Yeah, you are very respectful person, strictly. Like I notice you even when you are, on other channels, you listen, you wait for your turn. You do not, get into shouting much, which is, what a lot. I mean, that is the kind of panel I want. I think people like BA think that, when he gets into a shouting match, we like it because it will bring us more views. We don't. I don't like it because it makes the next panel harder to create. That is true, Chris. Or if someone like you is on, that would be okay. Yeah, all the men are respectful except BA. Very true. Even social loner with whatever exception I have with him, but I might not like everything he does, but he is very respectful. He waits for his turn. So yeah, I will try to see if Kesa. I mean, she's I've been messaging her on what do you call it, WhatsApp. The problem with Kesa is the time difference. There is a 10-hour time difference. So whenever she's on, whatever time is good for her is not good for me. I was actually gonna do it at 8 p.m. Like the live, I was gonna have it around 3 p.m. But 3 p.m. here is 2 a.m. her time. So it is hard to have her on at the same time that that is good time for me. Yeah. But one thing I have noticed is that I I have had several live streams now, and I have not been able to stay on the topic. I mean, I start out with the topic, but then 10 minutes into it, the live goes into a completely different topic, and I have not been able to bring it back to the topic I want to discuss today. I really thought we were gonna talk about polygamy versus creating single moms, or polygamy versus monogamy, and it didn't work. Yeah, at first it was him. What about that other guy, the guy who used to be on a yellow shirt? He was the first. I mean, he was the one that was derailing the conversation, and now we have. Would I do English speaking contest with Floyd? What do you mean? I mean, English is my second language. It is his first language, so of course he's gonna win. But I do think I mean, I am not being delusional, but I probably know at least, yeah. Yeah, I think, of course, obviously, Floyd speaks better English than I do, but Floyd is lazy. Um, Someone I was on one of his lives, and someone called me. Let me make sure I pronounce the word, Miss Andre, called me misandry. Okay, so that's how you say it. Someone called me a misandrist, and like super chatted that word. He told him that Keep Africa Passport Bro Free is a misandrist, and that person sent the super chat 2 times, and every time he could not pronounce that word. He said, "Keep Africa Bro is a missus. Keep Africa Keep Africa Passport Bro Free is missing or something." And I'm like, why can't you just, I mean, this is not a hard word to pronounce, but I think he is so lazy, he doesn't even want to take time to pronounce word in his own freaking language. I'm like, do you guys always hear him saying gracias? How hard is it to say gracias? Oh yes, Chris, thank you, Strictly. But Chris, yeah, that's the guy. Lefty. Lefty was, like the crude version of BA, because both of them are about derailing conversation. Do not ask me questions. Just whatever you want to say it. Stop asking me questions. Yeah, because, and that is, I think, Strictly, that is what you have to realize, and I hope you learn it, your lesson. This guy is lazy. He has absolutely no interest in women other than just having sex. I mean, yeah, wanting to have sex with women is okay, but when you are going out on a date, it's not just going to be having sex. So that is why I came so hard on you for introducing him to a middle class, and that's what I think you did, middle class women. So that is something that I wouldn't do. I wouldn't introduce him to my sisters, or their friends, because but Bruce Floyd said that he had never done a test. He had never been diagnosed with learning challenge or learning problems. Yeah, Chris is actually a good guy, and I think if next time I was to have uh, Keissa, Chris, I would, and if I am not able to be on the panel, I will have Chris on, so that because what I'm afraid is that the conversation will dry up, and she will not, if it is just question and answer, she will not have anything else to talk about. So I always want her to have someone in the panel, so that she could have a back and forth conversation with the panelists. Yeah. Floyd is very difficult to yeah, it is so amazing to me how little improvement he had made. I mean, Auston, I don't like Auston, but Auston's Spanish is actually, daily improving. With Floyd, he has made absolutely no improvement. In anything he does, he hasn't made any improvement. When you like, the way he dressed is the same as he was just when he started, and I don't think even his personal hygiene has improved that much. And it's hard, to deal with that kind of person. Um, I was, I was hard on Austin for not being a good friend of Floyd, but in a way, it's hard to be a friend with Floyd when that whatever you tell him to improve himself, he's not gonna take it. He's not gonna make any improvement. He's the same guy today, tomorrow, and probably forever. And yeah, I mean, how, I mean, that a girl embarrassed him on camera, and he took her back. He took her back. I'm like, there are so many women in Colombia. Why are you taking back a woman who embarrassed you on camera? Yeah, Floyd, I mean, and I hope that he just goes to, to Asia, and I hope and hope and hope he doesn't go to Africa. I mean, if he goes to Africa, he probably will not last more than a day. The guy is going to, run back to, yeah. Mm-hmm.
The lesson of the day is next time I have a panel, I have a live, I will not bring any person on the live except maybe Chris, because I mean, if I could make Chris the admin, I think he would be able to, to moderate the panel better than I do. And the other lesson is that do not try to make single moms all over the world. And with that, I hit the 6-hour mark. Thank you, everybody. And hopefully next time it will be better. Thank you. Bye bye.